Videos of feuds with one's neighbor are pretty common. If you search crazy neighbors, you'll see endless amounts of results. This poses a problem. Why? Because it makes it insanely difficult for me to find an old video of a bizarre pair of neighbors who lived across the street from a family who documented their daily harassment. I saw this video quite a few years ago. It doesn't help that I do remember that the video in question is over a decade old. Even with infinite amounts of scrolling, I typically see videos that are only from the past year or 2 years. This is due to YouTube's piece of shit search functionality. It works significantly worse than it did 10 years ago. Anyone who used YouTube then knows what I'm talking about. I digress. My point is searching for this through YouTube or even on Google results in nothing. All hope feels lost, but I had one last card to play. I decided to search through my YouTube subscriptions. Wasn't certain if at the time I saw the video I subscribed to the channel, or if even the channel that I watched the video on was the original creators. It was worth looking into. There's another problem. I've had my channel for quite a while, and that means I have probably over 1,000 YouTube subscriptions. My dedication to find this is strong, and I won't be discouraged until I get to the bottom of my subscriptions. My hunt ended once I got to the M's. As you can see, there's a channel here by the name of Momo Beta. Initially, it says, the channel has no videos whatsoever. I was about to click off of the channel, but then I tap on the playlists tab, and I notice something remarkable. There's 3 videos in their favorites playlist, and one of them is one of the neighbor videos. Now, the reason why it was so hard to find is because the video is unlisted. So if I had clicked off this channel without looking into their favorites playlist, I probably would have missed it and never found it, but here we are. I searched the exact title of this video through Google, and I managed to find literally 2 threads, one from Reddit and one from another website regarding obnoxious neighbors. And the Reddit post, which was from 2015, was quite helpful because they also provided a link to another video that's unlisted, and they mentioned that there's a total of 8 videos on the channel. So we only have 2 of them, unfortunately, but it's plenty of footage to go through. The Reddit post also linked another video, not by the people documenting these crazy neighbors, but someone who lived in the area of these videos and would watch the documentation that was posted and decided to go and talk to these neighbors. Again, this is at the time of when the videos were first being posted, which was way back in like 2009 to 2011. So we have that to go through as well. Let's get started. I want to start with the shortest video I was able to obtain. This video here is the only one that is exclusively audio, along with some captions on screen that Momo Beta added. Off topic, I can't help but to love these videos even more, with how all of them besides the interview with the neighbors was edited using Windows Movie Maker.
And I waved at her and she just came back, so I presume she went to the grocery store or something. Came out in her socks out to the garage to close it quick, and yes, she is back in the recliner chair with the window open, with her hat on, watching her TV. I'm walking on the grass now for a minute. She even turned her porch light on. That's unfreaking believable. She turned her porch light on. She's sitting in the window, eating some kind of a snack. I see the hand going up to her mouth, eating some kind of a snack. With the window wide open, but no light on. It looks to me like maybe she got tired of that hat, and she took the hat off, and she's just laying there with her hair. I think she took the hat off, and she's just laying there with her hair. Yeah, just like a dead person laying there in the chair.
Yeah, I'm in the back room.
Okay.
It appears Momo Betta is using some sort of a police scanner to pick up the conversation the neighbor is having with her husband through walkie-talkies. Not only is that strange to communicate with your husband that way in your own house, but she's also staring straight from across the street, commentating what Momo Betta's wife is doing, and making sure to analyze her every move. She sounds almost repulsed by the way their family operates, doing what appears to be normal everyday things. She was disgusted with how she went out to the garage briefly in her socks, at one point even sounding in disbelief that their porch light was on. My absolute favorite line, now she took off her hat and is just laying there with her hair.
She's just laying there with her hair.
The next video is the most telling, clocking in at around 7.5 minutes and holding over 3.1 million views. We will see why this is truly one of the creepiest cases of problematic neighbors you'll ever see.
And again with the craziness, she's gonna hide behind her tree and jump around like an idiot. And he's got his margarine containers over his ears. This is what I have to deal with every time I pull out of the house. Is this bullshit. Disgusting. This is what happens when you try to talk to crazy people. They blow a whistle and hide behind a tree. Disgusting. Oh, this is nothing. She'll start dancing around here in a minute.
What an idiot.
All because I mowed the lawn with headphones on. So I didn't have to listen to her. She was up on her stoop, screaming and yelling and waving her arms too while I was... Well, now he's wearing his things on his ears. I wore headphones today. Apparently that's funny.
I put my margins on my head. That didn't. Oh, there's a big scrape, but that didn't do anything. He won't leave it like this long, I can tell you that. He just thinks this is real funny. I'm just gonna go back to reading.
Chelsea's home. There's the shenanigans.
I'm right here, right here, right here. Ram right here, ram right here. Joe, ram right here.
Just heard the garage go up. So we'll see what happens. Here they are. I'm gonna go stare at him from the street.
Backing out, and look what I have to look at. Crazy lady staring at me, being ridiculous. I don't know what I did to incite her today, but there she is, just staring at me. And the praise Jesus begins. Acting like an idiot. She's gonna jump around behind her tree. Every time I leave the house, it's this craziness. There she goes again. This is why I need window tint. Garbage can gets put away, and then the jumping. She comes out to the end of the driveway, stands in the middle of the street, looks in our window, and jumps around like a jackass. I have no idea what she's so excited about, but there you go. Happens 5 times a day, every day. I open my blinds. Why I need... So creepy. Look at this guy watch through my window as he drinks from his coconut. Whatever the hell it is. It's kind of funny. Just staring in our window. Drinking two-handed out of his little coconut thing. Like a 3-year-old.
There's a lot to take in here. I never want to hear someone claim they're being gang stalked unless they have footage like this. Jokes aside, this type of behavior occurring mere yards away from your house would drive anyone crazy. They don't appear to be getting physical with Momo Betta and his wife, but they are waging a form of psychological warfare. It's a tricky situation. I'm not sure if what they're doing is illegal, especially since they are almost always at their home when messing with them. There's just one very important question. Why? Why on earth are they doing this? Are they on drugs? Are they mentally ill? Or do they have genuine malice towards Momo Betta and his wife? We do have one last video to watch. It's an interview uploaded by a user that goes by Samsonite. He and his friends took it upon themselves to go to the neighbor's house and ask them personally. The description for the video reads, "After seeing how close I live to the people in the video, my crazy nutjob neighbor, we decided to go interview both sides. We plan on filming a lot more and trying to get better interviews and eventually turning this into a documentary, but for now, enjoy the nutjob side of the story." Now, I can't find any interview with Momo Betta, but still, I'm sure we'll learn a little something from the nutjob neighbor. We demand some answers. Let's hear it.
Excuse me? Can I have 1 minute, 1 moment of your time? Hi. We're making a documentary about the neighborhood. and we noticed there was a tad of a feud between you and your neighbor over there, and we're wondering if we,
Who are you?
we're students at the University of Utah.
Who would you say? Who told you there's a tad of a feud?
Well,
We've just been observing
Yeah.
the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like we've just been walking
Yeah,
around.
we always walk around.
and we just noticed that like every time he leaves, you guys come outside.
Yeah,
and so we were just curious.
we tried ringing your doorbell and seeing if we could speak to you, and then we rung his doorbell and got his side story. Wondering if you could just tell us if there's a reason why there's a bit of a feud between you and
Ben.
Do you know that he's on drugs?
He is.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what drugs they are?
Yes, I do.
Which
What
ones?
drugs?
I'm not sharing that with you.
But do you know anything
Do you
else?
know he's dealing?
He's dealing.
He's doing
You
drugs?
didn't tell us that.
He's a firefighter.
Yeah.
So he's a drug dealer.
He's a drug dealer.
Yes, he's an alcoholic and he's a drug dealer. But he's a functional alcoholic and drug dealer, as many of our folks are.
Mhm.
Okay? You don't know who they are, do you?
No.
They're next to you in class.
Really?
They're next to you on the street.
Functional alcoholics.
Yes.
Mhm.
They go to work Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. And he's one of them. And is that the reason why there's a feud?
There's no feud.
No feud. Okay.
No. But you know, you have to watch these people who are dealing. And you're
That is
reporting
true.
to the police.
Mm-hmm.
And we do.
Has he been arrested before?
His live-in girlfriend has.
Oh.
Wait, what about the live animal
Or,
traps?
aren't they? He told me they were married though.
They're married now.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
so not living girlfriend, it's wife now.
Yeah. Where do you guys live?
We
We
live.
just live up there by. Well, he lives over there by Creekside Park, and I live up by Olympus High School.
Yeah, we live just like across the
Yeah.
street from each other, and we're kind of just observing the neighborhood, see, because there's not really much else going on. So
It was
I
just
was
it was a
wondering if
film
you have
project to
permission-
make a documentary
Obviously,
about a certain part of the city.
Well, let's see. Okay, he's a drug dealer and an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
And a drug user.
Drug abuser.
Or have you actually witnessed him doing drugs?
Yes, sir.
What kind of drugs?
I'm not going to share that with you.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Did he share his name with you?
Benjamin.
Actually, that is correct.
Mm.
That's true. We've had Benjamin in court. Did he tell you about that?
Mm-hmm.
We heard a little bit of it.
Yeah. Yeah, Benjamin got the book thrown at him in court.
Yeah, we heard a little bit about that.
Yeah, and that part's true.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think that there's anything very exciting in this neighborhood. We've been here for 30 years.
30 years.
Okay,
Mhm.
so we know the neighborhood pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And would you show me your university ID?
I don't have my wallet with me. I have my phone, but
He's got his parking pass right there.
yeah,
Show me your parking pass.
show that I'd be.
The cheap one.
Yeah, I can't afford anything else.
You got the cheap one.
Cheap
Yeah,
college student.
It's not the one I
don't think
have.
there's anything very interesting going on in this neighborhood. It's a pretty typical neighborhood where people put on masks.
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 Yeah.
So
You mean for Halloween?
Physical
Are you saying
masks?
people have different identities than that which they portray to the public?
Absolutely. You've been in
Okay.
church?
Huh?
You ever been in church?
Yeah, I'm Antiochian Orthodox.
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
Well, people wear masks to church too, and you don't know who they really are
Hey,
until.
what religion are you, if you don't mind me
I'm
asking?
not sharing that with you. People wear masks in church, and you don't know who they really are until the chips are down, and when the cops come to your door because you've been named
Uh-huh.
for drugs, phone harassment,
Phone harassment?
solicitation.
Somebody has called you
Solicitation.
on the phone and harassed you?
Not me.
She's saying she's talking about in general, Alex.
Not me. Not me. And then when you see all that happening, then you go, oh, whoa, okay.
Uh-huh.
And when you see the cars coming and going at night, then you take down the license plates and you turn them in. My son's a cop.
All right.
Did he tell you that?
No.
No.
Well, if he had, it would have been true.
Yeah, you just told me about your husband. So you.
What did he tell you about my husband?
He just said it's you and your husband living there. Does your son live with you, or?
My son's a cop. And Yeah, so when the police show up at your door and arrest you, then you go, no, these people probably aren't what they appear to be.
Yeah.
So other than that, I would say that's real typical around here.
This was a very interesting interview. A couple of the most important pieces of information we learned. The creator of the Momo Betta channel, his name is Ben. Ben is also a firefighter. He's a supposed functioning alcoholic and drug dealer. The videos definitely take place in Salt Lake City. The neighbors have lived there for over 30 years, and their son is a cop. There's a lot of very awkward instances in this interview, such as when one of them will ask her, say, what religion are you? You'll notice she either gets kind of nervous and just go, where are you guys from? Or just will outright say, I'm not sharing that with you, and almost come off as a little hostile. But at the same time, she gleefully will explain how her and her husband had Benjamin in court and can't even help but to let out a, yeah. That's honestly the creepiest part of this video, and what makes me think, yeah, there might be something off with her. She also accuses Benjamin's wife of being a live-in girlfriend. Who knows, maybe it was true at one point, but then again, they make a lot of accusations. One thing that I noticed that was brought up so briefly was the cameraman asking the neighbor, what about the live animal traps? There's no other mention of this besides that one brief moment in the interview. The last thing I want to point out is throughout the interview, they made it clear that they were simply just observing the neighborhood and would notice them act like this because they live nearby and they always walk around. It's pretty obvious that they had already seen her on YouTube. It's unclear if the neighbors are even aware of the Momo Betta channel posting these videos. According to the Reddit thread that confirms that this is in Salt Lake City, Utah, also mentions that Momo Betta, or Ben, has since moved. I'm not sure where they found that information. Maybe it's on some of the other videos that are not available. Who knows? I wonder if because she says her son is a cop, I wonder if that had something to do with maybe getting them into legal trouble and the police taking her word over theirs. That's purely speculation. I have no idea. And the fact that they've lived there for over 30 years, I can't imagine that they would have moved. That's if they're even still alive, because this has been quite a while ago, and they both look quite old. Unless we hear from Ben and his wife, we'll probably never know what exactly the reasoning for all of this was. The mention of the live animal traps, I can only imagine that means the neighbors were setting up live animal traps to possibly harm Ben's pets, which is very troubling if that's true. With all the neighbor videos that are out there, that's why I believe that this series of videos have to be the creepiest encounters with problematic neighbors. I think we've covered every little bit that we could. If you have any suggestions for future videos or information on previous videos that I've done that could use a follow-up, you could contact me on Twitter, but you can also email me at iamsirzach@gmail.com. Feel free to subscribe to the Patreon for $1 a month. I hope you enjoyed the video. Goodbye for now. It's Halloween and election season. Well, it was. But as I'm making this video, it's Halloween time and a week before the election. For me, Halloween is every day. As someone who's a part of the Wiccan, I think we should celebrate Halloween every single day. I wanted to do a video that relates to these things, and what's more Halloween than vampires? How about a real vampire that ran for president, who's also a wrestler, a veteran, a filmmaker, a Russian female, and is allegedly a pedophile. That's a lot of occupations. Who am I talking about? Who is this man of mystery? The Jonathan Sharkey universe is truly fascinating. His life is pretty well documented online, so the controversial allegations aren't just me assuming that and trying to defame the dude. There's quite the amount of evidence that points in that direction. This guy is infamous for filing lawsuits, so I just had to be clear about all of that. Now, let's start from the beginning. Jonathan was born April 2nd, 1964. If you were to look him up and find his usual Wikipedia page, it says he was a musician as early as the age of 5 years old. He joined the military at a young age. According to this article from ValorGuardians.com, in regards to his military service, it states, the MOS Jonathan worked in while in the Army was field artillery, mortars, infantry drill sergeant, special forces weapons, legal Kirk specialist, and a recruiter. Jonathan is also sniper trained and qualified. He still practices his sniper skills to this day. Jonathan is presently 100% service connected by the Department of Veterans Affairs as a result of his undergoing total left knee replacement, eventually leaving his military career due to a medical discharge, and went off to college afterwards. Throughout the 80s, Jonathan would pursue a career as a musician and a wrestler. He did find some mild success. There's a couple things from his IMDb page that I was able to find that I would say are the more notable successes he's had throughout his life. From November 1995 to November 1998, Jonathan worked as a wrestling trainer for Rocky Johnson at the Rocky Johnson Wrestling Academy in Tampa, Florida. One of the wrestlers Jonathan trained was Rocky Johnson's son, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It also says that he's credited for doing some of the soundtrack from the 90s Nickelodeon show Ren and Stimpy. Clearly, Jonathan made this IMDb page himself, and in the trivia section, there's a very specific detail about Jonathan that he included. It says, Jonathan's former wife, Adriana, is only 16 days older than his daughter, Danielle. We're gonna talk more about the relationships Jonathan had a little later. Nothing too out of the ordinary, for now. From 1998 to 2002, Jonathan worked on Jeb Bush's campaigns for governor of Florida. He also was running for office during this time and continued to pursue political positions as the years go on. He ran for Congress in the state of New Jersey in 1999 to 2000 as a Republican, also ran in Indiana in 2000 while a part of the Reform Party this time. His final run for Congress was in Florida from 2001 to 2002, back again as a Republican. In 2004, he starts shooting big by running for President of the United States as an independent. 2006, Jonathan attempts a run for governor in the state of Minnesota, running as a member of VWP, which means the Vampires, Witches, and Pagans Party. This is a party that he founded himself. He ran for president in 2008 again as an independent. His latest and final run, as of right now, was in 2012 as a Republican. Jonathan holds a variety of vampiric stances on a personal level and even incorporating it into his runs for office. He has the more typical stances, like banning abortion, gay rights, specifically banning the teaching of evolution in public schools. His more extreme stances is what we're going to be focusing on. Jonathan believes that instead of jailing certain criminals, they should simply be personally, brutally tortured and impaled by him. He says, and I quote, "Certain criminals, instead of being put in jail, they should be brutally tortured and impaled. Upon them being found guilty of their crimes, I'll beat them, torture them, dismember them, and decapitate them." That doesn't just go for the typical street criminals. He even has called out former President George W. Bush, wishing to convict him and impale him. On an episode of The Situation with Tucker Carlson from January 16th, 2006, Jonathan made an appearance on the show, and what I see is one of the more notable moments that put Jonathan on the map, when he was attempting a run for governor of Minnesota.
Welcome back. I've covered a lot of political campaigns, and I can honestly say I have never seen a candidate run on a platform that includes impaling criminals in public. Come to think of it, I've never seen a vampire run for office either. All that changes tonight. Jonathan the Impaler Sharkey is a self-proclaimed vampire who wants to be the next governor of Minnesota. He's quite serious about it, actually. The Impaler joins us live tonight from Minneapolis. Mr. Sharkey, thanks a lot for coming on.
Tucker, please call me Jonathan. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I like to call you the Impaler. So you're a vampire. What does that mean you're a vampire?
Yes, I'm a sanguinarian vampire. I'm a blood feeder.
Whose blood do you feed on, and how do you do that, and why?
Vampires, as you know, feed off of other people's energy. Some feed off of blood, some feed off of emotions. I choose to feed off of blood.
Well, I mean,
it's a very healthy thing to do.
It may be healthy, but I think it's gonna scare a lot of voters. I mean, the idea you could be elected and go around fighting people. I mean, where do you get the blood, and is it voluntary donations or what?
Oh, absolutely. Hollywood has been so kind to make a vampire, especially his feeding practices, to be so romantic and erotic. You'd be surprised how many women have come up to me, especially when I hang out in New York City, wanting to be bit. I'm talking sophisticated, very rich women who enjoy the lure of being romanced by a vampire.
Jonathan, I live in the area. I would not be surprised at all. But where do you get your blood?
It's usually when I'm involved with somebody, they are the person I feed from. I do not feed on men. I'm sorry, I just can't imagine myself wrapping my teeth around a man. However, women, you know, women are beautiful, and they have beautiful necks and beautiful arms, so however they want it, I will gladly oblige them, as long as I'm involved in them. You got to think about the transfer of blood.
Yeah, you do.
Something sexual, because you can get AIDS from doing it if you do it with the wrong person. It's changing.
You know, and they never say that in the safe sex materials I get. I mean, there are all sorts of, you know, wear a condom, but they never say, if you are a vampire, think about whose blood you feed off of. You know, and it seems to me an oversight. Now, how does being your vampirism fit into your campaign promises, your platform?
Well, you have to think about this. I'm also planning on running for the presidency. As a vampire, I am tough. I'm not going to back down to anybody. I'm not a wuss like George Bush.
Yeah.
I am not a communist. I am an American, as you can see from my shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not going to back down. I would
an American vampire in Minnesota. Yeah.
Amen. I would love to get a hold of bin Laden and impale him. Okay. I would also, as president, impale Bush, because I think he is nothing more than a communist in the Oval Office who has caused the death of innocent Americans in Saudi Arabia and in Iraq. I become president, I will have him tried, convicted, hopefully he will be convicted, and then I would impale him.
So you're not, so what I think what you're saying, Impaler, is that you're not simply a vampire, you're a right-wing vampire.
Correct. I'm an American. I'm not going to sell my people out.
I'm not against it. That's my favorite kind of vampire.
Well, there's more to
but
me
you're
than
also
just being a vampire.
And I know that, and that is leading to my next question, just for the sake of full disclosure. You're also a Satanist? Because that could be a deal killer, I think.
I am satanic. Like Lucifer did, I turned against God. I will not worship a God who causes the deaths of innocent children. I will not worship a God who allowed his only son to be used as a human sacrifice on the cross for what they believed the sins of the world, and why he was dying would turn around and forsake him on the cross.
Okay, so you're a more positive kind of Satanist. Now, finally, give me what's your campaign slogan? Because I can think of a number that might fit.
The New Deal for Minnesota.
Oh, come on. That's got to...
I'm
Look,
serious,
you're a
brother.
Satanist vampire wearing an American flag t-shirt, and a New Deal for Minnesota is the best you can come up with?
Well, you know, I'm starting to worry that Jon Stewart was right in what he said about you, brother. I mean, I'm starting to wonder...
Well, come on! That's the best you can do? I mean, I don't know.
It
How about
worked very
Jonathan
well for
Sharkey?
FDR.
He
If you
sucks.
know your history, FDR was one of the most beloved presidents this country ever had, and he was the one who came up with the New Deal.
I know, but this is a new generation of vampires running for office, and I just think you ought to give some more
First,
time
I'm
to
the
your
only
campaign
one,
slogan.
but besides being a vampire, I am an American, and that's what you have to focus on. Not my personal beliefs, but my platform, which includes going after drug dealers. And my way of going after drug dealers is not to turn around, put them in jail, but I'm actually going to go to Sicilian families and have them attack the drug dealers for me. And
which would cause its own immigration problems, by the way. But maybe we'll get more deeply into your policy when you win the primary. Mr. Sharkey.
There's no primary for me. I'm on the ballot November 7th.
All right. Well, good luck. Jesse Ventura
Thank
can
you
do
very
it.
much.
Maybe you can. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, bye.
Honestly, once I got the gist of his beliefs, I wondered what happened down the line that led him to this position. I may have a reason. I can't completely confirm this, but there's certain things Jonathan does that leads me to believe this may very well be true. Jonathan has plenty of legal cases, and we're going to look into them in the next phase. There's just one thing I want to read to you that I found very interesting, and that may be his reasoning for his whole vampire persona. According to this Kiwi Farms thread, it says, Sharky's ex-wife, a sassy and strong Cuban woman, found false strap-on breasts in his closet. He told her they were for a play he was in. Their kids were only infants. He kept his cross-dressing and sexual confusion a secret for a few more years, and then one day, she was taking a bath, and Jonathan came into the bathroom and told her he has something to talk to her about. He told her he had been taking female hormone pills because, well, he felt more like a woman than a man. No fucking shit, I say. He planned on having a sex change, but he didn't want it to end the marriage. He wanted to stay with her and be his lesbian lover. She told him to go drop dead. She told him she likes cock too much, and how the fuck could he consider doing this with 2 young children? She told him she wanted a divorce, climbed out of the bathtub, and began to beat the piss out of him with the back scrubber. Sharky's troubles with women continued with a woman named Susan in 2001. They had a bitter relationship with lots of legal troubles, John even claiming she wrongfully sent him to prison. Susan was a drug addict, which is where John's desire to murder all drug users likely originates. He also credits her for being why he took up Satanism. So basically, his whole lifestyle and his homicidal delusions of justice could be seen as a petty attempt to get back at her, which is fucked beyond belief. Again, I can't confirm this completely, but I can confirm Susan does exist. He has filed lawsuits against her, and the sex change thing is interesting because in the documentary Painfully Blunt, which I will be going back and forth to, he does state that he did at one point wish to be castrated.
At one point, you talked about having a sex change operation.
No, I never said sex change operation. Whoa. Castration is totally different than sex change.
I'm sorry.
I know you're a sorry person at times.
Okay. So why don't you talk about why you wanted to be castrated?
See, my ex-fiance / girlfriend,
Peter,
from Speedway, Irakiana, literally drove me to the point where, though at times when she was drunk, especially one occasion, she literally tried to rip my testicles off. I do have the scars on my testicles to prove that. I'm not going to show it. This is hopefully a PG, if worse, R-rated movie. But, you know, since she wanted to literally just destroy my life and take away my manhood, I actually had it arranged down in Florida to be castrated, and I was gonna actually send her, you know, in the bottle, formaldehyde bottles, penis and my balls, and say, here, you wanted something bad, you can have it. I'd rather be in it than ever sleep with
Peter
again.
Jonathan is no stranger to the law, and not just for filing tons of lawsuits, but for also engaging in criminality. There's some very creepy shit Jonathan has gotten in trouble for. In 1995, he was arrested and charged with obtaining property by worthless check. Sharkey had found an internet girlfriend who he called his vampire in training, a 16-year-old girl from Rochester, Minnesota. The story goes they started dating online happily, but things turned sour down the line when Sharkey wrote on his blog, "For my conversation this morning with a member of your staff, I am writing to request your office investigate and then prosecute my former girlfriend for being part of a domestic terrorist group who have repeatedly threatened to assassinate me for almost 2 years now." The girl wanted to end the relationship, but
he doesn't like that.
Sharkey refused to let her end this relationship. She was so desperate to get him out of her life, she made the excuse that she's a member of an elite vampire hunting society. The girl's parents eventually found out about the two's relationship. Her father ordered Sharkey to cease contact with his daughter. So Jonathan did what any good man would do and began harassing her and her whole family through email and phone. It was so out of hand, a police sergeant contacted Mr. Sharkey about the matter. The conversation between the vampire and the sergeant didn't really go anywhere. Mostly it involved Jonathan rambling about his love for the girl and his political goals. They ordered Mr. Sharkey for a court hearing. Prior to the hearing, he made the great decision to threaten the county attorney's office for this wrongful prosecution. This is a terrible injustice. He failed to make it to the court hearing, and a warrant was issued for Sharkey's arrest. In 2006, he was arrested on 2 outstanding warrants in the state of Indiana, along with fleeing the state in violation of a plea agreement.
We've done lots of interviews with Jonathan Sharkey, a.k.a. Rocky Flash, but none as bizarre as the one we did inside an Indianapolis jail. The vampire is wearing an orange jumpsuit now after being picked up in Minnesota on 2 arrest warrants, one for probation violation and another for escape. Didn't know about his arrest warrants? Well, that's not the only thing he's been hiding. You did not put out your whole past there, did you?
I didn't feel it was relevant until after.
Why wouldn't it be relevant to the people that you're asking to vote for you?
Because they were already showing how judgmental they were.
Then why would you want to run for governor of that state?
To change them. To show that a Satanist is better than Christians.
Using 2 different names, he's been arrested half a dozen times in 3 states. Each of them, he says, bogus busts, and therefore not necessary to disclose.
Did you tell the truth?
I didn't lie.
But you didn't tell the truth.
I didn't lie. I didn't.
You did not tell the entire truth, did you?
If the people weren't so judgmental, sure, I would have.
You chose to hide your past.
I didn't bring it forth. So yeah, if you want to call it hiding, we'll call it hiding.
You hid your past.
Okay, I hid my past.
Here's another detail Sharkey left out. Someone has convinced 4 different state and federal agencies he's dead. In fact, we showed him the program from his New Jersey funeral, November 7th, 2004, where his wife of 12 years, Lourdes Flash, told us she went to say goodbye.
And who am I talking to? I'm not talking to a dead man, am I?
I've died twice before.
Don't you think this sounds nuts to a rational person?
Well, let's put it this way. Jesus is not the only one who can raise somebody from the dead. Lucifer can too.
Around 2008, after buying a plot of land near Altamont, Tennessee, Jonathan attempted to build a vampire commune there, but it didn't last. His threats to impale former President George W. Bush didn't go unheard. Local law enforcement tracked him down and ended up arresting him for that, and not only charged for threatening Bush, but for also threatening an Indiana judge and the 16-year-old girl from Rochester, Minnesota.
If Jonathan Sharkey says he's a presidential candidate, a former wrestler, and a vampire. Tonight, he's in jail, charged with threatening the president and a court official. News Channel 5's Eric White just returned from Grundy County, where he talked with investigators about this bizarre case.
Rory, Jonathan Sharkey faces felony charges in Minnesota and Indiana. Neighbors say Sharkey showed up this summer. Since that time, he's left a lasting impression.
Just average type Joe.
just nice, very polite, never said a cuss word or anything.
When word spread that Sharkey wanted to turn this plot of land into a commune for fellow vampires, neighbor Don Campman knew trouble was brewing.
These people up here are very, religious, and they don't want change, and vampires they don't need.
On Saturday, local law enforcement arrested Sharkey for felony warrants in Minnesota and Indiana. The charges include making threats against the President of the United States and an Indiana judge. Grundy County Sheriff's investigators may never know why Sharkey moved into their county. But with the information they've gathered so far, they've come to at least one conclusion.
In my 18 years on top of the mountain, one of the most bizarre that we've dealt with.
When investigators arrested Sharkey, they confiscated 2 rifles and this wooden stake with steel spikes. For neighbors,
it's just been kind of a mess, and of course we're kind of caught in the middle. We sold the place to him, and it's just causing more trouble for me and my other neighbors, and I wish they hadn't sold it to him now.
While in jail, someone set fire to a piece of Sharkey's property.
He would end up pleading guilty in the state of Minnesota, being sentenced to 180 days in jail. He wouldn't get out right away, though. He would continue to remain in jail, awaiting to be extradited, facing charges for threatening that Indiana judge. She says, quote, "I hope he lives out the rest of his life with nothing but misery and shame." Her father had something to say as well. "I would like this to be the end of this, although I fear that it may not be." As far as I know, he wouldn't bother her anymore, but she most certainly would not be the last person Sharkey would groom and harass. One of Jonathan's most notorious cases is not as amusing as the previous ones. In February of 2010, Jonathan had been corresponding with a troubled 16-year-old girl on MySpace by the name of Paige Brewer, who also believed herself to be a vampire. They had fallen in love. He was so in love, he ended up proposing to her via YouTube video. I sadly do not have the proposal video. It appears to be lost. I searched everywhere for this video. I promise, I really wanted to see it myself. Thankfully, this old Gawker article gives a good description of what went on in the video, at least. 16-year-old Paige Brewer ran away from her mother's rural Minnesota home 6 months ago. According to Minneapolis City Pages, Paige was living with her grandmother when she met the Impaler on a vampire comment board last month. After a whirlwind cyber romance, Sharkey proposed with a video in which he shows off his Wiccan tats in what appears to be a Valentine-themed corner of a daycare center, with the love ballad from Beauty and the Beast straining softly in the background. Incredibly creepy. A few days later, on Valentine's Day, Sharkey decided to fly out to where she was located in Minnesota. He said, quote, "I am arriving in Minneapolis tomorrow. I would have stated to all women of Minnesota, cover your necks with garlic. However, the only neck my fangs will be in is Paige's neck. Otherwise, she will make me a toothless vampire." Paige's mother, understandably, was completely panicked knowing her daughter has been essentially kidnapped by a pedophilic satanic vampire, going as far as to say Sharkey has brainwashed her daughter. Jonathan claimed he was just trying to protect her until Paige is legally emancipated from her mother. While in hiding, the couple continued to interact on city pages, MySpace, and various other vampire forums where Jonathan would constantly argue. During this manhunt for the two, a child protection agent had reached out to Paige through a vampire forum she was using. Surprisingly, the agent was able to convince the vampiric couple to show up for a legal brokering meeting in Minnesota. Fast forward to the meetup. Sharkey and Paige arrived inside a Faribault, Minnesota community center. What could possibly go wrong? female police officer wrestled Paige away. Jonathan was told by the police to either leave the state or be arrested. He was served an order of protection from Paige's mother and took a bus back to New Jersey. The both proclaimed they never had sex during their runaway period. As crazy as Jonathan is, maybe there's one thing we can relate with him on. A more wholesome side of him. Nope, that's all over the place as well. You probably guessed that since we talked a little about it earlier. So what is his family life like? What kind of relationships has he had? I'm gonna do my best to keep track of them all. This topic can be a bit tricky since there's a good chunk of the women that he's been with not even existing. He's had only 2 wives he was legally married to. His first serious relationship was back in the 80s with a woman named Lauren. They eventually had a son by the name of Matthew. Around this time, Jonathan's grandmother ended up passing away. To Sharkey, this was a life-altering moment. He says this is when his turn to the dark side truly began. 3 weeks after her death, he ended up leaving Lauren for not being compassionate enough about the passing of his grandmother. His hatred and resentment was just too powerful. He wanted an annulment and asked her to leave his apartment with his son. He eventually found another girlfriend by the name of Angela in 1987, but ended up kicking her out for hating his son Matthew. Let's get to the real good stuff here. Lourdes Flash. Lourdes was Sharkey's legally married wife from 1990 to 1999. They had 2 children, one named John Sharkey Jr., and a daughter named Danielle Sharkey. These 2 have a lot of history together. Out of all the relationships he's been in, she's probably the one that dropped the most bombshells. The stories and allegations are all according to Lourdes. She publicly discussed all of this in the other documentary called Impaler. Their first 3 years of marriage seemed normal enough. They attended church regularly and was well known and a liked guy. Things eventually started to shift when Jonathan's obsession with vampires really came into play. It went so far to where he bit her on the neck very hard. Lourdes, of course, was confused and baffled by this behavior.
He started developing this obsession with Dracula and his ancestor, and he started saying that he was a vampire.
Says he ever tried to blood feed with you?
In about our 3rd year of marriage, yeah.
How'd that go down?
He bit my neck. He bit me in the neck, and it was hurting me. So I elbowed him, and I said, "What in the hell is wrong with you?"
While you were married, did you attend church regularly?
Yes, we did. We actually did.
What, was he well liked?
Yes.
When with Jonathan, Lourdes noticed he had many photo albums that documented a lot of his life. A photo that stood out to her was of Jonathan in a large cast all the way from his waist to his ankles. What had caused the serious injury was from his mother throwing him down a flight of stairs.
Because from what I saw when I met him, he had over 7, 8 or more photo albums of every day of his life. I saw one picture in his photo albums where he had a cast from the waist down, and it covered both his legs. So it was from waist to both ankles. His mother had thrown him down the stairs. He destroyed their photos.
His mother ended up dying from childbirth complications when attempting to deliver his now deceased sister, Kathleen. His father would beat the mother, ultimately causing the miscarriage.
He had a sister born named Kathleen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain me what you've heard about that?
Okay, as a matter of fact, I have her death certificate.
You have her death?
I have possession of her death certificate. His mother went into premature labor, and she gave birth to a baby that was born weighing 1 pound, 8 ounces only. And of course, the baby lived only a couple of hours, and the baby died. The father beat the mother and caused her to miscarriage. His mother left a very large inheritance, and it was to go to Jonathan, John, Rocky, whatever. And instead, during the last weeks of his life, of her life, I'm sorry, excuse me, of her life, she changed it from John to her sister, and then from her sister, she changed it to John's son from a previous marriage. I hate to think that that boy is even going to see this film, because he thinks his father is dead. A letter that I wrote, that she wrote to him prior to her death, where she stated, and to you, John, I leave you $1 because that's what you are worth to me. And Rocky left his first wife and that infant when he was 6 months old for the other girl, simply because the girl was a virgin and he wanted to bet a virgin.
In the Law and Order part of the video, when Sharkey was confronted by a news team while incarcerated, it was discovered he has even went as far as to fake his own death.
Rocky made us all believe that he was dead.
Jonathan had everyone believe that he was dead. How?
He just informed everybody through a friend that he had passed away.
So were you around when he had his suicide attempt? What was it, 120 Quaaludes that he took?
He didn't take anything.
It never happened?
It never happened. It was all a lie. It was all a make-up, make-believe. Another one of Rocky, Jonathan, Kathleen, whatever you want to call him, fantasies that he tried to make everybody believe.
Why do you think that he makes things up?
To get attention. He wants to be the center of attraction. That's one of the reasons I left him.
With all the abuse Jonathan endured, this eventually made him destroy all photos of his parents. He hated his parents so much, he signed an affidavit to disown his own daughter Danielle when she was just 2 years old for looking too much like his mother.
When Danielle was 2.5 years old, he actually signed an affidavit where he disowned her because she looked like his mother.
Both of his children have some heartbreaking things to share.
One time he kept hitting me, and I got upset, and I was afraid that he was gonna do something else. So I tried to sneak out the window with my little brother, and he caught us, and JJ blamed it on me, and he threw me down a flight of stairs and put a knife to my throat, saying, if you ever try to do that again, I'll slit your throat.
Do you love your father at all?
Yes. I love him, but...
You love him?
Of course, he's my father. I have to.
Do your friends know?
About what?
You have a father named Jonathan Sharkey who's a satanic vampire running for governor of Minnesota?
Nope.
You don't want him to know either, do you?
Nope.
It's better that way.
Yep.
Does it embarrass you?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Because all I hang out is a bunch of kids from my church, and if I tell them that they might not want to hang out with me anymore, they're going to think that I'm a satanic person.
Are you scared of your father?
Yeah.
Do you miss him?
Kind of. How, he always used to be funny and stuff and act stupid at times. It just makes me laugh.
You actually did have some good times with your father.
He's taken me to, a bunch of races. He taught me how to drive and stuff.
Was he loving? Did he
Yeah.
hug you? And
Yeah.
did he tell you he loved you a lot?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a different person inside of him? This
Yeah.
cat that they speak of?
Yeah. I think that, if he wanted to, that he could be nice, and if he didn't want to, then he'd be mean.
Is there anything you'd want to say to him? See him right now?
Did I miss him that I love him?
Lourdes was fed up with all of this, and a big reason why she ended up leaving him for good was due to Sharkey's desire to dress like a woman.
One of the reasons that I left him was because Rocky had told me that he felt more like a woman than a man, and that he was going to get a sex change. But what was even more of a shock was seeing him arrive from Indiana dressed as a woman. This is when he went fugitive from Indiana. And when he took off his jacket, when he got out of the car, I noticed he had...
Stuffed bra?
He had boo-boo. The man actually had boobs. He was wearing a bra
a bra, was it stuffed? Or
No.
He had
He actually
female breasts?
Yes, he does.
Implants?
No, they can't. I don't think they're implants. I don't know what I don't know.
Was it obvious that
he was a man?
Yeah.
No. When he wears female underwears, female panties, he kind of like tucks it between his legs. I think the man is basically mentally ill. Needs a lot of psychiatric help. And if you ask me, I think there's a dual personality there somewhere. Because there have been times when I have felt that I have been dealing with two different people. Completely two different people.
one being Jonathan?
Yeah, and the other one being Kathleen. There's no such person as Kat. Kat is Kathleen, and Kat and Kathleen are Rocky. He had been physically abused by his mother. At one time, he told me that he had been sexually abused by his father. And that his mother, after losing the baby, Kathleen, had started dressing him as a girl. When he first told me, I was shocked, because I know that things like that do happen, unfortunately, to children in this world, and that I was shocked that it could have happened to him, because at that time I loved him.
Sharkey had another wife named Susan Holtzclaw. There wasn't a lot of info I can obtain on these two, but no surprise, it ended up in Sharkey attempting to sue her like he does to just about every other woman he's with. Spree Moneypenny Sharkey. This is another interesting one. We have some details listed in court documents between these two. So Jonathan Sharkey versus Spree Moneypenny Sharkey. On April 13th, 2007, pro se plaintiff Jonathan A. Sharkey, aka The Impaler, filed this diversity action against his wife, Spree Moneypenny Sharkey, and his mother-in-law, Sandra Moneypenny. In the complaint, plaintiff asserts that his wife engaged in domestic violence, adultery, and defamation of character. He asserts that his mother-in-law intimidated him, defamed his character, and harassed him. He seeks monetary damages. Mr. Sharkey, 42, claims he and Spree met on the internet in August of 2005. Spree was 17 years old at the time. He contends that although he was quite taken by Spree, he told her to contact him again when she turned 18. On October 4th, 2006, Spree once again initiated contact with Mr. Sharkey via the internet. He claims they began dating on October 9th, 2006. He proposed to her 3 weeks later on October 28th, 2006, and moved to Ohio on November 2nd, 2006. He claims that he and Spree were married on November 4th, 2006. The honeymoon period of their marriage was short-lived. Mr. Sharkey claims that 4 days after the wedding, Spree attacked him after she overheard Mr. Sharkey on the telephone saying that upon becoming president, he would impale his father-in-law, James Moneypenny. He further contends that she became angry with him on several other occasions and hit him with a Star Wars lightsaber. He notes another occasion in which he was very ill and his new wife walked out of their apartment. He states on January 26, 2007, she punched him in the nose. Mr. Sharkey states that his wife was unfaithful to him from the date of their marriage and was not acting like a potential first lady. He claims she continued the role play on the internet with men. Spree allegedly told Mr. Sharkey on February 19, 2007, that she was going to go to West Virginia to visit an aunt who had suffered a stroke. She was gone from the marital residence until February 28, 2007. He claims he later discovered that she never left Brunswick, Ohio. On February 25th, 2007, during her absence from the marital home, she used a video web camera to expose herself to a man on the internet. She allegedly began dating a man from Idaho on the internet on February 28th, 2007. Mr. Sharkey claims that he told Spree he was moving to New Jersey the following day. She allegedly asked him to stay, and they attempted reconciliation on March 1st, 2007. Later that evening, however, she went to a goth club with 3 male friends and did not return home to the marital residence. In addition to infidelity, Mr. Sharkey contends that Spree made statements that made him look foolish. She posted negative comments about him on the... In addition to infidelity, Mr. Sharkey contends that Spree made statements that made him look foolish. She posted negative comments about him on the Witch Wars 2 website. He claims she also told him she was pregnant. He claims he released this information to the media during his presidential campaign. He states he discovered on April 6, 2007, that she was not pregnant. Mr. Sharkey alleges that his mother-in-law, Sandra Moneypenny, hated him from the day he and Spree became involved. He claims she assaulted him by lighting a cigarette in his presence. He states he asked her to stop and she hit the right side of his nose with her cigarette, causing him pain. He claims that in October of 2006, when he was arranging his arrival in Cleveland for the wedding, Sandra called law enforcement officials in an attempt to keep him from coming to Brunswick. He contends she continually referred to him as a pedophile. Mr. Sharkey claims that Sandra continues to interfere with his relationship with Spree. He states that on December 28, 2007, he went to O'Hare's bar to retrieve his cell phone and his vampire cross from Spree. He indicates he brought several members of the Brunswick Police Department with him. Mr. Sharkey alleges that Sandra interfered with the officers' attempts to speak with Spree. He further states that his mother-in-law threatened to have him charged with stalking and harassment if he returned to Cleveland. Finally, Mr. Sharkey alleges that she mocked his membership in Vampires, Witches, and Pagans against impaired driving. Mr. Sharkey asserts 4 claims against Spree. He contends that she committed domestic violence and adultery, defamed his character, and subjected him to emotional distress. He asserts that Sandra also committed domestic violence, violated his right of pursuit of happiness, defamed his character, and harassed him. He seeks $4 million in punitive damages from Spree and $2 million in damages from Sandra. Around 2006 to 2008, Sharkey revealed an interesting relationship he had had back in 1988. To sum it up, he met a woman named Kathleen at a family member's house. He was introduced to her and began to engage in a sexual relationship with her, only later on to find out she was actually his half-sister. Spoiler alert, she doesn't exist. Jonathan would make fake accounts online pretending that this is a real person. The photos of Kathleen were just photos of a fashion model named Luciana Curtis.
Explain more to me about the relationship you have with your half-sister.
My father ended up getting divorced from her mother, Lee. I forgot about her, and what ended up happening was back in 1988, while I was over a relative's house taking a swim, this girl was a friend of my cousin's, came in, and I got introduced to her. I thought she was very hot and sexy. I am not one for asking a girl her last name or anything like that, so I took her home, and one thing led to another. I have no regrets, none whatsoever. The night of, June 30th to July, as the morning was turning over to July 1st, in Florida, Kat and I did have a ham fasting.
Can you explain exactly what that means and the process?
It's a pagan ritual of marriage.
Julie was his partner who we see in the Impaler documentary. Julie has always felt she was a vampire herself, of course, making Jonathan the perfect man to be with. This is what weird, pagan-y, vampire-y thing Julie had to say about when her and Jonathan first met.
What was it like when you first met? Were there sparks? Were there when you physically
when
saw each other?
When I first saw him, I was... How would you explain it? This is going to sound corny, but the sun and the moon rose in that moment.
What I can't get over is how much she looks like Sharky. I don't recall anyone in the film pointing this out, but she looks almost identical to Sharky. It totally is tripping me out. Julie was a bus driver who ended up getting fired, and she claims she was fired for being a pagan.
A self-proclaimed witch says she's the victim of a witch hunt. Julie Carpenter says she lost her job as a school bus driver because of her religious beliefs.
I made friends. They were telling me about, hockey games that they won.
Julie Carpenter says she was never even disciplined in her 5 years driving bus before the company fired her Friday.
They fired me because I'm a pagan. They fired me for my religious beliefs because I'm not Christian.
Carpenter's husband announced candidacy for governor last week as a vampire, saying wife Julie was a witch. Days later, Princeton schools requested her removal as driver, saying she was not a role model, but never demanded her firing.
No, we never said that. It was our recommendation that she not drive school bus.
She was accompanied by her 3 children, Jenna, Christopher, and her oldest, Peter. Her oldest son was quite unhappy with the living situation he was trapped in. Here he recounts abusive events Sharky and his great mother put him through.
Me and him got in a couple fights, and one time I had to call the cops on him. And I had to go to my friend's house for the rest of the day. He kind of got real close and was talking bad about my dad. And he was asking me if I wanted to go outside and finish this because he was in front of me saying bad stuff about my dad, and then he had his fist clenched and stuff, threatening to hit me. Then he threatened to kill me once. That's when I went into my room and called the cops.
Is he the first Satanist you've ever met?
Yeah.
Since he announced his candidacy, has it been chaotic? Has it been different? Has it been just the same? Like, how has life changed for you? Your mom's fired.
I think I get more attention in school from people, and it's not always good attention. I'm kind of needed around here more because I need to watch my little brother and sister while they go do stuff. And yeah, that's basically it.
Do you think Jonathan's been good for your mom?
Yeah, my mom seems to be doing good with him. She quit smoking. She's been doing. I think she's really been doing a lot better. I find witchcraft a little weird, like how they have all these, like about the stuff on my mom's altar, how they can like charge rocks and stuff. Find it a little weird. From what I've heard from my dad and stuff, she's always thought that she was a vampire and could do stuff.
Could you ever see yourself just hopping in a car, or sticking your thumb out and hitchhiking and just leaving?
Yeah, I could. I've really wanted to move to California for a while, but I don't know about leaving Minnesota.
Is it because of family and friends, or?
That's what's holding me back from moving to my dad's. Most of my friends in school.
Megan Cochran is a woman Jonathan was with and sued in 2010 for having a miscarriage, seeking $100,000 in compensation. Rakil Dolgorukov Tepish Sharky, aka Rachel. Rachel is another one of Sharky's made-up girlfriends. He runs a blog and has a Facebook where he gloats about himself speaking as Rachel. It makes him sound even more insane. The pictures Jonathan uses of Rachel are really just of a girl named Masha from this Russian bride site, and she's not even from Russia, she's from the Ukraine. People have asked Jonathan to post pictures of the two, but Sharky has never done that. There are no pictures of Jonathan and Rachel together. He felt that they're valuable pictures, and surely someone from the press would pay a large amount of money for these photos. That's his reasoning for not sharing them. Finally, his most recent and current wife is Oksana, who I briefly brought up. They both are involved in race car driving and politics. Not for certain, but I've heard here and there that she's a mail-order bride. I could go even further, and I probably have missed some people because he just has been with a lot of people and has made up a lot of people. But we're gonna end it there. We need to move on. But there's one thing I want to add. One last thing I want to add. One of Sharky's exes wrote a long exposing post on Facebook shedding light on his disturbing behavior we'd only see behind closed doors. I wasn't able to conclude which of his exes wrote this, but I feel it's worth including. When Jonathan's wife left him at the end of their marriage, he rang her and said he had taken a bottle of pills. Thinking she would run to him to save him, instead, she called the police and sent them. When they got there, they found him in the pool wearing a woman's bathing suit and sporting heavy makeup. They came back and told her, suffice to say, she sobbed with laughter. Big brave Jonathan was a violent child abuser. At first he was smart about it and he left no bruises, but then he started to get careless and his ex-wife started to see bruises on their kids. As the kids were rarely clumsy and the bruises were in unusual locations, his ex-wife and stepdaughter concocted a plan to catch him in the act. By pretending to leave the house and leaving him with the kids, but then sneaking back in quietly after a few minutes. That's how they caught him. When she opened the living room door, Jonathan Sharkey was stepping on his 6-year-old son's head. His ex-wife went ballistic and attacked him for such a heinous act. He then hit his ex-wife after he tried to grab his stepdaughter by the throat for her part in helping catch him in the act of hurting the kids. After the stepdaughter avoided the chokehold, Jonathan Sharkey threw a punch, which his ex-wife stepped in the way of, collecting her in the jaw. She told him he punched like a pussy and began to beat the piss out of him. As any decent, sane person would, nothing better than bashing a bully. It was then the stepdaughter opened the front door, and as he had weak knees, a huge fat gut, and no balance, they both pushed him through the door, then shoved the son of a bitch down a flight of stairs. He landed on the bottom like a twisted puppet. His ex-wife prayed he was dead. He also abused the stepchildren regularly when they were younger. He would lift them up by their throats and pin them against the wall and tell them if they told their mom, he would kill them. As his ex-wife was constantly working, as Jonathan never worked and instead relied on his government disability pension, he was very often alone with the children. Because of the threats, they never said anything. That was until he also dangled their daughter, his own child, out of a 3rd-story window by one leg, and told her that if she told her mom, he would throw her out of the window and say it was an accident, that she had fallen out while he was cleaning the house. The last thing I'd like to go over is Jonathan's volatile behavior online. I always try having the people I do videos about involved with the internet in some way, and he has quite the reputation. Sharkey is known for talking shit all over the internet. He will silence any of his haters, whether it's in a comment section of a news article regarding your recent kidnapping of a teenage girl, vigorously defending his position in the situation, or if it's talking to yourself as your fake girlfriend. Jonathan will do it, and it's unbelievably obvious. A good but simple example of Sharkey silencing the critics was on the website valorguardians.com. The article that was wrote about Sharkey just slammed him. Sharkey, watching from the sidelines, could no longer sit and watch. He must fight. Now, since you cunts want to act up, let's act up. I know where you live, so here's a challenge to you both, and any other cunt that works for you. Being from a descendant of the greatest ruler ever, Prince Vlad Tepes, aka the Impaler, I challenge you and those who work for you to a battle to the death in 2 months at Fort Dix, New Jersey. In Jersey, the weak are killed and eaten. We are the greatest, best, and most badass state in the Union. It will be on the lines of the Deadliest Warrior. Then he posts a link to a Deadliest Warrior clip of Sun Tzu versus Vlad the Impaler. No firearms, though. medieval weapons. I will have U.S. Secret Service agents I know from Jersey be monitors of the battle, because I don't trust you domestic terrorists. Like Vlad, I will beat you, torture you, impale you, then dismember you. I will decapitate you all, and your heads will be used that night for a satanic ritual. My God will be praised the day. If you do not accept my challenge in 24 hours, I will forward this email to the media, Soldier of Fortune magazine, Colonel Brown knows me by one of my other names, veterans magazines, then I will come to Ms. with a film crew, I looked that up, I think that's a magazine or something, and call you out. When you step outside your home with cameras rolling, I will go Jersey on you and beat the fuck out of you. If you refuse to come outside, I will show all the world what a bunch of cowardly little fucks you are. I await your response. In Lucifer's name, do Cividania. I think that's how you say it. Ne sangue. Most of the strange things Jonathan posts come from his Facebook. For one, he has an odd desire to have twins. With his twin posting, there's an example where it looks like he took a picture of a child on a school bus, and the caption reads, "Whose daughter goes to this school? I'm just curious," which is not creepy. Don't forget about the growth hormone posts. Knowing Sharky, there's probably some weird reasoning for it. Another display of his heroism would be a post displaying a life insurance policy for his fictional child, while his actual child is in the comments of that exact post asking where their cut is. He doesn't appear to use YouTube anymore, with the last video on his channel Impaler Films Incorporation being posted over 9 years ago. What cracks me up about this little intro for his videos, it says, "I am Prince Vlad the Impaler and I approve of this movie." That makes me laugh because I love when older people and, boomers, they call YouTube videos movies, and I can't ignore that. As the years go on, Sharky has seemed to have not been as active as he once was in the early 2000s. Whether that's by choice or just being irrelevant, this means one thing: where is he now? As of 2021, Sharky hasn't been in the limelight as he was when he was running for office. You can find him on Facebook where he gives his political takes and shares his newest obsessions, race car driving and hockey. Sharky has appeared to tone down the vampire shtick, at least publicly. I'm not sure if he continues it in his personal life. Him and Oksana still remain together as of today. His 15 minutes of fame have ran out and have been out for a while now. The only way I can see him making headlines again is for either criminality or if his wife runs for president of Ukraine, which he states he'll be directly involved in. Other than that, that's where I think his story wraps up for now. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you to Richard Mullinex for reaching out and sharing your history with Sharky. It helped me out a ton with researching for this video. Make sure to follow me on Twitter to keep up with what I'm doing next. If you're feeling generous, subscribe to my Patreon, and I think that'll do it. I never want to do a video about vampires ever again. The gang stalking phenomenon is truly bizarre. It's been around for a long time, but before the internet, you'd probably just see it as schizophrenia. With the internet, thousands of, for a lack of better words, mentally ill people can connect and converse about their alleged government harassment that they are experiencing, feeding into each other's delusions. If they aren't a part of any communities where they can speak to others that are dealing with the same thing, another part of this whole pattern tends to show them documenting their everyday life and their mental torment that they endure.
Sir, you need to get off the phone. No, I don't. Yes, we're taking you to the hospital. I'm going to the hospital, man. Don't worry about me. Hey, I got stabbed right in my chest. No. Hey. I'm going to show it. No. No, I'm going to show it. No. Hey, buddy, keep this on straight. Don't touch my fucking phone. Try and take care of yourself. You can do it fucking without touching my fucking phone, dude. You see this, guys? He's trying to stop. In case I die, he's trying to stop getting alive. I don't care. I know you didn't stab me. We're trying to take care of you. Then stop fucking with my fucking phone. No, we're just trying to take care of you. See that? Guys, fucking get stabbed and they're trying not to let me contact people. To let them know that I'm fucking stabbed right in the middle of my chest. Ugh. Hey. Let me see your phone. No. Yes, we're about to get to the... Hey! Get off my fucking phone! No, get off my fucking phone! Hey, boss. Relax. Motherfucker. I refuse to have this man serve me any medical attention. Hey, listen. I'm in fear for my life with this man. Calm down. Hey! This man's trying to take me. This guy's attacking me. My getting fucking cocksuckers. Straighten this arm out for me. Alright. Hey, brother. It would be a lot easier if you get the fuck away from me. Because I consider you a threat right now. Knock it off. Alright? Get away from me. Get away from me. You're a threat. Please get this dude away from me. Oh my god. Hey. Hey. Alright. You leave my left arm alone, alright?
Sir, I'm Dr. Arnold.
Hey, estimate 5'6",
There's many people we can talk about, but there's one that came off as so odd and not really acknowledged by many. Harrison Briggs' story is quite mysterious despite there being over 15,000 plus videos on his YouTube channel. We're gonna try to shed some light on this guy because he's going through hell. His everyday life, he's not even in the comfort of his own home where he can at least endure these delusions. He's driving across the country 24/7 while in the process of being incredibly paranoid. It's tough to find a lot of info on Harrison due to his entire online presence consisting of him being in his paranoid state, but there was some details about him I was able to obtain exclusively from somebody who reached out to me and wishes to remain anonymous. These text conversations were with somebody who knew Harrison before all of the craziness. The information isn't really groundbreaking, but it definitely gives us a better perspective of the whole situation rather than having to guess. We're gonna read them throughout this whole video because they'll give us some context to certain points I want to address. Earliest video I can find of him shows his whole paranoia really starting back in January of 2013. It probably started farther back than that, but his entire online presence starts in January of 2013. Harrison's story is extremely complicated. He's said a lot over the past 7 years. I know I'm probably not going to get everything right, but like I said, it's a matter of watching shit tons of videos of his and just trying to logically put it together. Let's start by watching his first video.
Hi, my name is Harrison Briggs. I'm going to get right to the point. Lisa, you framed me for rape, and I'm going to expose you on YouTube. Lisa Olstein is her name. Basically, my life has been made into a living hell for the past 22 years because of this lie. I'm going to tell everyone how it happened, how she was paid to perpetuate this lie over the years, a lot of money, and what it's done to me personally and to my family personally. I'll start off by saying, you're a bitch. You're paid tens of thousands of dollars. People know it. You've admitted to it under drug use, and I want to out you. I want to get back at you. I want you to be socially ruined the way I have been socially ruined because of this lie. I'll be making a lot of these videos and exposing more and more about you, but I just want to get right to the point. Some former friends of mine were kicked out of the bar on the main line. They got mad and blamed me because my current friends to this day kicked them out for what they're doing to me. Got drunk, concocted this lie that I committed a rape, and got you to go along with it. Initially you did not want to do it, but after you said yes and everyone started asking you, it just snowballed out of control from there. How much were you paid? I don't know. I was told tens of thousands of dollars because it's been going on for so long. And you've been telling people you need this money to raise your kid. Bitch, get a job. Get a job and raise your kid yourself. Don't lie about me to do it. The lie has been perpetuated and it continues to this day. I am in Miami right now, and it has followed me from Philadelphia to New York to Miami. Don't know what else I can say to get through to you, Lisa, but please come clean right now the way you have to other people. These people are finding out. Thank God it's about time. P.S. You're a bitch.
Right off the bat, you can tell there's definitely something off with how Harrison words certain things. Besides that, he doesn't seem nearly as frantic as he is as of present day. He can compose the events that have transpired in his life in a lucid manner. According to Harrison, allegedly there was a girl named Lisa Alston who accused him of rape. The story goes, a couple of his friends were in line at a bar. They got kicked out by some friends of Harrison's. They got drunk and got this girl, Lisa Alston, to go along with the allegation that Harrison raped her. I must add to Harrison's story that he did sleep with Lisa in the past. He says it in another very old video of his.
22 years ago, Lisa Alston, you and I, we hooked up. 3 different times, 2 different rooms. You gave me your number in the morning. It was great.
Some of the events do sound like they may have actually happened, but it just seems a little much to get a girl to accuse a guy of rape just because his friends kicked you out of the line at the bar. That's what Harrison says, so we're just gonna go along with it for now. So that's how this all started. This whole journey began because of him being accused of rape, as far as we can tell. It's unclear of how far back it goes, but due to these texts, it says that he is bipolar, so I'm just gonna assume he's struggled with mental issues for most of his life, and if not, all of his life. We still don't know who Lisa is, though. I have not been able to figure out who this Lisa is that he's talking about. I would really like to talk to her about this if I could find out who she is. That's if she's even real. But for right now, we can just speculate. Despite him being very mentally ill, he does come off as really based, actually. His whole response to her allegations is kinda epic, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll start off by saying, you're a bitch. Bitch, get a job. Get a job and raise your kid yourself. P.S. You're a bitch.
The people that stalk and harass Harrison are what he calls cultists. These cultists are brutal, physically and mentally. Now you're thinking, just what exactly have these people done to him, besides stalking him and along with some less extreme, minute things that they do to him? You name it, Harrison probably has claimed it happened to him. Some can sound really ridiculous to where you can't help but to laugh. Then there's things that are just outright disturbing. Here's a few examples.
I noticed that they were pulling the hair out of the front of my hair now. If I can get in there and just illustrate a little bit. And so this is a new area of attack for the cultists. It was back here. It's grown in a bit. Using the numbers 1 to 2,000 strands of hair since I got here in January. Could be a lot more than that, but that's the front area they're going after. And they say they pull it out every place but the sides. So it's horrific. It is just horrific. Just noticed I was driving up here to
Fort Lauderdale from Miami. There are little bruises on my eyelids. My eyelids have been held open, and I think it's like a tool or something, maybe like the eyelash curlers or something like that, but I have bruises, so on my top eyelid, I don't know about underneath it, and I'm going to try to go in real close and see if I can get some video of it as evidence. It's brutal. It's brutal. They're holding my eyelids open out of the movie Clockwork Orange. Well, I'm at a rest stop in Virginia. I pulled over. I'm being delivered again. As always, it sucks, and it's very dangerous. Look at my eyelids. So I pull over to go to sleep. Every time I pull over, after I'm on the road for like 20 minutes, I notice I'm fucking exhausted or I have to piss because they drug me. And they spin my head around, they induct me again, part of which now, the brainwashing part involves giving me a hard-on. And they make sure I have a hard-on before I leave. I'm in the back seat with a girl, I'm kidnapped, taken to the car, people don't know better. And so I pull to the rest stop, and I go to sleep because I'm exhausted. And I wake up, I have no idea how much time has gone by, but I look up and I see the interior lights are on in my car. It's set to door mode. So they got me again. It's Thursday night, about 11:22, 11:24. Of course, you can't account for time, The cultists who are here, basically for the past 45 minutes, have been squeezing my balls in the veins inside my balls brutally, waking me up by that. Then I go back to sleep, and they do it over and over and over. I was just allowed to get up for good, and it was 11:22. All of a sudden, it's 11:24, and I hit record. So that's what they do. They just want to find out what I'm going to do in advance. These guys are here right now. I don't think there's a female with them, but they are bad people. This is nothing compared to eye torture or anything like that. It is just a brutal way to wake up. It's not just squeezing the balls, it's moving them around. It's doing the vein inside the ball. It's the ball side itself. I can go into detail about it, and it is horrific. I haven't had that bad in a while. I hope the cultists who are here right now can get exposed.
They're punching him, raping him, pulling his hair out, drugging him, brainwashing him, squeezing his balls. They're using every form of torture known to man. Kidnapping him on the regular as well. We know this isn't happening really, but I'm wondering, are these events self-inflicting, or is Harrison just some form of a hypochondriac? It plays into his schizophrenia. Say Harrison is overtired, so he'll correlate everything into the cultists kidnapped him, drugged him, and all that, so that's why he's feeling like shit when he gets up. Or it could just be some kind of a placebo effect. I don't know, I could be wrong. That's just a theory, I'm not an expert or anything. So, who knows? Speaking of the drug use, Harrison is technically a drug user, but here's the thing, it's not by his own hand, it's of course the cultists.
Good evening, Director Mueller. It's about 11:15 at night. Cultists won again. They always win though, it's just drug them and wear them down. They maybe go to the casino, lose some money. I'm drugged out of my mind. I just drove back down the highway. They won. So there. I mean, do something. You have power. I don't. You have power. Do something. To the agents who is reviewing this, learn something about hypnosis. Why do I have to breathe through my nose? They can check for signs. You must have people at the FBI who know how to check for signs of hypnosis. I have them all. And they had just taken hypnosis to a new level. And I'm guessing there are about a core 20 of them left or so. And different groups come and go thinking they know everything about it, and new groups come, and they just invent more ways to do this. And you have no idea how brutal it is. They say they know how much drugs to give me, so I don't know I'm drugged anymore. It's unstoppable, it's unbearable. I'm starting a 1,100-mile road trip now. They need to be stopped. Do something. Do something.
While researching about Harrison, I actually came across an old website that he had up called harrisonbriggs.com. At first, when I found the link to his website, it appeared that the site was lost and forgotten. That's until I ran it through the Wayback Machine and thankfully found a couple of captures from the years 2013 to 2014. And we're able to access everything now on the site. It's a standard HTML website, very basic. He has plenty of videos we can go through, yes, but his website displays his story much more coherently. Some of the tricks the cultists use to get me to do and say anything. Although I have endured this for years, I still don't know all of their tricks. I do know the cultists have instilled the fear of God in me about going to the police. When I drive down the road and see a cop behind me, my heart starts racing. I'm sure it's easy to be on the outside looking in, but I guarantee you when you are alone in this world, people can be so evil. April 4th, 2013. They steal what little money I have. My home is their base of brainwashing operations. They want to keep me broke, so I have to stay at home where they can constantly brainwash me. I don't have a lot of money, and what little money I have, they steal from me. I just emailed about a dozen people, including the FBI and Governor Scott, about this. For example, on Monday I filled my tank up with gas, and by Wednesday it was empty. They are constantly siphoning my gas. I was told by a female cultist yesterday they stole 8 gallons from me in 2 days from siphoning. I smoke a little over a pack a day, but I have to buy 3 packs because they constantly steal cigarettes from me. I was never a gambling addict, but they induced one in me. They force me to go to the casino sometimes. Even if I do win and bring home some money, they steal that from me gradually. They also just take money from my wallet sometimes. It's 2:15 a.m. and I was woken up again by the cultists. They put me through the induction process about 5 times a day. They wake me up throughout the night and force me to drink coffee. My apartment has been a hotspot for AIDS transmission. As I've pointed out in multiple emails to politicians, media and law enforcement agencies, I've been repeatedly exposed to the AIDS virus while helpless/hypnotized. Still, the FBI does nothing. I was the centerpiece of orgies involving both men and women. Very rarely safe sex was practiced. Cara Griffin engaged in unsafe sex acts with me while breastfeeding her daughter. I was forced to engage in a sex act with an HIV-positive man while everyone in the room laughed and said, "Harrison is getting AIDS." Yesterday, April 19th, 2013, I sent an email to 20 people about this, and not only was it illegally blocked, but there was no record of me even having sent it. Drugs. I emailed the usual people, including the FBI and Governor Scott, about how I am drugged. A male cultist told me a few times that I've been drugged for so long that I have no idea. I know it has been years. Drugs weaken my brain and make it easier to keep me brainwashed. It also makes driving dangerous. A group of people met me at the Portofino yesterday. They were surprised to learn I was drugged. I don't know why. I've made it clear on this site that they drug me. One very disturbing thing that a male cultist said to me a few days ago was, quote, "It's amazing at what a good mood you're in when the drugs wear off. So we drug you again." End quote. That was a lot to take in and maybe even comprehend. The depth to his claims just shows how consumed he is by his delusions. This is Harrison's entire world. Judging from all of this, he never has a single moment of peace or downtime. Now you have a better idea of what he centers around every post or video he publishes. In February of 2014, Harrison would post his last video on YouTube for at least 3 years.
Groggy. Another suspicious hour. Another day of my life taken from me. Another law enforcement approved suspicious hour. I will always press charges.
When he returned, his mental state was worse. This is the first video he posted when he returned.
It's me, Harrison, of course, in my apartment. And I blinked, and I think a half hour went by, so why not document it, make a note of it? Whoever's here may have left. I mean, the other night, I was from midnight to 4 a.m., I cannot account for anything. And my gut instinct tells me I was made to repeat a bunch of bullshit after some torture. I've also been told there are documentaries on me. I haven't seen them. I'd love to. There are books about me. I'd love to read them. I was told once that the people who are doing this know they've been on TV. I'd love to see that. These celebrities who had me tortured or tortured me themselves and then made me appear to be funny and like them, I want to see that tape. I want them locked up for the rest of their lives. I mean, millions and millions of dollars were made off me and I'm broke. I can only afford to get $6 worth of gas or so at a time. So they idle my car. I was told people were mailing me money. Thank you. I never got it. If they were mailing me checks, how were the checks deposited? Sorry, my speech was sleep deprivation. Basically, I don't know anyone. The only person I hang out with, 2 people, mother and stepfather, and they're getting switched constantly, but I think I'm looking at my mother. I think I'm looking at my stepfather. I can't stay in a motel this summer. My quote-unquote mother, the real one, would pay for it. Quote-unquote father, the real father would pay for it. They're not going to. That's why I'm gonna be living in a tent this summer. I don't know who these people are. That guy just called me a fucker. Works for UPS. He's on my property, I'll tape him. Just called me a fucker, works for UPS. There's a truck.
At around the end of June 2018, Harrison decided to take to the road. Leaving Florida, where he primarily resided, his mission? Head to New York and find his mother. This is where his life takes a turn for the worse.
Well, Fort Myers tomorrow to meet my father. That place, people from Philly, they're actually from Newtown Square outside of Philly, on a cheesesteak place like Colonial Boulevard and McGregor. There's a little shopping center there. And from there, I'm going to head to New York and find my mom. I kept saying, I want to go there and see you. And she keeps saying, no, no, no. And then she gets this expression of pain, and I FaceTime her. And maybe she really wants someone to help her, and she's too afraid to ask for it. That's brainwashing. It's powerful stuff. I think she's in that state. I'm sure she's in that state of mind. She wants nothing more than to hear someone come to help her. It's over.
No longer able to reside at a permanent residence, Harrison is either living in motels or out of his car. When Harrison is in public, extremely often he'll take pictures and videos of random people who he believes could be hypnotizing him in the moment, and sometimes even confronting them directly. I'm not gonna lie, they can be painfully awkward to watch.
You don't live here. You don't live here.
Huh?
Do you live here?
No, I don't.
You're not allowed in here.
Okay.
This is private property.
No, I'm a realtor and I'm going to show a unit, so...
I don't believe that. You don't live here. You're not allowed in here.
All right.
He has always done this, but he began excessively doing it once he began traveling. Once he started traveling from state to state, it's like he never stopped. Being on the move like that 24/7 can't be the cheapest lifestyle. This leads to my next question. A big question I was always wondering was, where does he get the funds to continue his nomadic lifestyle? It's definitely very costly, that's no secret. His parents have tons of money. He manipulates them into giving him the funds he needs, as it says in these texts here from a person that used to know Harrison. It does leave you wondering, why do they continue to enable him? Harrison believes his real parents are the ones who give him money, but he can tell when his parents are swapped out with clones when they refuse to give him any money. Now, I know I played this video a couple minutes ago. I just want to play a few seconds of what he says in this one part about his parents that can confirm that, yeah, he gets money from his parents.
Basically, I don't know anyone. The only person I hang out with, 2 people, mother and stepfather, and they're getting switched constantly, but I think I'm looking at my mother. I think I'm looking at my stepfather.
I can't stay in a motel this summer. My quote unquote mother, the real one, would pay for it. Quote unquote father, the real father would pay for it. They're not going to.
I understand them as his parents want him to be able to have money in his pocket. I don't want to rush to judgment since we don't completely know what's happening behind the scenes, but it does make you wonder, especially since they live in the state of Florida where they can Baker Act him. The Baker Act is a law in Florida that allows family members to provide urgent assistance to relatives in desperate need of mental help. Him being on the move, of course, is a factor, but other than that, I'm not sure why she doesn't take advantage of this when he is in Florida. So we'll just have to come to our own conclusion for that. Tell me why you think she won't Baker Act him. That's how I'll milk a comment from you. Present-day Harrison is still right where he started, constantly on the move and mentally diminishing, sadly. One notable thing that had happened while making this video was from August 27th to October 1st, 2020, he completely disappeared from the internet. It's not known why that is as of now. He could have been in a mental hospital, jail, and before his return, I began to fear that the worst may have happened. Well, he's here, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. If anything significant happens, I'll definitely make a follow-up video. That'll do it though. We've reached the end. Make sure to subscribe here on YouTube, follow me on Twitter. Twitch sucks, I'm not streaming there. Just about every large live streaming platform is awful. If I do stream, I'll stream on YouTube. And maybe Patreon if you want to show that you're a good person. That's it. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the support. I worked very hard on this, and expect more. Harrison Briggs is someone I've been asked to look back on and see what he's up to now. There's a lot to talk about ever since my previous video on him. If you want to have a better understanding of what exactly we're going to talk about here, go check out my previous video on him. Every time I do a video on troubled online figures, I usually don't anticipate making a follow-up video if I'm being perfectly honest. Then of course, something happens. For just about Harrison Briggs' entire online history, he went relatively unnoticed, which was very surprising to me considering how many videos of his are out there. He doesn't primarily just upload to YouTube now, he also frequents TikTok. It's much easier to gain traction on TikTok compared to YouTube, but suddenly, an interest in Harrison really spiked. On February 18th, 2021, Harrison uploaded a video to YouTube titled, "Notice the green dot going across my forehead."
I would love to know who is invisible to me and touching me.
I first saw the video when using that YouTube Shorts feature on my phone. I imagine many others found it the same way as well. When I first saw it, I looked at the views, And I was pretty shocked. I did not expect Harrison to get 3.5 million views on a very brief video with little to no context. In the video, Harrison is seen roaming a parking lot in Sunrise, Florida, demanding answers to who is invisible to him and touching him. I'm not going to go too much into detail with it since it's not too much to talk about involving it, other than the fact that it went viral. But this means Harrison has gained thousands of new regular followers. Maybe finally all of this attention can lead him to get some real help. I don't personally see that happening, but you never know.
Now, get ready.
Ever since I made my previous video, Harrison has coined a new and now notorious phrase. I'm sure you know if you've been watching his videos. That phrase is mud you know, or just mud. I'd say about 75% of his videos are titled something involving mud. What does it even mean? Why does he keep saying it? Because in some of the videos that are titled mud you know, or just whatever posts he makes that involve the term mud, sometimes he doesn't even discuss it in the video itself. That's just sometimes is a title he uses by default. So I had to really go back and do some serious digging to when he first started using this phrase, because I know for a fact he started using it probably right after I uploaded my initial video about him. This right here is one of, and if not the earliest video I could find of Harrison talking about mud.
Mud, are you a 1%er? And I think that 1%er means immortal. Are you a 1%er who laughs at everyone with a badge who thinks to themselves, now I know how to snatch bodies and live forever because you know they're gonna end up losing? Mud, you'll never even do a 5-minute website that saves me. Shit, you'll go on national television non-fucking stopping and never do a thing to save me. Never. There aren't a lot of people in this world, there are even fewer who know what they're doing. There are not a lot of people that know what's happening to me. People getting switched. So I guess you're really in the Secret Service, Mud. And one of your goals is to enslave 99% of the CIA and their kids. You're a psychopath, you want to do that to everyone. But this has been happening to me my whole life. I'm 48. So my guess is, and it's probably 99% accurate, you came at me when I was a kid, 4 years old, thinking to yourself, I'm going to take over the whole fucking world through Harrison and his family. Am I right? Am I right? And your definition of taking over the whole world is everyone fucking suffers but yourself.
Let's get to the most important question. Who or what is mud? Harrison is often vague when discussing this, so I took it upon myself to do my own research. As I did a little more digging, I realized Mud is an actual person. If I'm correct, Harrison constantly claims that this is the man following him and abusing him. Philip Mudd. He is a well-known member of the intelligence community and was the ex-director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center. He often appears on CNN as a counterterrorism analyst, essentially a mouthpiece for the American regime. But to Harrison, it's much more personal. Mudd and the other agents that allegedly harass Harrison have superhuman abilities that I talked about in my other video. They can go invisible, switch bodies, and the ability to torment Harrison without any repercussions whatsoever. I have a few more videos to show you of Harrison not only talking about Mudd, but the whole CIA universe that Harrison claims is targeting him. Briggs often speaks of former FBI Director Robert Mueller in his videos as well. This he has done for quite some time. Harrison often speaks on the many school shootings that have occurred over the past few decades. Those are the topics that we're gonna focus on.
Mudd, do you have a daughter? And if so, is I her training dummy? Mudd, have you been torturing me for decades? I stayed in this room last night. Mueller, it's your fault that you cut off the black agent's balls.
I should be the only person in here. Oh, there's a drawing of a person on the wall. I asked my father who that person is. He said it's no one in particular. My gut instinct tells me it is somebody probably up to no good. what aging just 45 more minutes is doing now. Has he been taking, well, does he have kids, and does he have a daughter, and was I his daughter's training dummy, and has he been taking his kids on these great family vacations while I was getting raped and tortured along with other people, and 17 kids never got the chance to graduate from high school? 8 kids never got the chance to graduate from high school.
Mueller, how much does a congressman have to pay you and your agents to stop hypnotizing him? Or her, as in the case of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. How much would they have to pay you and your agents to have stopped Parkland? Mueller, if it were up to me and your other victims, and it should be, you would have been behind bars years ago. Well, no one talks my conscience, but I think that they fucked up a lot yesterday when 2:10, 2:15 in the morning now. I was in Manhattan briefly. They fucked up there. I was at Denny's, Interstate 80 in Pennsylvania yesterday. They fucked up there too. Oh, Mueller, who the fuck have you been negotiating with? 49 years? Is that how long? Who? Every fucking day? The negotiation was over fucking 50 years ago with my grandpa. I don't think anyone fucking negotiates with you. Big fucking lie, kind of like when Mud says shit like, I want to save Harrison and South Beach in front of everyone. That way we know it gets done. Mud, I think that you're trying to enslave 99% of the CIA and their kids. That's what it sounds like to me. Where am I? I'm sure the NSA knows.
From what I gathered, Harrison doesn't see the entire CIA as completely corrupt yet, but believes agents like Mudd are hoping to essentially plague the entire CIA and all of the agents to get them to commit to these generation-long operations of harassment and abuse. He often brings up about Mueller and how he has let this go on and essentially is allowing it. He often brings up about Mueller and how he lets this go on, almost as if Mueller is the one that could put a stop to all of this if he really wanted to. Because he states this has been going on since he mentioned his grandfather, ever since he was born, so Harrison believes this has been going on from the second he came into existence. But yeah, the Mueller part is a bit vague and it's kind of hard to understand, but that's what I get from it, and I'm pretty sure it's about right. As for the school shootings, Harrison states that these agents allow these massacres to occur, such as the Parkland shooting. It's something I hear him bring up here and there, and I've always found it kind of eerie. This leads me to my final words on Harrison for now: the future. What does the future hold for Briggs? Where do we go from here? As someone who has done much digging into his life and observing the events that continue to commence, I don't see things ending well. I don't like to sound negative, but I have to be honest. It would be a miracle if he made a total 180. I just don't see that happening, unfortunately. He's so deep into his delusions, I have no idea where I would even begin helping him if I was a part of his family. I've reached out to him, I've reached out to even his family for a simple statement even. It's difficult to get a hold of them and to get any insight from his family on the whole situation. I don't believe I expressed my concern for not just his well-being in my previous video, but for those who come into contact with him in real life. Harrison can definitely be aggressive if he's put into a confrontation for whatever reason that might be. I really hope he doesn't end up harming himself or anyone else who he think is like an agent on the street. I can totally see something like that happening, and I really hope it doesn't. We have some laughs about certain things that he says and he does. It can definitely be amusing, there's no doubt.
Mueller, it's your fault that you cut off the black agent's balls.
At the end of the day, this is someone's kid who is very far gone. It's a tragic thing to witness even as a viewer. I feel for his family and I hope for the best. That is it for this follow-up on the one and only Harrison Briggs. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it answered some of your questions, especially for the new people coming around. Make sure to follow me on Twitter to keep up with what I'm doing. Subscribe to my Patreon for just $1 a month. I'm going to be uploading bonus content to there if you really enjoy my work and want more. Plus, you'll get a shout out at the end of every video when you do so. I I think that's all I have to say, so if anything significant happens involving Harrison, of course I'll make a follow-up. As far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna leave it here for now. If you have any recommendations for people you want to see videos on, feel free to leave it in the comments. Goodbye for now. Please do not contact or harass those mentioned in this video. Back during a stream I did, a channel was brought to my attention by the name of Matt and Jan Adventures. Matt is a man struggling with schizophrenia and often talks about how he's coming off of his schizophrenia medication. The whole point of the channel is streaming 24/7, and there are cameras in every room of their living quarters. From outside, the living room, the kitchen, so they're constantly under surveillance. By their own doing, of course, because they're streaming themselves, giving everyone an inside look into their life. Sometime after my stream, I decided to take a closer look at this channel because I just kind of skimmed over it, and it was weird, but I didn't take enough time to look at it to notice some of the bizarre things that go on. Now, what happens over the course of quite a few hours, so I'm gonna break it down. This is stuff, in my opinion, I know this is their own doing, this is stuff that should not be streamed.
You're treating me like you are treating me like dude. Did you just hear what I said? Did you just hear what I said? Did you just hear what I stood there and said? I stood there and said that you're throwing in my face. Did I just tell you, you know what? You can't realize what I just said right there and stop throwing stuff in my face, dude. I won't.
So here I wanted to show you a typical theme that you'll see throughout the video. The consistent bickering. It's tough at times to figure out what they're talking about, but I decided to add captions of what I was able to make out. I really can't manage to understand what Jan says most of the time, but when you hear the way Matt responds, you can usually get an idea of what they're arguing about. Here things start to get a bit out of control. This is what I think the argument you're gonna see is about. One of them are playing a clip of Matt telling Jan that basically she's not good for him. This appears to anger her.
You are no longer bringing out the best movie. You are bringing out the worst movie.
This is another important part of the argument that you're going to see come up later as well. The fact that Jan wants Matt's headphones.
Give me those headsets now. Yeah, I'm coming. I need very happy.
You harass me and harass me.
No, I'll take your medicine, I work.
No, I'm living with a trauma.
Give me my stuff alone. Jan, I'm calling the police if you don't stop.
I hope you like
Give my stuff alone.
Things that work on Fox like 300 times a day.
You know what, man? You know I go to the hell and look at motherfuckers say fuck.
So many people that take
You know what? I'm quite capable of making a decision that someone's going to bring the freaking race back. Okay? You know what? You know what I do understand is that everything in this fucking house.
Give me some. You're not person.
This was a crucial moment that will shape the rest of the video. I'm almost certain this is where Jan breaks Matt's headphones in a fit of rage after being restrained by him due to her trying to mess with his sick setup.
Yeah, my fucking contributions don't mean shit. Shit. Why don't you put that in your fucking story?
I'm coming. You. Nobody talk to me. I see you. I'm a good person. Hold your balls. I'm coming. Bitch. I'm gonna come now. It's about one fucking that bitch. Ready. Get ready. Going now. I'm going now. You purposely abused me to this point. I want to be the hospital. And I'm disabled. What one? What fucking one? What fucking one? Bitch, you going? It's not going. It's not going.
As you can see here, on 2 separate occasions, Jan attempts to knock over one of the huge monitors over Matt's setup. This leaves Matt with no choice other than to continue to pick her up and place her onto her bed because it takes forever for her to get up. This process repeats for a while, but then eventually Matt starts blasting music so you can't hear their conversation. After quite a while, the music blasting ends, and Matt attempts to sit with Jan, and to be fair, he was trying to be more civil, but it doesn't seem like that goes well, as they enter into one last argument before the night ends. Then, the morning approaches, which in my opinion holds one of the most shocking moments of the whole video.
You want to go take a walk outside in the daytime sometime on the road?
I want to not be pregnant to stop.
You know what? I'll take care of the steps, okay? I'll take care of the steps. Alright?
Tell me why you stopped saying.
Trying to be a better.
Tell me why.
Because you wanted me to. Why else would I?
You mean to your best friend, and you are lucky. I still like you.
No. No.
Why?
I stopped because you asked me to stop saying it. I did what you wanted.
That is weak.
That's weak? I do what you want me to do and you say that's weak. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, it does.
How does that make sense?
See the speaker knocked down?
What?
See the speaker knocked down?
No.
Right here? All of you. You know why I threw those headphones over there?
What?
Because you fucking broke my shit, you asshole!
Oh, sorry.
What? You're a piece of shit.
You're gonna go to hell, Jan. You're gonna get fucked up, Jan. You know that? You're gonna get fucked up. Keep your shit up. Keep your shit up and you're gonna get fucked up. Keep your shit up and you're gonna get fucked up. Keep your shit up and you're gonna get fucked up.
I take the breakfast on you. Now it's purple, but I take the break. I'll talk to you for a while.
Trying to break my shit last night, you fucking asshole. You tried to break my laptop, you fucking piece of shit.
Well, stop.
Next time you go over to my I'm calling the cops and I'm having you taken somewhere. Do you understand that, asshole? Last chance. It's what's happening. Stay away from my shit, bitch.
Run, just don't you get up, run. I had to buy you cigarettes and so since you're making cigarettes, I had to buy food. I had to spend a whole shit on me. I had to.
Jan, you just want to f*** with me. 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 Next time you go over there and touch my shit, I'm calling the cops on your ass and you're out of here.
Okay.
Last night you asked me, why did I stop saying f***? Because you asked me to, dumbass.
No. Yeah, it doesn't. Because you knew it was wrong.
Jan, you're not going to leave me alone. You're going to f*** with me just like my mother is. You know that? That's what you're going to do.
Matt would then spend the rest of the morning packing up his stuff to leave the residence. Matt would continue to do YouTube on and off with his long live streams. As of this recording, it appears he hasn't been living with Jan, as his most recent video looks to be filmed at a new place, with her not in sight. That's pretty much it though, fellas. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, and make sure to subscribe to the Patreon if you're feeling generous, just for $1 a month. I currently have the extended version of the Cyrax documentary on there, with an additional 20 minutes of footage that's not in the original video. Also, feel free to check out this collab I did with Rob's Media, where I help count down the 30 worst YouTubers. I appreciate Rob for letting me join him with it. Until next time, goodbye for now. Since the launch of YouTube back in February of 2005, the platform has been home to an incredibly diverse amount of content creators. A very interesting type of content that emerged and became one of the most popular types of content are vlogging style type videos. Only so many YouTubers have actually become relevant and successful vloggers, usually for the typical cancerous, high energy tone that those videos have. But there's a good amount of fascinating individuals who also take part in vlogging their lives, just not with the top tier camera and editing in them. These kinds of people don't usually have huge fan bases, more of cult followings and trolls. A notable one I've covered on the channel is of course Timothy Byrne, who if you haven't heard of, go check out the video I've done on him. Others such as Terry A. Davis, Chris Chan, and this particular person we're going to discuss. Well, who's this person we're going to look into tonight? The one and only King Cobra JFS. It's going to be impossible to cover every single event in this video since there's an unbelievable amount of stuff to go through with this person. I want to shout out the channel Bite Size Cobra Vids, who does an amazing job at documenting the life of King Cobra, which helped a lot research-wise. If you want to learn more after this video, that's one of the places to go for more King Cobra documentary type videos that do a great job at keeping track of his life. To start, let's go far back and look at the origins of King Cobra, aka Josh Saunders. The King Cobra JFS channel was created November 17th, 2012. If we were to go back in time, back all the way to 2012, and look at King Cobra JFS's channel, let's see what we would find. Here's one of my personal favorite pieces of early content. It's so minor, but it's just so funny to me.
I had the weirdest feeling not too long ago. I was listening to a Beethoven bits. It was a narration, and I don't know, it's this deja vu feeling once I started hearing about Beethoven's life. It's just weird. What day did Beethoven actually die, you know? No, I don't. Shit, look it up. Holy shit. Chris. He actually did die on March 26, 1827. That's crazy. Well, March 26th is actually my birthday, believe it or not. 1991. Ever since I was a kid, though, it was a Beethoven piece I've always loved. This is fifth? Oh, symphony. Oh my god. For whatever reason, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, I just love it. It's just, ever since I was a kid, I've always loved it. It's weird. Anyway, YouTube, do you believe in reincarnation? Possibility it might happen. Wow. Major deja vu right now. Anyway, this is, King Cobra JFS for another video.
I had to try.
And, thank you all for watching, and, I'll see you guys later.
That video was from all the way back in 2012. Josh claims he might be reincarnated from the legendary musician Beethoven. You'll hear Josh discuss a lot of topics on the supernatural, and you know, I mean, it's a little odd, but not abnormally strange to talk about shit like this. Josh strongly, and I mean strongly, believes in the use of magic. He takes it extremely serious. And he even makes wands himself for people to purchase. Not surprisingly, trolls have fucked with that too. What they did was create a domain named after his wand selling business, since Cobra was using the site Etsy to sell them, not an actual website that he personally owns. Not only that, but then they started linking gay porn on the site, fooling Cobra's customers into viewing gay porn instead of buying one of his incredible wands.
Oh, look at this. I click on the wand page. They even stole my fucking logo. Unbelievable, dude. Unfucking believable. They took the t-shirt design, the fan design for me, and they're using it for their own fucking wands, dude. It's so pathetic. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up that somebody bought CobraCraftWands.com as a URL and redirected it to a gay porn video on X videos. Not only do they redirect the Cobra Craft Wands URL to an X video, it's a video of my friend Alex Campbell. Get the fuck out of here. That is so bullshit, dude.
Before I continue, I need to apply a protective barrier on myself and the video so Josh cannot use any magic in an attempt to cause any harm to me, the video, the viewers, whatever. 1 second. Alright, that's much better. So this is all interesting and can be quite amusing at times, but why is there a good amount of people fixated on him and are devout followers of his? Here's one of the big reasons. Josh does not hide anything. He will talk about almost anything and ends up sharing much of his personal life and drama. No filter. His videos have no editing, which also means they can tend to be incredibly long, especially nowadays since he does a lot of streaming.
Getting wanker scabs sucks, YouTube. That's no lie. Signs of knowing you might have wanker scab. Okay, let's say you're jacking your cock off.
A lot of the videos can be filled with pointless rambling that isn't interesting, but when he isn't doing that, the content is fucking fantastic. I'll introduce his main friends that tend to guest star in a lot of his videos and who play a big factor in the drama that surrounds his life. Stephanie, who is Josh's ex-girlfriend from around 2011 to 2014. Chris, who was a friend in a lot of the older videos, and is also a professional couch surfer. Alex, one of Cobra's friends we see on occasion, who is best known for being a chilled lover. Scrapper Steve, who is a furry and yes, is absolutely vile. Let me play this clip real quick, just so you get an idea of how this guy thinks.
People are raping children. Children are getting adults in trouble, which I think the parents of these children should start being more watchful of their children. So let's just be known to the world and all the entirety of the United States of America. Be watchful of your children on the internet, because they will in fact lie about their age and get people in trouble. It's not right, it's not fair. I think to make it a good example of these children that do these kind of things to adults, show them what real prison is like. Show them what happens to people who betray other people and trick people.
Finally, rest in peace homeboy Scotty, who is a compulsive lying drug addict. The combination of Josh and his friends make for incredible content. In his early days, Josh was enrolled at Job Corps. That's where he met his then girlfriend Stephanie, where they fucked in a bathroom. Tragically, Josh was kicked out of Job Corps in 2012 for getting caught smoking some of the devil's lettuce. The Job Corps days had come to an end. Josh's life only gets more and more interesting from here on out.
Hey guys, this is Chris Moore.
Besides Stephanie, one of the first regular guests we'd come to see would be Josh's friend Chris, who moves into Josh's apartment. Chris was a lazy fella. He didn't work and would be seen mostly in the background watching TV or playing Xbox. Chris was definitely mooching off Josh, in an incredibly awkward video consisting of many long pauses and rambling about nonsense. Josh decides to read some of the comments people have been writing about Chris.
You know, I thought I'd share with you some of the comments people left in the last video I made when you're in it.
Wait, which one was this?
The one we made this morning.
I was totally fucking fake, wasn't I?
You were. You're not helping him by letting him mooch and lay around playing Xbox, opening tuna with your scissors, and keep busting your ass at Wendy's to keep a roof and internet over man baby's head. Thought you were a man up, Saunders. So man up's for, helping someone out when they need it. And circumstances, yeah, I know they suck, but why the fuck is that giant retard wearing camis? Josh, stop listening to Chris and get him the fuck out of the apartment, like right now. Chris should be put down. Chris has a terminal case of dumb fucktitis. Symptoms include being a lazy piece of shit, mooching off your friends while not contributing anything, avoiding work like the plague. Chris should do day labor. He looks like he can do it. Then he goes
what?
Day labor.
What the hell's day labor?
Working a job.
I've done it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Then he goes on to tell you to shut up after you're trying to talk some sense into him because you are ruining his high. Yeah, man, he's a good friend. Wow, looks like you guys are getting along great. How many hours is Chris out of prison? Already destroyed your apartment, already taking your smokes and smoking weed. Wow, kick him out, Josh.
What?
Ouch.
I took your smokes? I didn't take your smokes. I smoked these last night.
Menthols.
Yeah.
Then I got you.
Uh-huh.
That fat bastard really needs to go. He's abusing your kindness, Josh.
Dude, there's not a day that goes by that I don't look for a job. Not a single day.
You have to convince me. Damn, you gotta convince.
I don't gotta convince them shit. It's YouTube trolls.
Yeah, YouTube trolls.
Well, just because they're not trolling you doesn't mean they're not trolls.
Eventually, Josh's dad got sick of Chris being a mooch and told Josh to give him the boot, thus ending an era. His girlfriend Stephanie would eventually move in with Josh, but of course, Josh did something that caused just a little bit of an issue in the relationship. One day, Josh and Chris were outside of a gas station, drunk, when they were approached by a pregnant woman who suggests that they should all have a threesome in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Very surprisingly, despite Josh having a threesome and doing all of that, Stephanie actually forgives him. What really was the straw that broke the camel's back was when Stephanie wanted Josh to have a threesome with her, and he denied it. So what Stephanie did was she cheated on Josh by having anal sex with a friend of theirs. That's really what ended the relationship big time.
Well, this morning I wake up to find out that my girlfriend Stephanie cheated on me. Now, I realize I have no room to bitch and complain about it because I have cheated on her in the past, but that was a one-time thing, and I haven't made an effort to do such things since. But here's what happens. The first time, I wouldn't really count the first time because she said this dude fingered her, supposedly a friend of mine. Turns out she didn't really get fingered by him. He just worked her vagina through her pants, kind of with her pants on, kind of, you know. But then today she tells me that the same dude had anal sex with her. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, so I'm figuring why the fuck is she going to some other dude for this? And I said, Stephanie, look, if you want to have anal sex, look, why they fuck you in your ass? You know, what's up with that? And she goes, well, I would, but you're too big, dear. I'm like, why'd you even do that? And she goes, well, I enjoy it, and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, well, if you fucking enjoy it, then what's wrong with doing it with just me? You know, your boyfriend. And she goes, well, babe, I've told you about this before. And basically, Stephanie wants to have more than one sexual partner. She wants to try that thing, I guess. You know, she's talked to me about having a threesome with another woman involved, and I said, I'm okay with that. But then she says she wants to also have another dick in that, and I'm like, no. Okay, that's where I draw the line. She's like, well, it doesn't have to be anything serious. Now, I could be sucking him while I'm fucking vagina or whatever, and I'm like, no.
Now, if we were to fast forward a couple years for a moment here, we would get to see a more in-depth explanation from Stephanie herself and her whole side of this conflict. I'll let you be the judge of this whole situation.
I'll start from pretty much like the beginning of 4 or 5 years ago. Part of me breaking up with Josh was because, yes, I cheated on him, he cheated on me too, but when he cheated on me, he told me like months later. I had more respect for him and told him the next day. Another part of it was I was going through a lot of changes in opinion because at the moment my self-esteem was going up, like way up, and so I was realizing things about myself. I was becoming awakened in myself, which is something a lot of people in this day and age need, but it's very difficult to get that. Another part of it was he kind of threatened a friend that it happened with, but he also kind of threatened me in a way. I get he was trying to be joking and kinky or whatever, but at the same time, when he said that, I wasn't sure if I should take it as a joke or take it seriously. I took it seriously and I left.
Over the years, you probably noticed Josh begin to lose his hair. Hey, retard, he isn't balding, he has trichoteria.
One of the reasons why I wear the bandana is because I have trichoteria. It's a picking compulsion where the person who has trichoteria, they pick out their hair, basically. I have in the past picked out hair from top of my head in this general area right here. And the reason why I say I shouldn't be so self-conscious about the balding areas on my head, one, it'll grow back, it's just hair. And two, I've seen some goths with half their fucking head shaved, so.
See? Here's a part of Cobra's life I just love talking about. Homeboy Scotty, rest in peace. Homeboy Scotty is a known pathological liar. He constantly is claiming he's gonna set Josh up with a girl. It's a known thing he does. Example, he was gonna set Josh up with this girl Bailey. They were going to meet, but due to some emergency, they didn't. Scotty claims she changed her number because of telemarketers, and they have no way of contacting her anymore. There's a girl Izzy. Scotty makes a last-minute excuse, and it doesn't happen.
My homeboy Scotty found a girl for me that wants to, you know, go on a date and stuff. So some of you might be a tad bit curious to find out how my date went last night. Well, guess what? It didn't happen.
I could go on. Scotty is a liar. Pretty much all events that involve Scotty will include him lying or some shit. It's never good. He was even arrested for literally stabbing somebody in Josh's apartment. Despite Scotty being a scumbag, he brings in some good entertainment. Why do people constantly say, "Rest in peace, homeboy Scotty"? What happened? How did he die? Scotty isn't dead. Not at all. He's alive and he's just alive. It all started after one video Cobra made about Elvis Presley's guitarist Scotty Moore passing away.
So I'm here to play some tribute guitar for Scotty Moore, who was the guitarist for Elvis Presley. He passed away at the age of 80.
This video caused people to constantly post "Rest in peace, homeboy Scotty" in the comments, confusing Scotty Moore with Josh's friend, which led it to become a huge meme.
So there seems to be a bit of confusion regarding my last video. My homeboy Scotty did not die. Now, I posted a video entitled "Rest in Peace, Scotty Moore."
And that's not
guitarist
without
for
a bit of
Elvis.
trolling.
Basically, that should tell you that the guitarist for Elvis Presley has just passed away. And I thought it'd be fitting to play some gnarly ass shreds in his memory. Now, one person commented, "Oh, sorry to hear about your homeboy," or something like that. To which I replied, "He did not die." One person said this, and I responded with, "He did not die. He's still alive." So then that must mean that 10 to 20 other motherfuckers gonna jump in and say the exact same goddamn thing, to the point where I'm just repeating myself. So let me reassure you with this video, my homeboy Scotty did not die. He's alive and well. The double date is still on for Friday.
Cobra hates this meme, and probably just because I'm speaking about it will cause me to be labeled a troll by Josh if he ever sees this. One of the last people I'd like to go in depth with that I consider to be one of the more prominent characters that has also been a friend of Josh's and of course involved in drama, Scrapper Steve. As I said earlier, he's a furry, so expect the worst. Steve allegedly had a relationship with a goat named Moon when growing up. There's a good amount of evidence to back up the allegations of Steve being involved with zoophilia. There was a video that Steve made which was basically a love letter to his goat Moon. That video itself is lost, but I have some old forum posts that confirm the video's existence. Remember, this is all allegedly. I felt it was worth adding that Steven also sells handmade products online. Not wands, but pacifiers. His business is called Lyle's Custom Binky Shop. Can't wait to get mine. Just sucking on some binkies. A very notable event is when Scotty accused Steve of
Try to fuck Josh's girl.
And this doesn't involve Stephanie. This is a girl named Summer that Josh was dating at the time.
Hold on. Let me say it. All right, what happened was, you know, Josh just found a girlie, right? Steve, Mr. Goat, whatever you fucking want to call him, goat fucker, whatever. This is what happened. Try to fuck Josh's girl, dude.
Straight up, Steve was trying to get with my girlfriend.
Yeah, Steve, fucking watch this, buddy. Yeah, you fucking piece of shit, dude. Why did you do that to No. Josh,
What?
say something. Steve's watching, bro.
Steve, why are you trying to fuck my girl, man? That's not cool.
So, what the fuck, man? Steve, say something. Text. Come on, you can comment.
Look at Scott, he's going to hell.
I'm fucking pissed, dude. You call me a liar, bro? Josh fucking heard everything, buddy. He fucking heard everything, homie.
Show did.
Yeah. Keep repeating yourself, dude. Yeah, like, that's gonna make a good fucking comeback. I'm just fucking pissed. Yeah. Call me a liar, Steve, because we all know who the real liar is here.
Steve's just buggered. The only thing he can fuck is goats.
Ooh. Or whales. Chelsea, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm a liar, bro. Yeah, you know. Funny shit, huh? I'm a liar? Josh heard everything, dude.
So did.
Oh, call me a liar. Call me a liar. Block? Bye-bye, Steve. Fuck you, dude. No, I'll unblock him. Or, I don't know if I can. Never mind, I don't think I can. But fuck it. If he's just gonna call me a liar and not talk about the actual fucking problem, then he can fuck off, dude. No, I fucking blocked him. Because all he was doing is calling me a liar. He didn't want to say what really was going on. Yeah.
We may never know the complete truth behind all of this madness here, but I feel it's only fair for me to showcase some of Steve's responses to these heinous accusations of zoophilia.
I am not an animal rapist. I don't fuck animals. I don't have sex with animals. I don't even deal with animals in that faction. Those of you who are out here talking about me, about bull crap, that ain't even true in the first frickin' place, about me supposedly having sex with a goat or attracted to goats. Those of you who are talking about this, I'm calling your fucking bluffs, okay? The shit needs to stop. It's deprivation of character, or deprivation of character, whatever. Which is illegal, by the way, because of somebody named Casey that I went to a fucking con with a while ago because of some stupid videos that I made on YouTube that none of that shit was even true. I'm not gonna take a downfall for a fucking fake ass shit that I was posting on YouTube because, I did that to call people out that were actually that way, that were actually zoophiles. What's going on? My two boyfriends broke up with me because over something that didn't even take place in reality. I'll be like, does these people have circumstantial evidence pointing to me physically having sex with a goat? No, they do not. It never freaking happened. I guess it's just like my life is just like that one song. Pain without love, pain can't get enough pain.
Back in 2017, Josh's channel was found wiped clean of his videos. Was he hacked? Did YouTube do this? Was it an accident? Josh called this a rebirth of his channel, hence the name of the saga. That's what he claims is his reasoning for deleting his videos. Some people came up with their own theories. A lot of people believe that due to his previous relationship with a sex doll that a fan mailed him may be the reasoning. Prior to deleting all of his videos, Josh was going through a very odd period in his life. Some fan mailed him a sex doll that he seemed to really love until some fan mailed him a sex doll, a very expensive one, that he seemed to really, really love until tragedy struck. Well, it looks like I'm not getting my doll back. The police found her in the back of some dude's car. When the police pulled him over for a traffic violation, long story short, they found enough meth in this dude's car to put him in prison for life. And on top of that, the dude was chopping up my sex doll to get the metal skeleton so he can junk it for meth money. So sad right now. I'd given in on wanting the doll, and then fans send me one, and it made me so happy to know so many people cared, but I guess I don't deserve happiness. Josh claimed some meth heads broke into his apartment and stole the wig and sex doll itself to scrap it. That's until Josh made a video showing everyone how he cut up the sex doll in pieces in a fit of anger. Not to mention, someone paid around $1,000 for this thing. This was not cheap.
What I did was rather eerie, to say the least, yes, but out of sexual frustration.
So that's why people think he deleted all of his videos, to completely forget about that whole portion of his life and career. That's a big reason why it's a pain in the ass to find so many videos of his for certain sagas he's been through. Luckily, his diehard followers archived many of his videos. Without them, his thousands of videos would be lost forever. With the self-destructive life a lot of Cobra's friends live, people are often wondering which one of them are going to end up dead first. When I heard one of Cobra's friends died, I immediately thought it was Steve or Scotty. I later discovered it was one of his close friends, Alex Anderson, aka the Chilled Lover.
You know, I don't mind chilling with my fucking homie, man, kicking it when I can. Buying booze, you know?
Shout out to Kay Weber, who donated a $1.99 donation.
Heck yeah, man, right on, dude.
Emerald
Good
City
job, Kay
Growers, Washington State. Hell yeah.
Heck yeah, Kay Weber in Washington State. Right on, man. Good job, guys.
Shout out to a cool guy, Jay. Thank you for the $2 donation.
Heck yeah, man. Good job. Thanks for the $2, bro. From the Cobra and Alex. Good. Thank you, man.
He's cool guy, Jay says Alex is a chilled lover, drug addict. Love you, Cobes.
I'm a fucking drug addict, huh?
No. Well, they're saying you don't do hard drugs, is what they're saying.
Oh, right on. Well, hell yeah, man. Thanks for the support.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks for supporting Cobra all the way, man.
Yeah.
Y'all have my support since you're supporting my homie.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Y'all are some fucking chill people, man. Keep it up.
I wasn't able to find out how Alex died exactly. Fans usually speculate that Alex may have had a pre-existing health condition, or that it was drug-related. Here's a brief way Alex described himself. I'm Alex. I am a friendly guy. I will tell you straight up the truth, and I'll tell you what wrong if I'm ever upset with you. I love hanging out with my mom and my family. I love walk. I'm very tall. And if I have to walk, I can get there in like 5 seconds. LOL. Just kidding. Well, that is me. I don't let people shut me down. I don't let people walk all over me. I lay them flat out, and if I have a problem, I'll let you know. As of present day, Cobra continues to stream and make videos, doing the same thing he's been doing for years. From cooking...
Alright, so now let's begin to assemble this monstrosity of a burger here. A piece of cheese down, just like that. In the middle of that cheese, just like that. A little bit of pink salmon. So yeah, we're gonna spoonful some of that curry chicken on there. That should be enough for the burger. Onto the fish.
Dating advice.
Backing away, backing off is never easy or never fun. Being the nice guy sucks, but it's the right thing to do. And then if you're fortunate enough to be friends with your crush and you value their friendship, you'll back off if they don't feel the same way. It sucks, but that's a part of life. And I guarantee you being the nice guy and backing off will get you a lot more points in the long run. You can be a nice guy and still be an alpha male. You just gotta find that right balance, YouTube.
Whether you agree or disagree with his way of life, it's definitely more enjoyable to watch knowing he isn't playing some character. It can be incredibly bizarre at times. The majority of the time. Let me rephrase that. The majority of the time. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. The majority of the time. But that's just King Cobra JFS for you.
Smoking pot does not make you gay.
literally a constant, very loud electronic beeping coming from the ceiling above my head. Every evening I'm being tortured in this disgusting country I'm stuck in. This vile, disgusting country. I've hacked my IT all day, and now I've got this constant electronic beeping coming through the ceiling upstairs. You come to this country, find me at my flat here, and take me to the United States of America, so I'm never be in this country again, okay? Do it today. These dumbass little piece of crap. So they put another bit on there. Oh, you're gonna hide there. You're gonna terrorise me. You're gonna bloody hide there, you piece of crap. Is that what you're gonna do? Come and show yourselves. Instead of bloody hiding, show yourselves. Instead of terrorising me and hiding, show yourselves. Be men instead of these wimpy piece of craps that you are. Don't hide from me. Show yourselves. Terrorise me and hide from me. Show yourselves. Don't terrorise me and hide there. Piece of crap. You there? I can see you. Peekaboo.
Timothy Byrne. You may know him, you may have seen his face throughout memes, but who really is he? For a few years now, I've been watching Timothy Byrne's life unfold. I first came across the man while watching gang stalking videos. If you're not aware of what gang stalking is, I'll try summing it up for you because we're going to be discussing it quite often in the video. There are plenty of videos if you want to understand what gang stalking is more in depth, so to keep it from getting off track, here's a good definition for what exactly it is. Gang stalking is simply a form of community mobbing and organized stalking combined. Just like you have workplace mobbing and online mobbing, which are both fully recognized as legitimate, this is the community form. Okay, now let's get back to Timothy. I will not be giving out any personal info about him. Everything I'm going to address is completely public information. Timothy is an aspiring musician from England whose social media presence is primarily on YouTube, Twitter, and has had a Facebook account, but it may have been deleted. But I do remember him posting on there quite frequently. Now there's a Facebook like page called Timothy Byrne with over 5,800 likes. We'll be going back to that in a bit though. On his YouTube channel, he's posted a whopping 18,840 videos. That's all him. I can assure that's no bot doing this, and you'll see why that's the case. His channel was made July 7th, 2009. His first video was posted that same day. The video is titled Me Skiing, which, like the title says, it's of him simply enough skiing. He continues to post videos to this day, but before we go to those, let's take a little more of an in-depth look at his roots. In the early days, Timothy would tend to post almost always piano covers, and he would post a lot, and I mean a lot. Eventually, he would then switch to uploading him covering various songs, which doesn't seem too strange, despite the insane amount being uploaded.
When I find myself in times of trouble, oh, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me.
But I noticed something. He only covers a handful of songs, and has at least 100 covers to the few songs that he would sing. You could consider him just practicing these songs, but his style can give you a bit of an eerie feeling, which I'm sure I'm not the only one who gets that feeling. The years would go by and Timothy would upload his usual videos, but that was until one day where we would get to see a different side of Timothy. And this is where it starts to get really interesting. Here's one of the earliest types of these videos, and where shit really starts going downhill. The video is titled, Putting Me Out of My Flat, June 24th, 2016.
Okay, Timothy James Byrne here, Flat Sprung House, Marlow Rosy Flat on the 24th of June 2016. I've just had this through from this estate agent telling me that I've got to get out of here by the, where is it? 31st of August. They're telling me I've got to get out. Telling me now I've got to get out of this flat. They've just sprung this on me today. I've got to get out of this flat by the 31st of August 2016, okay? They decided The easiest thing, after they've been beaten by me in this thing, is now just to do this, because they've been beaten by me, okay?
So we have Timothy discussing some serious personal life news, how he's getting evicted from his apartment. He's clearly distressed, but what you notice from Timothy is that he seems a bit off when he speaks. He's speaking fast, it's quite hard to make out what he's saying a lot of the time.
Police today shut them down and take the money off them. I'm even going on a bit of road trip today. What have I got to do when these thugs are terrorising like this? Shut them down, take the money, understand the long-term effect of them terrorising like this, deliberate terrorism like this. Take them into effect and take into account, take their money off them, shut them down.
And is totally fixated and focused on his own world and discusses about his dentist even at one point, where he clearly is trying to say that his dentist seems to be stalking and harassing him.
Bearing in mind that I just had I just filmed this video where the dentist is messing around so obviously. Now I've just got this letter, okay? Okay, I've shown you why this guy is still doing business. I'll show you the way he's been behaving towards me lately. Now all of a sudden I get this letter, okay? Is that supposed to now goes away for him, does it?
Like I said in the beginning, his case is very similar to people believing they're being gang stalked, and this is essentially just another gang stalking case. The dentist won't be the only one he suspects is stalking, harassing, and basically interfering with his everyday life. Which makes you feel some pity for a guy who's clearly struggling with some serious mental issues. I'm gonna show a couple clips and date them so you can see how his mental state really begins to take a turn for the worst. After the clips, I'm gonna talk about some notable parts of these videos and some key things that I feel I should point out.
There's a Sainsbury's operative on breakdown there. Smoking. Should we go and find him? Let's go and find him. We still got a phone. Just go and find him out of interest, Joe. Keys on me. Gone away. Oh, there we are. Oh, you're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, right? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? Stay there. There you go. Show us the phone now. No problem. You're from Sainsbury's? You're from Sainsbury's? You are from Sainsbury's? You're from Sainsbury's? I've seen you before. You're from Sainsbury's. I've seen you before. You're from Sainsbury's. I've seen you before. What's the problem? What's the problem? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? This point, I've gone outside. I've gone outside. It's flipped to the other part. It's flipped to where I was before. I have to. The two are linked, aren't they? Okay, so I have to find the right point in the video now. I'll do it from there. There's DHL van this afternoon, parked right across his pillars where you can hope to get past. There, just there. The dentist, stop it there. The dentist driving past. The dentist now driving past. It's the dentist driving past. That's the dentist driving past. I know it's him because it is his car and I saw his face in the car. Okay? He's driving past right when I'm saying that outside the door in the video. How did he know? He came, in the video, you can see he came from the end of the street. He came from the street where Marks and Spencer's and turned into this street. He went past doing this. He was driving his car past. He went doing that as he was driving past. Okay. He came from the street where you can't even see. You can't see my front door. The street he came from, there's cars going on. You can't even see my front door. Yeah, he came around the corner at that point. How did he know to do that? I need this question answering. Okay. But Chucky Bear is confused as anything, aren't you? She's rubbing her chin as well. She's confused also. You're rolling. Right, there's a camera. Is the camera rolling? Timus, how you doing, pal? Timus. Well, tell you what, you got the swiper. What are you watching? Timus, I can get a complex about my piano playing. My piano playing seems to be. I don't understand why. I'm just some guy who plays the piano like everybody else. My piano playing is so attacked. I don't understand why. I had a visit from my neighbour from this side, from through here. She was bringing around some curry for me, and I don't eat curry, so I said no thanks. I don't want curry, thanks so much. And I'd eaten anyway. And she was talking about. Can I play the piano with a damper on all the time and stuff like that? But I mean, we had a compromise where I could play the piano, in the daytime. But she's asking me to play it with a damper. My piano playing, I can't. How can I practice playing my piano playing if I'm getting these constant things like worrying and waiting from here? If I get this real complex about my piano playing being so attacked, and it's starting to piss me off because I'm trying to. She wanted to give me. She had some curry for me, and when it came around after I'd done my video, I wanted to have some curry for me. I wanted to give me guitar lessons as well. So I said, well, if I want guitar lessons, I'll go to at this stage, because people are behaving so strangely to me around here. If I want guitar lessons, I'll go to a proper guitar teacher. But for now, thanks, love. But I mean, I'm at the point where I'll refuse your hospitality because really, people are just behaving too strangely. They're constantly attacking my piano playing and things like that. And I had people that I was trying to make a piano video today. I had vans parking out here. I was trying to make a piano video. So I'm just saying something. I thought that was a bit weird tonight after I made it. So Teddy, you ponder on that.
One of Timothy's earliest videos of odd behavior that you saw was actually lost for quite some time. Until the full thing was uploaded in March of 2019, you could only find bits and pieces of it on the internet. I'm not sure if this was deleted by Timothy himself or if there was more to why it was taken down. In the video, Timothy is seen recording a Sainsbury's supermarket employee from his kitchen, which is a supermarket chain in the UK. He then runs outside struggling, trying to catch the supposed Sainsbury employee, constantly repeating, "You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you?"
Oh, you're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you? You're from Sainsbury's, right? You're from Sainsbury's, aren't you?
Like, he constantly repeats that. The person re-uploading this states, "In his haste to confront the worker, his trousers become loose, impeding his movement. After the long chase, he eventually catches up to him, but only seems to repeat himself, taking no kind of action whatsoever, even though this whole thing seemed to be building up to some big confrontation. He just walks away and goes back in his house." Now, here's where you're gonna hear more about the whole dentist fiasco. You'll notice in his videos during a period of time he'd bring up his dentist and indicate that his dentist is also participating in this gang stalking like behavior, which seems to affect him because it prevents him from making videos of his musical skills. From what I can understand, he states that his dentist drove past him while recording a video and claims the timing is too strange, and that when the dentist drove past, his dentist was scratching his chin in the car like this. I'm not sure what that seems to mean, but Timothy sees it as no good. After that, he shows us his collection of stuffed animals. I'm sure there's a lot more that I missed, but from what I've gathered, their names are Temus, Clutchy Bear, Chucky Bear, and Teddy. The one he favors the most seems to be Temus, as he is seen most often with it, in my opinion. Seems kinda odd, but sometimes a guy just needs a teddy bear. Timothy isn't a fan of neighbors. If you're his neighbor, know you're on thin fucking ice. If he leaves his door wide open and you happen to walk by and concerned by his strange behavior, you're the enemy. He'll drill it in your head that he's putting you out of business, even though I'm not really sure what that means.
Hello. Are you okay? You need help. Tim, do you need help?
Are you out of business, I'm trying to do something?
Sorry?
Are you out of business is what I need.
Sorry, I can't get you.
I need you out of business.
I have a business.
I need you out of business.
No, I need you out of your business.
Yes.
Well, I am, but you seem to be so angry and slamming doors. So
Yeah, I need you out of business, sunshine. For messing me around. For messing me around, I need you out of business, understand it?
I'm not messing you around.
Yes, you're messing me around. You've been messing me around. You've been messing me around for God knows how long, and I need you out of business for doing it. Okay, you understand me? You're messing me around for God knows how long, and I need you out of business for doing it to me. Okay? You understand me?
No, you're just slamming doors, and I'm just.
I need you. You've been messing me around for so long, and I need you out. But you think you're playing these clever games with me? I need you out of business, sunshine. You understand me?
Oh, I need you out of my business.
I need you put out of business. Okay, sunshine. For messing me around. For coming here and messing me around all the time.
Why should I mess around with you, bro?
You are messing me around. You know you're messing around. I know you're messing around. You know you're messing me around. Okay?
I'm not messing around with anything for you.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That's for you. I don't know why you feel that.
You're messing me around. I know you're messing around. I want you out of business. Okay, you understand me?
Out of my business.
I want you put out of business. Okay? Yes. Sorry? I don't care what's fair. I want you out of your business. I want you put out of business. I don't care what you think is fair. I don't care. I don't care about your point of view or you. I want you out of business, okay? You're messing me around. Yes, you are.
Timothy, as of present day, seems to really discuss how a group of builders at a construction site next door constantly harass him. You're going to be hearing it a lot.
Oh God, I can't believe they're doing this. They're running this building. Here are these vile, non-human beings running this building site right next to where I am here. I want to be a United States citizen away from this country. I'm being abused in this country. My human rights are abused in this country. I want to be a United States citizen with a pathetic, vile country. So once again, these vile thugs are running this building site, running these enormous construction machines. Right, this is where I sing. This is where I do my singing, playing guitar videos. They're running a construction site. Right, this is where I sing and do my guitar videos. These thugs here playing on me, and these vile thugs in this country I'm stuck in playing on me like this, okay? I'm being hacked on my PC. So that's an example of how I'm being hidden in this country. I'm being hidden in every day in this country. The date check for you, it is the 28th of February, 28th of the 2nd, 2019. That's very, very clear on that. Get me a United States citizen, get me away from these vile, disgusting thugs. These pathetic thugs are running right outside. This is where I want to sing it and play the guitar here today. These vile, disgusting, non-human being thugs are doing this outside my door. I want to be a United States citizen away from this. Get me, come to this country and rescue me.
It's been 4 years since these antics started. Have they become worse? Unfortunately, yes. He has seemed to only fall further into his delusion. Something very unusual that Timothy does is he tends to give out his address to extensive lengths. He states his address in just about every single one of his social media posts. Enough to where trolls would do things such as the usual flooding his house with pizza deliveries.
I've just had a Papa John's pizza delivery guy trying to deliver me a pizza here in my flat here, which I did not order. The date is, I'll show you why. The reason I didn't order the pizza is I'm actually cooking my lunch. This is me cooking my lunch. Okay. Why would I order a pizza when I'm in the middle of cooking my lunch? I wouldn't order a pizza when I'm in the middle of cooking my lunch. You know what? I think somebody might be messing me around with the pizzas. Do you? Teddy. Teddy knows these things. Do you think so? I think so, girl. I think so, girl.
It has gotten so bad that he's getting checkups by law enforcement due to continuously posting his address online, which appears to be some apartment complex, so they come to tell him that people are tired of him attracting all this unwanted attention and potentially putting himself and others in danger.
Excuse me, someone's just knocking at my door. Someone's interrupting me. Someone's interrupting me at this point. Someone's deliberately interrupting me. Can I help you?
Hello, how are you?
Alright.
Yeah, we've come to speak to you. How are you doing?
Fine. Why are you speaking to me?
Just because we've been made aware by some members of the public, they're a bit worried about you because they've seen the things that you've been putting on Twitter and that you've put your address on there.
Stop doing this on me. I don't want to speak to you about this, okay?
I'm
allowed to put myself on Twitter if I want to. People, I'm being harassed in this place. I'm being harassed by this building site next door. You said this before. I'm not prepared to speak this, okay?
We're here because we're concerned because I know you can post stuff on Twitter. You're completely within your rights.
You're interrupting my making video. You're interrupting my making video.
Okay, I'm sorry. We won't be long if you let us talk to you. We're concerned. Obviously, you can go on Twitter, but the fact that you're posting your address on there and you're attracting unwanted visitors, and we're just a bit concerned for you in that aspect.
We just don't want people finding out who you are, where you live, and taking advantage of you.
Yeah. I'm being harassed at the ends of the earth by these builders here, okay? Every day. I'm not happy with the situation I'm stuck in, okay?
Okay.
I'm trying to make it aware that I'm being harassed by these builders every day in my life in this global place I'm stuck in. You be here when I'm doing this, when these people are harassing me, okay? You don't understand what's going on. You know you're interrupting my video to harass me again. Please leave me alone. Please go away. Please leave me alone. I've spoken to you about this. I want to put myself. I'm quite happy what I'm doing on Twitter. Please leave me alone, okay?
Okay, but do you understand the concerns that
Yes,
we
I do,
have?
but I'm concerned. I'm being harassed by these people over there, okay?
What are they doing?
They're running bills right next to me every day. I paid my year's rent in advance. Now they're running bills right next to where I'm doing my videos that I'm making here. You know what's going on. You're just playing against not me.
What are they doing that's bothering you?
For God's sake, they're running bills right outside the door and doing my videos when I'm trying to make my videos, okay?
So is it the noise that they're
Yes, the noise they're doing deliberately to screwing around.
Okay, well, what advice I can give you to do with noise is obviously if it is building site.
No, do it. I'm staying in this place. I need them shutting down as well. I can't be living in this stupid place when it's straight like this all day. I'm not shouting. I'm telling you what's going on. Please leave me alone. Would you? I've said my case here. If you keep running that building site, I'm making these videos and posting what I'm doing. Okay?
But we're unaware of the building site.
Yeah, well, if that's going to keep running that speed, I'm going to keep making myself aware that I'm stuck in this place where people are harassing me all day long. Okay? You stop the fact that people are harassing me all day long. These people here, not me. These are the people that are the problem, not me. Okay?
Are you privately renting?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna suggest if you're not happy, then maybe looking at alternative.
I don't want to be forced out here because they're running bills next to me. This is wrong. I should be in the situation. I paid you reassuring events. They're running bills next to me. This is wrong. I should be put in this situation. Okay? Right. I'm being persecuted in this godful place we're stuck in.
Do you have any support, like people?
I don't need any support. What I need is these lots shutting down, so I'm not stuck in this godful place and I'm being harassed every day. Okay? That's what I need.
Okay. Are you happy?
You're not helping. You're not helping. All you're trying to put something. Instead of helping, you're trying to put something. You shut them down. And they'll be happy. Right?
I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying.
Please leave me alone. I want to make my video now. You're interrupting my video. I want to make my video. Can you please leave me alone?
Okay, we just need to check that everything's okay.
I'm fine.
You're safe and well.
I'm not safe because them. They're harassing me.
Is that the only problem?
Yes.
Okay. Have you got any family in the area?
Not in the area.
Timothy truly doesn't see what he does as dangerous to himself or others. No matter what you say, he will express how loud his neighbors are and how he believes they're harassing him. That still doesn't answer why he's giving out his address, but I think I've pieced it together, and this video he made perfectly explains his reasoning.
These vile, disgusting turds that they're literally terrorising all day by running bills next to me when I'm trying to make videos, and then they're hacking my piano videos so I can't make the videos. I'm asking you to please come to this horrible country, rescue me tonight, every day. I can't be stuck in a situation where I'm really under threat. My life is under threat. And these bastards playing me like this. Please, they're stopping me at this house and suppressing me by. I can't now film my piano videos today because they're hacking my PC. Okay. I would show you what's on television. They're running these. They make the most god awful. You understand in this country they make the most god awful dweeby adverts. The most dweeby. An example of this dweeby adverts they make. I'm watching Starsky and Hutch at the moment. I'm watching this Starsky and Hutch show after show going on. And now no satellite. You see that then again that I don't get satellite signal. They're probably jamming that as well, so I can't get it.
His reasoning for posting his address to very extensive lengths is because he wants someone from America to see one of his posts or videos, buy a plane ticket to England, head on over to his address, and rescue him to America where he can make his singing and piano videos in peace. Which, yes, is a completely unrealistic benefit to posting your address online. His behavior has attracted a little cult following, often on platforms like Facebook, 4chan, and Reddit, using his ominous photos for memes and discussions on his latest antics. The best example is this Timothy Byrne Facebook page that isn't the real Timothy. It's simply a fan meme page that has found some success due to the strange nature within Timothy's photos that often show his big smile or blank expression that tend to work great for shitposting content. His face tends to be covered in sweat for unknown reasons, most likely due to maybe a medical condition or just always being stressed out, and it always seems to capture your eye when you first see them. Okay, here's what I've personally come up with. Timothy is a man who's an aspiring musician and actor, but cannot seem to reach these goals due to his mental illness, being consumed by paranoia and delusional thoughts that everyone around him is conspiring to stop him from reaching these goals by organized harassment. It's unknown what seems to really have caused him to fall down this path in life, but we can only hope that himself or his family takes some sort of action to get him the help he needs before he hurts himself or others. I can't imagine posting your address online will turn out well. Well, here we are again. I didn't expect to do a follow-up video for this, but I was asked, and so much has happened since my last video on this topic. That video was about the man, the myth, the legend, Timothy Byrne. If you want a better background of the guy, go to my previous video because I want to get right into the recent events. We last left off in my previous video with things really taking a bad turn. Timothy was very upset with the construction site by his apartment, which interfered with his daily routine.
This is where I can hear the noise when I'm trying to play the piano. There's all that banging noise you heard when I'm trying to play the piano coming from there.
Frequently was getting complaints by his neighbors.
This guy keeps banging my door.
Visits by the police.
Someone's interrupting me. Someone's interrupting me at this point. Someone's deliberately interrupting me. Help you.
Hello. We've been made aware by some members of the public. They're a bit worried about you because they've seen the things that you've been putting on Twitter and that you've put your address on there.
Stop doing this on me. I don't want to speak to you about this, okay?
Falling further into his delusions and overall having his mental state deteriorate rapidly. A whole lot more has happened. As I've said, his mental state was going down and was getting increasingly more aggressive towards the construction site and neighbors, but Timothy ended up doing something nobody saw coming. If your kids are die-hard Timothy Byrne fans, like some people claim, they need to leave the room immediately. I'll wait. Around August 29th, 2019, Timothy began posting naked photos of himself in almost every single post that involved a photo. Obviously, I'm gonna censor it quite a bit, but he at first was showing off his hernia scar, but then began just taking every bit of clothing off. Why did he get completely naked?
The world may never know.
Some pictures that were shocking even for Timothy's standards were where he clearly just got done masturbating. The response he got from his followers is exactly what you would expect. Another one shows some whipped cream that just so happenly fell onto Tim's pecker. It's hard to find these not amusing, but they're also very disturbing at the same time. Tim being naked was concerning, but not as concerning to me. What was most concerning was when he began getting naked and taking pictures with his apartment door wide open. That immediately led me and many others to believe that he was eventually going to work his way outside with no clothes on, probably to teach those construction workers a hard lesson. This would go on a few weeks until Timothy goes dark. No uploads and only these tweets before almost completely not tweeting anymore either. During this blank period, a ton of speculation was going around on just what exactly happened to Timothy. The majority believed he was taken to a psychiatric center, or section as they call it over there. Details are unknown whether it was due to all of the neighbors complaining about him, his social media posts, continuing his harassment of the construction site, his family. Whatever the events are that led to him being taken there, it was probably the best possible outcome for him. While Timothy was unable to check his social media accounts during his time in there, he did end up getting hacked on YouTube and Twitter, unfortunately. Videos being uploaded and tweets being posted claiming he's doing better and even attempting to sell his accounts. Tim's followers did not appreciate this being done, and therefore it received a lot of backlash. Uploads to his YouTube account would occur every once in a while, but it was often difficult to figure out whether these were actually Timothy making a quick upload or something, or hackers continuing to impersonate Timothy and troll his followers. The exact date of Timothy's return isn't 100% clear, but sometime around the date, October 22nd, 2019, Timothy had returned. This was eventually confirmed by a series of tweets after his initial return, and then there was pictures of Timothy that were clearly updated. He had longer hair, looking a bit rough, and of course his daily tweets eventually returned. He has yet to regularly continue his YouTube uploads. A potential reason for the lack of uploads on there could possibly be due to the medical staff that watched over him, encouraging him not to upload, maybe believing it caused his mental health to decline if he even realizes that, or maybe he's locked out of his account from being hacked, even though you'd think he'd just make a new one if that was the case. It could just be Timothy doesn't feel like uploading, although it doesn't seem like him to just not upload, knowing how he has his very strict routine he goes about on a daily basis. It just feels out of the ordinary. These are just my theories. There's not too much to confirm what is true and what's not. Either way, Timothy is back and is active daily on his Twitter, actually posting normal pictures each day. Instead of peepees, He's posting pictures of white pussy now. Surprisingly, he hasn't complained about the construction site or have been up to any of his usual schizophrenic antics. Publicly, at least. It seems he has improved, at least for the time being, although I can't lie, I miss those Let It Be covers. Let's hope it stays like this and those disgusting, vile people stop trying to erase and harass our boy Timothy, who has some pretty epic foreskin.
Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new video. Listen to me. This part of the video right here that you're listening to as I speak is the most calm and relaxing part. I would say get some popcorn, sit back and relax. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to even eat the popcorn, let alone relax. If you can, God bless you. One last thing before I start. There will be an extended version of this video that will be available on my Patreon for just $1 a month. It will have at least an extra 10 to 15 minutes or more worth of bonus segments. If you don't want to, that's fine. I just really hope you enjoyed the video, and I thank you for your support. Some of these interesting personalities we end up really enjoying, despite their flaws and the strange ways they operate in everyday life. Keyword, some. Others I feel like embody the creation of some sick, sick individual. Cyrax is one of those people. I want to thank Anus Cabbage 12 on Kiwi Farms for the incredibly detailed thread and all of the Cyrax archive channels out there. It made dissecting the very many events much easier. Cyrax, otherwise known as Chance Wilkins, has been around for quite some time. Cyrax started back on YouTube in 2009 and began uploading anime music videos in 2011. That's the only thing I personally have in common with him, just for the record. He eventually began uploading videos of himself showcasing more of his artistic abilities.
hear the voices? Do you hear the cries? Do you know this me with me, watching me through my eyes? Do you know this in my head? Do you know this in my self-control? Do you know this when I want me? Do you know I have these souls?
Immediately, a viewer will notice Cyrax's striking physical deformities. It is unclear what condition he suffers from, but followers of his believe it to be a form of progeria or cleidocranial dysplasia. Yeah, the condition that kid from Stranger Things has. Man, how I'd love to kick that kid right in the chest, if in a life-threatening situation. So what's Cyrax's goal, ultimately? Well, you see, Cyrax has a dream of becoming an incredible musician, a modern-day Beethoven. His specialty is in vocals, to be exact. Now, not only do Cyrax's talents involve music, but he tends to flip-flop from one career to another, oddly reminiscent of Jonathan Sharkey, who I did a video on, who's this bizarre political vampire, and in his later years, he tended to flip-flop. Like, he wanted to be a hockey player, he wanted to do race car driving. Funny enough, Cyrax also wanted to do race car driving, but you'll notice that a lot from people like this is these online personalities who are very amusing and laughable. You'll notice a pattern in them constantly going from one career path to another. It's almost like they're permanently in limbo. They never know what they're going to do with their life. Let's discuss what we know about some of Chance's family members. We'll start with his father, Rupel, who Chance used to live with. Right off the bat, I must say, his dad is not a good person. On July 26, 1994, Rupel Mark Smith raped a 14-year-old girl on a bike path. Police gained a detailed description of Chance's father publishing a sketch in the local newspaper. Once it was brought to Rupel's attention that police had published a sketch of the suspect in an effort to cover his own ass like the criminal mastermind he is, Rupel called the police, claiming friends of his said the sketch resembled himself, and asked for a description of the suspect. Of course, the police found this incredibly suspicious. A day later, a mailman told one of the troopers working on the case who he believed the sketch he saw in the local papers resembled. Police then visited him wearing a wire, where they calmly spoke to him to receive a confession. This was successful and led Rupel to incriminate himself. Not to mention, the tire tracks found at the crime scene matched those on his bike. Rupel served 20 years in prison. He now lives in Alaska, where he changed his name to Angus. That's not where the story ends for Angus. A pair of Cyrax's trolls, Marty and Schmeckle Cat, these two here came across a Pinterest account that was by Angus, full of pictures of underage boys in drag. Here's a few highlights from a live stream that these two did, and actually got Cyrax's dad to join it. It's pretty bizarre.
Angus.
Yeah, about time you answered on this thing.
You weren't backstage here. I would not pass up an opportunity to speak with you. Yeah, so I guess like my first question is, because I looked at your Pinterest, and I was kind of horrified at some of the pictures and the comments.
Those comments were not made by me, Marty. Those comments were on the Pinterest pictures when I loaded them.
Okay, what was like your campaign for raising trans youth awareness?
Because one of my coworkers, Austin, who is a trans male, was getting harassed at work, and he wanted to help doing transgender awareness.
It just seems like odd because it was strictly pictures of kids, like boys in dresses, and saying that they're easy to convince. Like,
as my ex-wife Scarlett was telling you, before, those weren't the only images we used. Those were just some of the best pictures for what we were doing.
Okay, I'm going to look back at some of these pictures here. The one that really strikes me is that young, feminized soccer boys are easy to convince. What are they easy to convince?
Those comments were part of the picture. When we copied the pictures, we didn't use the comments that were on them. Those comments were already on the pictures on Pinterest.
Feminized soccer boys are easy to convince. Like, what drew you to this picture?
The reason we selected those pictures is because the high prominence of transgender youth nowadays.
Sure.
Information on Chance's mother, Connie Jean, is scarce. All I know is that she has been deceased for at least 30 years and possibly due to a house fire.
Connie died in a house fire while I was in prison.
Bill Wilkins, Chance's brother, who inspired him to get into music, died of cancer and is believed to have had AIDS as well. Now, he does have other siblings, but he doesn't know anything about them. They don't interact with him, so they're not relevant. Finally, we have Chance's grandmother, Sally, who he currently lives with. Chance's grandmother got married around the age of 14, while her husband, Chance's grandfather, whose name is also Bill Wilkins, was 25 years old. I want to save some of the stuff involving his grandmother for a little later in the video, so now you got the gist of this hellish universe. This is just the tip of the iceberg. One of Chance's earliest known girlfriends was a woman named Heather. which can be seen in a video from 2013 that I'll talk about more in detail later on. As far as I know, no further information is out there about her. Candle Smith wasn't exactly a lover of Cyrax. She was originally a viewer that was a regular in Cyrax's chat. Candle states that she was nice to him simply because she felt bad for him. This resulted in Cyrax growing a strong affection for her. Candle is a character of her own in various videos detailing the harassment she endured from Cyrax. Although she is right to call him out, she's also quite bizarre to watch.
This is a video to prove how bad of a stalker Chance is. He sat there and found out where I live, called my landlord, psychopathic maniac. You're so stupid, kid. Leave me alone. I don't like you, never liked you. I was nice to you because I felt bad for you, and then I found out you're a liar. I don't bother nobody. I go straight to work and come home. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't fuck with you. You just butthurt because I won't date you.
You need to stop stalking my fucking page. And honestly, you need to leave me the hell alone. I did nothing to you. I don't understand why you're doing this, but it needs to stop. And by the way, I'm not in the wrong here, little girl. The one that's in the wrong here is you. Because you don't know how to stop being so fucking obsessed over it. And by the way, you don't work for the Akron Police Department. Because guess what? I have friends that have been security guards at my high school that I know that have worked for the Akron PD. And guess what? I asked them. And newsflash, you don't work for them. So you need to stop fucking lying to people. You need to grow the fuck up. You need to leave me the hell alone. Stop stalking my page. Stop making videos about me. You need to stop in general.
Yeah, so do you.
And that doesn't include the shit that you stole from me.
Yeah, stealing my ass.
Which is one of my iconic characters from my music. So I can easily have you on copyright and trademark infringement.
Right.
So I suggest if you don't want to go to jail for
Love
all
the threats,
those
dude.
fucking charges, you back the fuck off.
Love
I'm
the
sick of
threats,
your
thank you.
bullshit. You need to leave me the fuck alone and grow up.
Thank you for the threats.
And that is not a threat. That is a fucking promise.
Ooh,
that
so
I
you're
can't
promising
call
that
cops.
this will
You
happen.
do not stop. So I make myself clear.
End of message. Delete. Press set. Resave.
Hey, bitch, you don't know me. I'm getting Jay and I don't fucking play. So, you talking about fighting? Meet me at Walmart. I ain't pregnant at all, bitch.
In the last video there, you could hear not only Cyrax, but a woman also joining in on the banter. That woman is Heather Kraut. This is the other Heather I was referring to, a real-life girlfriend. Heather and Chance met online. Like in any love story, Heather ended up ditching her previous relationship, which was with a woman, left behind her hometown, work, kids, for one thing and one thing only: to be in a relationship with Chance Wilkins. This is a troubling relationship to have to view. Not only are the videos cringeworthy to watch, but there's footage of Chance physically and verbally abusing Heather. These instances of abuse and overall toxic relationship was often showcased on live. A follower of the drama that surrounds Cyrax would often have Heather and Cyrax join her live throughout their relationship, along with bringing other trolls of Cyrax on to antagonize the two. This person goes by Jamie Springer, aka Jamie Fritch, a juggalo and a once avid streamer. Jamie's streams would capture some of the most captivating moments of their relationship. You're gonna see a few clips. For the most part, what you should understand is Cyrax would get very fed up with Heather and Jamie due to the fact that Jamie would often encourage Heather to leave Cyrax.
No. So, how are you blocked?
I can't comment on your channel at all. I tried to comment and it disappeared. So somebody blocked me on your channel.
Probably because you guys are over there running your fucking mouth.
Actually, all I said was that they were talking about on, what's that dude's name? Duplex City Vlog, talking about how you were a spy for us.
So, guys, running fucking mouth over there?
What? No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Hey, preacher, how you doing, bitch?
Shocking.
Are you happy being there? Are you like genuinely
Yeah,
happy?
I
Or
am
do
happy.
you miss your wife and your baby? Because that's what it
the
kind of
only
seems.
down part, but I am happy here. Other than all this other BS going on, the cop being called out here for no reason. That's
Heather,
what pissing me off.
the whole reason why you can't have your daughter with you right now is because there's just not room at
No, there
Cyrax.
is room. There is room. There's room for both of my kids here.
Okay.
It's just we got to get everything set up and baby proofed and all that. That's what that is.
I know you have anxiety, and I can tell when you look like you're about to cry, Heather, and it makes me want to cry because I don't.
Okay, I'm a crier.
Stuff and everything.
Like, I've been in abusive relationships, and I'm not saying you're being hit. I'm not saying that, but he like doesn't leave you alone for 5 seconds. You have anxiety. I can see where that would get you irritated and stressed. And this whole internet thing, me and Kiki talked about it. It stresses her out too sometimes. I've cried on live streams plenty of times. And you're not part of the Juggalo community to where you should be subjected to this stuff.
Yeah, I never claimed to be a part of that, of course.
No.
She just was saying, like she didn't know if you were maybe used to some of the.
No, she's not.
Or stuff like that. It's probably hard to get used to.
No, she's not.
See, I can't.
No, it's not. It's something else.
I don't want him to like follow you around and think like we're doing this to be mean to him.
Not go inside.
No, you know what? You done fucked up, bitch.
Get inside.
No, you done fucked up. Telling her all this shit, you done fucked up, you fucking cunt bag.
Oh, God.
Heather,
Is he calling you a cunt bag, Heather?
I'm calling both y'all bitches cunt bags. I know
Oh
what
my
you're
God.
doing.
See, Heather?
I know what
You
y'all
cannot have your baby there.
Cyrax and Heather even got so fed up with Jamie and her constant interference with their loving relationship that Cyrax and Heather actually ended up swatting Jamie.
That they called her. And me and her got into a fight. She called me.
Your baby should not be in that situation with him when you can't.
Hold on, hush. The only reason why he's acting like this because of you and
He's
your
always
asshole.
acting like
Because
this.
he's awake.
You're
That's why he's
pushing
acting like
him
that.
to shut up, you asshole. Shut up. Okay, get the
Whoa,
fuck out of here.
calm
You're
down.
irrelevant.
Calm down.
Nobody cares.
Smoke a joint.
Nobody
Oh, wait, you
cares.
can't.
Nobody
You can't.
cares. Nobody cares about your fat, ugly
Yo,
bitch either.
back in-
Y'all shut the
She
fuck
looks
up.
better than you.
Shut the fuck up.
Are
She never abandoned her kids either.
Yo, back in 2015,
Nobody
I
cares.
killed
Nobody
that
gives a
man.
fuck about you
Back
two.
in
Y'all
the-
are irrelevant. You have been nothing but shit
fucking
started.
boy.
That's all
No,
you've been
I
doing.
actually tried to help you.
That's
I've
because
had people that are
because
friends
you
of
did
mine.
back
That's
out this her.
your daughter.
I
Paid
killed
for it.
fake
You're
woman
no,
stuff.
That's
your fucking
dad.
phone
That's
bill.
because
Things
dad.
like it.
That
Pay this
you
stupid
told
phone
Is there a
bill.
death in the family? You should be getting off here. You gotta go to work
You're
tomorrow.
welcome, Heather. You're welcome for
Right.
helping you talk to your kids by paying your
8:43.
phone bill. But you're gonna attack me.
Actually, I just paid my phone bill the other day, sweetheart.
Pretty transparent.
Who, me?
Who is this?
Zero guy. I mean, I'm not even gonna talk about it.
Milwaukee Police Department? Who is this? Sure, what's going on?
We got a call from someone from Akron, Ohio. They were concerned about your kids and the resident. Go ahead.
People from Akron, Ohio, I'm on a live stream. They've been calling my phone, harassing me and bullying me for hours. Oh, the cops are here because Heather called them.
After months upon months of this dysfunctional relationship in the spotlight, Heather would eventually leave Cyrax later on in 2020. On July 7th, 2020, news would come to shock the Cyrax community. Jamie Springer had died. The cause of her death isn't completely clear. Some say she died from COVID, others say it was due to drugs, and her child had actually found her deceased. In her final live stream, I will say she did not look very well. This is purely speculation. Regardless, a once prominent member of the drama was gone forever. Chance is no stranger to the law, whether that is getting in trouble himself or filing police reports. Saying he has a lengthy history would be an understatement. His home residence has a total of not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, not 35, not 36, not 37, not 38, not 39, but 40 police reports affiliated with his address. The house they live in is rather disgusting, filled with bed bugs, mice, who knows what else. Probably Cyrax's most notorious troll, Music Biz Marty, is simply hysterical. A lot of the information I found regarding his hygiene, Music Biz Marty has done streams talking about it hours long, and the commentary is just great. I have to highly recommend you check him out. On February 14th, 2012, Chance was arrested during a domestic dispute with his grandmother, Sally. He didn't have to do any jail time. Chance was only made to receive counseling. Living with Chance cannot be easy. Sally doesn't appear super frequently, but every once in a while, you'll get some really hilarious moments of her yelling at Chance for various reasons, or Chance yelling at her.
Yeah. On my way.
What did you just say?
That if they do try to step into the house if they attempt to kill, I will not be afraid to shoot them on sight immediately. They're threatening to break into the house by force.
You're not, just don't even talk to them.
I'm not. I'm
Let me
doing,
see the TV's on.
I'm doing that. One. No, this makes me move.
No, it does not.
No, it's not on yet. You want to turn it on for it?
Tell me if it's coming on.
No. It's not coming on. I'll turn it on.
No! They fixed it, so what are you doing with this?
Sorry about that, guys. Guys, here's the thing, Doc.
Heather.
Hold on, guys. I gotta end this live stream. Hold on, guys. What? What?
You know who Bad Bunny is?
Yeah, why? I don't. What?
Challenge him to fight at WrestleMania.
Cool.
Bad Bunny accepted.
Cool.
May 16th, 2020. Heather Kraut's brother, Michael Crocker, came to pick her up from Cyrax's place. This didn't go as smoothly as you would expect. An altercation ensued, resulting in Cyrax punching her brother numerous times. Way back in 2013, a man by the name of Eric Scrubolo was contacted by Chance. Eric was a part of a record label. Cyrax contacted him as an aspiring DJ looking to get involved in music. Eric felt bad for Chance due to his health conditions and appearance. No surprise, this friendship wouldn't last. Chance stole his name Cyrax from Eric, along with much of his music, posting it as his own. Music Biz Marty did an interview with Eric. I'll let him speak for himself about what he had to say involving his history with Chance.
Mr. Scrubolo.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Out of all of your label mates, what experience do you remember the most? Like, which one do you remember dealing with more than the others?
Okay, what is this for?
Purely intrigue in the one they call Shadowblade.
I can't find him. Okay, I can't find what profile he's in.
Oh my God! Well, Mr. Scrublaw, I've got great news for you. I have had very extensive dealings with him. He's threatened to murder me endless times. Like, I have had a real back and forth with this one guy.
Okay. Well, number one, he is an ex-label mate. He stole like 10 of my songs. And to be honest with you, in the beginning, I felt bad for the guy. And, you know, I had a little clout, and he was trying to be a DJ, and I'm like, okay, man, well, I mean, I kind of feel bad for you. Of course, you've got some problems, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I find it rather remarkable that somebody with his conditions can evoke such hatred.
If you listen to my songs, you hear me shout out to Blade.
Yeah, he goes by Cyrax now.
Yeah, that was stolen from me.
Wow, so you started going by Cyrax and then he just stole the Cyrax name from you?
I was going to release an album called The Cyrax Complex. He used to go by Virus, which was also stolen from me.
There's an instant where he threw his dog tags in the lake.
Yeah. He was with this crazy chick, and I don't know, they had drama. They thought they could make it better without me, and he thought his Linkin Park cover songs were awesome and whatever. And
from what I recall, would that woman be Heather?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
In the interview, you heard Eric discuss an incident regarding a pair of dog tags that had the logo of the record label which Eric was affiliated with. Chance had these dog tags, and out of anger, he threw them into Summit Lake in Akron, Ohio. Someone needs to contact that guy at Ventures with Purpose and see if he can get a search team to dive into that lake and find those dog tags. Anyways, Chance made an apology video for the heinous act.
Listen, I know you're pretty upset about the whole dog tag thing and whatnot. When we did the whole thing with the dog tags, it's because we were pissed off. We didn't know what the hell to do. At the time it seemed like a good idea, and honestly, we regret it, man.
Yeah, big time.
We seriously regret doing that, man.
Chance's attempts at soliciting minors and overall sexual degeneracy truly is awful. For starters, Chance is known for going on streams of people he isn't fond of and flashing his genitals or using racial slurs in an effort to get them banned. Chance would do this to prevent them from talking about what we're about to talk about.
By the way, Marty, suck.
Okay, don't talk about it then, Cyrus. Be about it. Go do it.
Oh, Marty,
go do it.
Suck my dick. Suck my dick. You pissed off?
You're too slow,
What's
Cyrus.
the matter?
You're too slow.
Hey, Marty.
Yep.
Kiss my ass.
You're too slow. Hands up, I can see
Hey,
him, Cyrus.
suck my dick.
Cyrus.
I'm not gonna stop until your channel's gone, bitch. So you may as
It's not
well
going
give it
anywhere,
up.
Cyrus. It's not
You
going
may as
anywhere.
well give it up, dude. You're
It's not going
done.
anywhere. I can see your hands. Yep.
Hey, Marty, suck it.
Cyrus, you're really bad at this, dude. You're just
Now
really
guess
bad
what?
at
You're a
this.
slut banger. Hey, Marty, look right here. Look.
No, you're too close. You're too close. You're too close.
Suck
Cyrus.
my dick.
Yep.
What? Hey, Marty.
Chance was caught allegedly messaging a 15-year-old girl. He also sent dick pictures. He downplays these allegations, stating it was all online, so he isn't a pedophile. There's so much more deviant and gross shit he's done. This truly is just the tip of the stylus that he stuck up his ass and then threatened to commit suicide with it. It's a never-ending rabbit hole of grossness. It has to end. Lucky for you, we have reached that point. Present-day Cyrax is still active to this day, creating new sagas, deleting channels, and making new ones. Who knows what is going to happen next? At this point, anything is possible. If you were expecting anything different for this part of the video, you're sadly mistaken. We're right where we first began. Nothing has changed. As always, if anything radical happens, I will most certainly make a follow-up video to this. This was probably the most repulsive one I've ever had to work on. The next project I'll be working on will likely be regarding the LostBloodshows.com DVDs. Stay tuned for that. I cannot wait to get that done and for everybody to see it. A longer version of this video will be on Patreon for just $1 a month. Follow the Twitter to keep up. You know the drill. This is what every creator says. Goodbye for now.
I finally found what
On my most recent video, I talked briefly about an individual known as Tamir Kaitan. I felt he deserves an entire video simply because of how unbelievable his situation is. Not to mention the sheer volume of videos he continues to upload. I won't keep yapping. Without further ado, let's get into it.
I hate food stimulation! Any woman that the organization sends, I will beat up until her death. I hate Emma Watson! I wanted to relax post-orgasm. When I reach a position of power, I will hunt down every single Emma Watson, no matter how many.
I was actually able to speak with Tamir personally, who was more than willing to give me a dissertation of the core events that have occurred over the past few years. I made sure he was okay with me sharing what we discussed through Instagram DMs, and he doesn't mind at all. Tamir's life growing up was, for the most part, normal. The only negative aspect of his upbringing, he mentions, was the fact that his father was an alcoholic and would pick fights with both him and his mother from time to time. A detail that will be more prevalent later on in the video is that Tamir believes during his upbringing that his father was overly affectionate towards his mother and his little sister's feet. Tamir poses the theory that, because of witnessing that so much, it's the reason for his own fixation on it later on in life. His father would end up passing away in 2015.
Sometimes I show interest or affection or sexual interest in women's feet, but you see, when I was a really young child, I recall those things happening in front of me, that my father showed excessive affection towards my mother's feet. And when my sister was born, my little sister, he was absolutely obsessed with her feet. Even after she grew up, he would constantly kiss them.
It's also worth noting that Tamir discussed an incident in his adolescence where he watched his 6-year-old sister shower. Tamir states, "It was an accident. I didn't know she was there. I mean, I saw her, but I wasn't watching. I immediately left." He learned English from a private tutor growing up and would watch a lot of American content. Tamir resides in Israel. I'm not certain for how long he has lived there, but according to him, he really loves it there.
Every day and every week that I live here in Israel, I am constantly ascertained that I really love this country. And not just this country, but also my city and the exact place where I live in, and this apartment also.
So his childhood, for the most part, was peaceful, I guess. That was until 2017 when he really noticed he has become under attack. They've been trying to destroy my brain using noises first, and then proceeded to attack my body directly, when that didn't seem to do the job. Since 2017, he's lived in 4 different apartments. He claims those scumbags follow me to any new place of residence and constantly either knock on the floor, forcibly drag something sharp or heavy, or stomp on the floor barefoot to try to destroy my brain like that. They would do that from early morning to night.
It's been 7 years since they've been trying to destroy my brain, either by attacking me with noises, by banging on the ceiling above my apartment, or dragging furniture forcibly against the floor, emitting an unbearable screech, or constantly dropping things on the ceiling above me at my own home, or by using supernatural means to attack my body. I am a good person! I have done nothing wrong!
Tamir states that he was infatuated with a French electric guitar player named Tina Setkick. He goes on to state, "One day, I was laying in my bed and thinking to myself privately about kissing her foot. Shortly after, my own 2 feet swollen red and my doctor sent me to the hospital. In the hospital, they ran some checks and they told me that it was some kind of poisoning. They also told me that the poisoning is very unusual because it affects both feet at the same time, which doesn't normally happen. So both of my feet were poisoned, but you know what? I never even left home at that period of time. Something read my thoughts about kissing her foot and decided to bully me as a response to that.
In 2019, a girl, a French electric guitar player girl that I liked so much that I once just thought of kissing her feet, and then I was punished for that by having both of my feet severely poisoned, and I was taken into a hospital where they also told me that poisoning in both of the feet at the same time is extremely unusual, and not to mention that I didn't even leave the house, so how the would my feet be poisoned if not by a supernatural power?
That's all just the beginning before he even started a YouTube channel. According to Tamir, a new arc of torture would begin in 2020. He states, "The torture of my feet for Emma Watson began sometime around September 23rd, 2020. It might be the exact date, and it might not be. I didn't log it when it happened first." Only 4 days later, Tamir would create his YouTube channel that he's most known for today. Let's take a look at those first uploads. The first 2 videos he would ever upload are of him urinating and defecating on pictures of Emma Watson. Tamir wouldn't say a word in each of these videos. We wouldn't see another video from Tamir for nearly another year. When he would return, he's probably the most calm and coherent you'll probably ever see him on the channel, despite the absurdity of his situation.
I want to share with everyone why Emma Watson has been such a big problem for me and why I dislike them so much. I say them because they are a group of women using the same made-up identity. The short story is that they apparently belong to some sort of international crime organization that supports their made-up identity and also responsible for torturing my body for 13 months by unknown means since late September 2020. I was kind to them, very kind. However, the basis for this kindness has been faulty. I believe them to be a real person who is a worldwide acclaimed actress, also a model, and a highly educated and human activist. However, that person does not exist. It's a made-up identity.
He details that he tried seducing what he believed to be Emma Watson, essentially opening Pandora's box, unleashing some kind of entity torturing him similarly to the French guitarist that he was obsessed with years before. Tamir would take one last break for about 2 months, but when he would return, he would begin uploading nearly every single day.
It's been already over 15 months, and still they attack my body every single day. They attack my feet several times an hour. They attack my feet every several minutes. Particularly, they attack my feet in response to the time shifting on the clock. When the minutes and the hours add up to 19, for example, if it's 17:02, then they attack my feet. If it's 19 o'clock, they attack my feet. When the numbers add up to either 19 or 38, they attack my feet as though trying to program my mind with those numbers. They just won't leave me alone, attacking my feet every several minutes. They keep harassing my life every single day.
His videos would only become more fueled with anger and perversion, leading me to the next part of the video. Tamir's not shy about venting his frustration in extreme ways. In fact, that's what the majority of his content has become most known for. I wouldn't say it's something to be taken lightly, and it definitely has raised concerns with everyone who watches his videos, especially since he always dishes out threats to his alleged attackers.
When I reach a position of power, I will hunt down every single Emma Watson, no matter how many of them are there. If there are 50, if there are 100 of them, I will hunt down all 50 or 100, and I will kill them all, and I will kill all their families, their sisters, brothers, children, and parents, uncles, and nephews. I will kill all of them and all of their families and all of the people that they work for. They will pay for my suffering. They will pay with blood. The first woman that the organization sends, whether it's Emma Watson or someone else, I will rip her apart. I will cut off her limb, and I will shit inside her mouth, and I will stab her face until she dies. It just stimulated my calf to threaten me with a calf's woman. You send me a calf's woman, I will stab her 100 times in the eyes, and I will cut her head from her body. And I will kick her head into the street like a soccer ball. I will kill the calf's woman!
Not only is Tamir not shy about his threats or anger, he also doesn't mind discussing his enjoyment of photography, master, and of course, women's feet.
I wanted to relax post-orgasm by watching my movie.
It takes a much more taboo turn when Tamir goes to great lengths to explain why he desires a 14-year-old girlfriend and why it's okay.
I was just at the shopping mall nearby my house, and I was at the McDonald's, and there was this girl that I liked, and I wanted to know how old is she, so I asked her, and it turns out that she's 14 years old. I then tried to approach her with very low confidence, and she was busy talking to her female friend of her age, and I then left. I then visited the pharmacy in the same mall, and on the way back from the pharmacy I saw her again with her friend, suggesting that just maybe she wanted me to talk to her, or at least somebody did, and I didn't, and now I don't know if I'm going to meet her or someone like her again, but I would. Although the legal age of consent in Israel is 16, in some countries in Europe, and yes, I deliberately say Europe because Europe is a quite some other countries in Europe, which I don't remember, the minimum age of consent is 14. I think that taking interest in a 14 years old girl is okay.
All of this is extremely odd and disturbing. Just what exactly is wrong with Tamir, and how is he going to return to a normal life? I may have some answers. Tamir's reasoning for his medical issues is obviously skewed due to his mental issues, but he clearly is having some sort of medical issues with his legs. I don't think he's lying about feeling pain, though that would be insane if this was just all a big troll. While doing research about Tamir, I came across a subreddit actually dedicated to talking about Tamir's online presence. In one of the posts, a user highlighted a video in a comment Tamir replied to in which he revealed he had been taking estradiol, nandrolone, and turinabol. Users suggested that his use of estradiol might be the reason for all of these brutal symptoms he's enduring. Tamir's reasoning for taking this: he believed it would help heal his joint and skin injuries.
The main reason I was doing this at that time is because, well, I was foolish and ignorant. But I thought it would be a way to increase my performance and possibly heal my joint injuries and skin injuries like scars, while not experiencing any potential androgenic side effects. And overall, it was a foolish idea and it didn't even work. While also taking female hormones, I believe it, without my intention or even awareness at the time, made my behavior a lot more feminine at the time I took those things. Without even my awareness, my behavior was feminine, especially in the ways that I was interested in Emma Watson at the time. But the way I expressed that interest was not in a very masculine way. If anything, it was in a very feminine way, like I used to write letters to them like some kind of a woman.
What else interested me when reading through this thread was a user mentioning something Tamir never brought up to me when talking about his earlier years. Apparently, Tamir worked as a nightclub security guard and was a freelance web developer. This user suggests that due to his extreme use of androgenic steroids, it may be the reason for his decline. I asked Tamir about what he currently takes, and he states he only takes testosterone for his hormone replacement therapy. I also asked if he believed his use of all those steroids could have been the reason for his crazy symptoms. He completely denies that being the reason for everything. When I did ask Tamir how he's doing and if there's been any improvements whatsoever, he actually said he has been doing better, but for one very specific reason, and it's a very secret reason too, that he also happened to share with me. At least some of it. That is the Life program. What is that? Well, I still don't fully comprehend it, so I'll just let Tamir explain. The Life program, it's very ancient, at least several thousands of years old, simply because some of the sources are that old. I'm not making this up. My guesses are that whoever made it, it is either people from the future traveling back in time at least thousands of years, or an ancient advanced civilization that existed in the past. On this planet, or maybe something like ancient advanced humans existing in the distant past, like was told in the movie Moonfall at the end of that movie. I haven't seen that, so I don't know. When I do it, the creature forces me to feel as though I'm losing control by violently and constantly twitching my muscles. But the creature is a liar. It's full of shit. It always lies and lies and lies, and it forces lies onto me, onto my body, but they are still lies. My self-control is extremely good, is like 99.9% perfect. Trust me, that's more than good enough. I've experienced getting Jedi-like senses right after finishing even part of the program. Being able to stop a fast spinning wheel of numbers at exactly the number I want, it's happened several times already. I also feel physically better. I mean, I haven't run any medical tests on my body, but it's just how I feel. I've been doing it for about 5 months. Now, what's interesting about this whole discussion I had with Tamir about the Life program was that there was one point when I was talking to him where he gave a much more detailed explanation of what the Life program is, but before I could fully read it and grasp what he was saying, he unsent the message and asked me not to publicize those details. He says, what I'm saying is it's a very secret program, and he wants to keep it that way, even though he just told me. The message he unsent was very long and detailed. I can't remember much of it off the top of my head because he unsent it very quickly. However, that is what we know about the Life program and the possible causes for Tamir's symptoms.
The program, which I am already doing for months, is called the Life program. I don't want to do other programs. I want to do this program. I want to do the Life program. Stop trying to force me to do some other just because there are popular numbers in an attempt to hypnotize people by repeating them over and over again, like 55, 78, 67, 75, all those popular numbers to spread them so much so that people would be hypnotized by those numbers. That doesn't work on me. I trust in the Life program. There's a little something that I would like to brag about. It has to do with the Life program. It's not only what I believe is great for health, and it would boost the life force of the individual, and over time it can make me very strong and fast and give me superpowers. What more, it improves the abilities of the mind as well. This interesting thing is, after completing only part of a session, it elevates my senses. It gives me those heightened senses that give me sort of Jedi-like instincts. It's expressed in stopping a rotation, a fast rotation, at exactly the number that I want. Specifically, in setting the Windows alarm clock. So it's really amazing. It not only boosts my life force, will make me immortal. It will make me immortal. I will live forever with this program. It will improve my health to unimaginable boundaries. It will make my skin better. It will make my everything better, and it all will make me stronger, give me superpowers, and it's also so good for the mind.
Tamir, as of present day, continues to upload videos nearly every day. According to him, he's doing much better due to this Life program. However, it doesn't look like things are perfect, and I do fear that he may end up going off the deep end and doing something bad. I really hope that doesn't happen. I did ask Tamir if he had any final words for this video that he would like to share, and he shared more than a few final words. He says, All I have to add is that I'm innocent, naturally peaceful, and good person who seeks his own self-development and doesn't seek to hurt anybody. The evil things that have been done to me, done by a force above the world government as we know it, above the UN, the people who rule this world in secret. And it's so stupid that they pick a fight with an innocent man like me, because I've not committed, nor was going to commit any acts of crime, nor terror. I just want to live my own life in peace, and I really don't deserve any of the horrors they've been doing to me. From trying to destroy my brain using noises that I would constantly hear at my own home, to attacking my body directly all day long for years. What they've been doing to me could have driven lots of people to suicide. Even I myself have admitted numerous times that if my mother wasn't so loving and supportive, I might have committed suicide by now. It's extremely unfair, evil, and unjust, and I truly don't deserve that. I want this to be fixed. I want to be released from these horrors. I want to be free, and I want to get the justice I deserve. They have to compensate me with a lot of money for this. 7 years of abuse. I also want the culprits to be punished, whether imprisoned or executed. Either way, punished severely, so nobody think they can't something like that and get away with it. If they're imprisoned and not executed, then I want a permanent restraining order against them so they would never try to interfere with my life in any way. So that's Tamir's final words, and you notice he mentions that he demands compensation for his struggles, and he's not kidding. He's been asking in his videos and on his Instagram for billions and even up to $1 trillion in compensation from his attackers. I think that's gonna wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to follow me on Twitter to get all my latest updates. Subscribe to the Patreon. Feel free to email me here at iamsirzach@gmail.com if you have any suggestions for videos, or you can just @ me on Twitter. That works too. With that being said, goodbye for now. The topic of targeted individuals, otherwise known as gang stalking, is one I really enjoy doing videos about. I just love going through all the posts, the plethora of videos and photos, websites. I'm not trying to say like I get enjoyment out of other people's misery, because I know these people are genuinely troubled. They're very distressed about their whole situation. But it is fun to make the videos. When the internet came through, without a doubt it caused this phenomenon to grow significantly. I'm not naive. I know the government has and does experiment and torment its own citizens, spying on their every move. I won't go in depth about that because YouTube doesn't like any conspiracy talk. My point is that I get that. I'm not some slave who laughs at others for free thinking and seeking insight on our reality. It's important as human beings to understand what the elites who run these government institutions really do to us and question if they have our best interest in mind. However, it is important to be rational about these things. It's easy to learn about the history of psychological operations conducted by your own government, following up by eventually believing you're a victim of targeted harassment. Believing the government selected you specifically to be subjected to be surveilled, conditioning. For example, say you go out to the mall and you notice a large amount of people are wearing blue shirts. Maybe you'll walk by someone down the street and notice them cough or flash a strange hand gesture. Electronics used by police for crowd control will be used against you. These devices can make you puke, affect your vision, and even your equilibrium. There's plenty of ways to experience being gang stalked, so you can see why it's easy for someone to really think that this is something that's happening to them. With that being said, these groups can be gold mines. Really interesting stuff. I will not be focusing on one sole person. We're going to be going through a variety of hosts, many different people with many different situations, but all somewhat similar. A lot of the videos you're going to see often show the TIs confronting perps, random people they run into on the street, their neighbors. These videos I've put together here are the most interesting and the most raw examples of what the everyday life is like for a TI. A lot of the ones that I went through contain the basic, here's my story type of. Some are difficult to watch and understand, others are honestly just boring. I do want to play one video of a more lucid TI explaining his story, just so you get the gist of what their lives typically revolve around.
This message is for good members of law enforcement and like agencies. I need people to put resources or at least interest in the first place into investigating my stepfather and mother respectively for setting me up to be stalked in August of 2018. Shortly thereafter, I was hospitalized for no reason, medicated against my will and put under a court order. Chapter 51 in Wisconsin is known as. Until this very day, I'm still under that. My psychiatrist, John Battaglia, is an intimidator and wants to see me do nothing but suffer. He is a terrible person, and he will put me on medication as punishment for when I speak out about being stalked. They have advanced technology and harass me daily.
This next person is a woman who documents a lot of her everyday life through live streams and videos. Going to the store, driving and walking around. There's a lot of footage of her, but the most interesting are in these 3 separate videos you'll see.
Ano selfie ma? Selfie. Pa, display mo tas tani. Data niya. Perp data. Hi perp. Oh, see? Try camera ada. Babain dati camera ta perp de. Scared of camera. Perps are like that. They're camera shy. Good job stalking. Sana. Camera shy. Perps are usually like that, Mom. Hi, Mom. Say hello, see? Perp. She's a perp. Ha. There you guys, you can see a pearl. Kunwari mapantay po. Oh, there again. There. How much you get from stalking, my dear? How much? How much you get? Bloody perp. You're stalking us. How much you get? How much you get for stalking? Huh? So free. Hi sir, how are you? Can I hand you one please?
For what?
Have you heard about organized gang stalking?
No.
No? Can I hand you one so you know about it? It's illegal.
What the?
Check the website, sir. Organized gang stalking is illegal. Okay? Okay. Okay, I'm just like videoing this perp here. Look at that. He's looking at me because he knows I pulled out the camera. Let's see what he's gonna do. Seriously. The things that they have to go through with their psyop. Oi, don't touch my car! Don't touch my car! picture. I'm taking picture, eh? Perp. Oh, who said? I'm talking to my mom, huh? Perp. Ha! What a perp. Woohoo!
The previous woman was aggravating, if I'm being entirely honest. The combination of her being extra obnoxious and her voice makes it very frustrating to watch. This next one depicts the grim reality of this phenomenon, an inside look of what happens behind closed doors.
Hello. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna record this because I want to have proof if there's issues and I just don't with what happened.
There's no issues. The only issue is you.
No.
Do what you gotta do.
The issue is how I feel after ingesting food I ate here. That was given to me by you and you.
To make accusations like that?
It's not an accusation, it's a fact.
There was no fact.
It's a fact.
It is. You're out of your mind.
No, you need to check. No, it was, she knocked on my door, told me to come out and eat 2 pieces of ham, and I got...
They ate, and I ate.
No, it doesn't matter. With the ones you gave me made me sick.
Just like your phone that you left at the store. I poison people's food all the time, Tara. You are...
No, you guys are sick. You're gang stalkers, is what you are. You're gang stalkers. Okay? I know all about it. It's all going... Yeah, I know what you're doing. I just got a little emotional because, in retrospect, you think about it, I just got robbed for $350. I got gang stalked out of a location, robbed for my money, and the police called on me for no reason. Now, I'm homeless with my son, and I can't even buy him anything for Christmas because these people just took my money from me. This ain't right. This should not be happening. How are people getting away with this? Something's gotta stop. This whole world is fucked up.
In the video, this woman is seen as very aggressive to what I believe is her family, alleging that she was poisoned by them. I can't help but to feel especially bad for the children who are in the middle of this domestic dispute with nowhere else to go. On a lighter note, I have to say, it drives me nuts how a lot of the boomer TIs, which in my opinion is a large portion of the community, do not know how to take videos, and for example, they'll be screen recording the camera interface on their phone. It honestly takes away from the impactful message that they're trying to transmit to us. Sometimes the gang stalkers themselves have an interesting way of delivering cryptic messages to TIs. This man believes he is getting messages from his body, specifically his stomach. How does this even work? Let's find out and hear from the man himself.
As you can see, these are more voices that are actually coming through my body in this so-called matrix system. They're talking about he gonna get his ass took and all of this other stuff. They're gonna kidnap me, beat me, jail me, rape me, and cover it up. Nobody gonna know, and all this other shit. The FBI is gonna do it, so they say, right? So let it be known this. If a fire exchange, a gun round, if a shootout occurs, it's because I was actually defending myself against systematic corruption.
In my personal opinion, it sounds like he's digesting food, or maybe he just has IBS. When you eat like this next guy, it's bound to happen. I have no clue why the man eating posted this in one of the gang stalking groups. It's always extra uncomfortable when targeted individuals interact with family or random people they run into. The tattooed man you're about to see looks to be using an EMF detector on a friend or relative of his, and the woman's getting freaked out because he's saying, you're getting fried, holy shit.
You're getting fried right now. Y'all are scaring the shit out of me. You're getting fucking fried right now. What the fuck? They're microwaving the shit out of you right now.
If you ever are suffering from these delusions, it can be easy to gain sympathy from others. To a degree, I definitely feel sorry for these people. They 100% believe all of what we're discussing and take it very seriously. Then there are these people. This woman who screams racism at her alleged gang stalker, and I can't help but to feel that she must be some sort of a menace to her neighborhood, bitching at people like this all day. It makes it very difficult to be compassionate towards their suffering.
Sorry?
They are invading our privacy.
Invading my privacy? Why are you standing outside my house?
Where's your house?
Near where the roadworks are.
Why are you invading our privacy?
So what's your problem with me?
Who even are you?
Is it because I'm half Indian? You're racist, yeah? Is that what it is?
I didn't know you're half Indian.
Right.
Right, so why are you invading us?
Well, I'm invading you because you've got a mask on and you were running towards me when I was going in my house.
I've got a mask on. That's just my face. I kind of ugly, but...
Right. Well, you should stop harassing coloured people.
This right here is the definition of raw footage. You won't see footage like this on TV of a man obliterating what looks to be some sort of a guma, aka side chick. Or they are just a very dysfunctional couple.
If I tell you shouldn't be here, you should not be here. You should not be here. You're not. It don't matter. It don't matter what you do tonight. It don't matter. But if I tell you you can bring a demonic spirit to my home, and you're not welcome, you should be able to stay out of here. You don't come back in my home.
We've never been
You don't come back in this home.
We've never.
You're not allowed to be in this home.
Never been in a relationship.
Okay? You're not allowed to be in this home because you bring your demonic spirits here. I was over here asleep, had a good day at church and praising God. And here you go, you come in here and bring in your demonic spirit. You keep bringing your demonic spirit. Don't worry about me and my feet. Don't worry about my feet. Show your feet, take your shoes off.
I was born with 3 toes and 4 fingers on my right hand.
It don't matter.
Everybody know that.
It don't matter. Like I said to you, you're demonic. I was happy that you come over here. I was happy, wasn't I? I was happy, wasn't I? Don't worry about me and my toes. Yeah, I ain't been to get my toes done. It will get done.
Still ain't gonna say
it will get done.
That still ain't gonna say them.
It will get done.
Like you.
But like I said, now you trying to throw me off the spirit. You trying to throw me off the subject. You know why? Because that's Satan, and I'm recording you too. Just listen, recording me.
Baby Hills.
I'm recording you too. I will post it all over YouTube and everything. Yes, about what Satan, but people can be aware of what Satan look like. Could you please leave my home? Because you're not welcome here. Or the police will be called. Let me keep this camera going. So when I call the police, I got to call the police on the phone.
The feet roasting was great. I watched this video many, many times. The final video I would like to showcase takes place here at a truck stop. This TI looks to be alone at the stop, rambling about the usual things you would expect to hear. Suddenly, he isn't alone.
I'll stay in my ground. See this? Nobody. Here I am in this store. Nobody's fucking with me. You see that? I stood my ground. Went every single goddamn car, went everything. See that? Nobody. Here's your freedom. Nobody's gonna fuck with me, bub. Not really. If you stand up to them, they're not gonna fuck with you. They want someone they can fucking push down. Let's walk around a little bit. Look at this. I'm sitting here watching TV. I'm in a truck stop. I'm in a big truck stop. I'm in Kingman, Arizona. It's pretty. Look, nobody. See that? Nobody's walking here. Nobody's fucking with me. And I am a higher priority. I used to get fucked with when I started standing up for myself. They quit leaving me the fuck alone. They still do it from a distance. Look at that. Nobody. Nobody. Nobody's gonna walk back here and fuck with me. Do you see that? Are you tired of being fucked with? You stand up to these motherfuckers. Do you understand me? Look at this. Here I am in a TV room. This is a major truck stop in a major city, okay? There's a lot of fucking truckers, a lot of vets. I done kicked one of them today. Let's see, here's a little fucking goofball right here. Let's make sure he's not a little perp. How you doing, bub? You a perp? Are you a perp? Do you know what a perp is? No, I didn't think so. All right, appreciate it. Somebody. See, I'm doing a documentary on trucking. Oh, I'm doing a documentary on trucking about pussies and shit. Yeah. I got this whole area by myself. I don't even know if he's a little short dude. They try to get big dudes too. I don't give a fuck.
That was the most awkward confrontation I've personally seen, and I've went through a lot of these videos. The use of the word pussy made it all the more cringeworthy to watch. It's the end. I hope you enjoyed the video. I know a lot of you enjoy the targeted individual videos. If you want to see more like this, we'll do another one. Give me your feedback and just let me know what you want to see next, whether it's videos like these, an in-depth documentary on a particular online figure, etc. I have a lot more planned. I know I say that a lot because I do have a lot more planned. So follow me on Twitter to keep up. Subscribe to my Patreon if you want to help out the channel. Speaking of Patreon, I have a little announcement. Currently, as I've said in my previous video and on Twitter, that I'm building a new PC, which should be done pretty soon. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to be able to go all out on my content, editing-wise. You know what I mean. If you have a shitty computer and you're trying to edit videos, it's a pain in the ass, and I won't have to worry about that really anymore. So, what I'm going to be doing for Patreon is I'm going to be uploading bonus videos, just bonus content in general to there. Videos that are uncensored, just stuff you won't see here on YouTube. 10 to 15 minutes at least of bonus content, or longer, because I know people enjoy longer videos. But don't worry, my main focus will always be my main videos here on YouTube. They will never not be free to watch, mark my words. If you want to help out the channel a little bit, it's only $1. You get your name in at the end of every video, and you got bonus content to watch. What more can you ask for? I'm just kidding. I will be updating Patreon much more. That won't be the only thing, but as of right now, that's what we're going to be doing first. So if you go to subscribe right now, I don't have any up at the moment because my PC isn't done as of this recording. So don't come and be like, what are you talking about? You have nothing on there. It's coming soon. Don't worry. I think people are going to really like what I'm doing with that. And I'm going to be uploading my entire archive to Patreon, of course, for free. Just in case anything ever happens to my videos here on YouTube, there's always going to be a place where you can watch all of them. So that's about it. That's all I have to say. So if you want to subscribe, feel free. If not, that's okay too. We got a lot of stuff coming for the content here on YouTube. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you look forward to what's to come. I think that's about it. So goodbye for now. At one point for a video I did a while ago, I had joined a bunch of targeted individual groups, which that alone is a really interesting and sad experience. After finishing the video, I never left the groups, so every once in a while, whenever I'd even use Facebook, because only the elderly roam it now, whenever I would use it, I'll see some posts from the group that appear in my newsfeed. They're the usual posts of people desperate and wanting some kind of help or to share whatever's going on with them. Of course, it's just a collective of mentally ill people. Off topic for just a second, some of the pictures they post describing being a targeted individual are actually sick. Like this one that says American Mind Control, MK Ultra, Slave. That should be on a shirt. And a few others, they just kind of look cool. Now here's the main part of this whole video though. I'm noticing a large variety of scams going on in these communities. Let me show you a few examples. Dr. John Morris posted, "The best way to eliminate your name from the list of TI or secure your identity from Ben Targeted is a process which many don't believe that it can be cured. But I say to you, there's nothing that is made of cyber that can never be deactivated. Just DM Facebook page Dr. John Morris." Donald Tech posted, "If you are experiencing electronic harassment, then contact me for assistance by booking a free 30-minute exploratory consultation. We need to track and deactivate all satellite signal connections and V2K chips and gang stalking signal, put an end to torture by direct energy, MK Ultra mind control brainwave technology today. Stop and get to the root of this evil. TIs go through hell a lot every day and everywhere, from V2K to R&M, stalking, pains and body reactions. It's so difficult to deal with this. We can join hands together, fight and find solutions. Feel free to send your requests on Facebook for help and deactivation. Send your request." The comments from that same post, someone said, "Hi, I know there's a chip in me and I need help getting this sucker out. And they're very persistent. Message me immediately." Gang stalking is a tool used to control the uncontrollables. If they can't control you, they control those around you, which are called mass targets. You've been signaled out because you do not possess the same low or undesirable traits that these beings believe the mass do and should. So in order to control you, they must break you down mentally. If that don't work, they will control how the mass targets view you by creating a fictitious narrative or one that is exacerbated negatively. The uncontrollables are those that have no ties to the police state, meaning you are not a criminal and immoral. Therefore, they have no reason to mess with you. Message me for more details. Not for nothing, the foreign name tagged in the post is another huge red flag. I have a ton of these. I can keep going through them and read them to you all day, but this is the last one I'll read. "Effortlessly overcome the harassment of gang stalking, as I discovered inspiration after encountering Louis Tech Spy on Facebook. He explained that my daily torment stemmed from someone closely monitoring my actions and movements, resulting in constant hostility. With his exceptional skills, he successfully disabled the spyware and removed my information from the target list. Should you face similar issues, reach out to him for assistance, as he is highly proficient in hacking, tracking, spyware removal, and various programming aspects. It's easy to think to yourself, how could anyone be fooled by these posts? I don't have an exact metric on how many people have been scammed by these individuals, but I'd guess it's a good amount since they keep pursuing this particular scam. A lot of the people in these groups are a part of an older generation. All you have to do is make your profile picture a educated looking fella in front of a monitor with a bunch of code and other computer jargon. That's enough to convince some of these people that you're out there to deactivate a microchip that's in their brain. It's a pretty clever scam for the people who they're targeting. People who don't indulge in all of this would immediately see this as an insane scam. I think there's a good amount of people who think that they're targeted individuals that probably see this as a scam. This one is really funny though, the Lewis Cybercracker account, because I like where it says Cyber Expert. It has an emoji of the Liberian flag. I don't know if that's intentional or if they may have been trying to use the American flag. Regardless, it's a red flag either way, because for one instance, they're from Liberia, and it's no secret that a lot of scammers come out of African countries. But if he isn't trying to claim that he's from Liberia and he meant the United States, again, that's another red flag. The Lucas Tech Spy profile pictures are very funny as well. They follow the exact same theme. Guy in front of a computer monitor with code and a bunch of numbers on the screen. But he's wearing a hoodie and a hat in a lot of them, so it looks like he's some rogue hacker. Or at least what a boomer would imagine a hacker looks like in their head. That's enough observing. Let's actually talk to these people. In order to speak to these people, I had to make a Facebook account that makes me look vulnerable. I found some random Google image of a low-quality webcam photo of some old guy, and quickly made up a fake name, and I began messaging a variety of these accounts. I started by messaging Lucas Tech Spy. Here I'll highlight some of the most interesting parts of my conversations with these scammers. Started off by saying I would like help. Lucas says, "Hello, thank you for taking a bold step of reaching out to me today. For help, I assure you that I am going to try my possible best to make sure you're totally set free." Already the English is slightly off, which is a obvious red flag. Now he asks for my date of birth, my address, and country, so I just made up an identity saying I'm Ike Schultz and live in Manhattan, New York City. How does this work? Says, "Don't worry, sir. With time, you will get to know better, okay? Kindly hold up. In 20 minutes' time, I'll get back to you, but make sure you don't go offline. Before we proceed with the job, can I ask you a few questions, sir?" Yes, I am old, so please bear with me, though. Okay, no prob. I understand, sir. Sir, do you feel any symptoms in your body, like headaches, running, stomach aches? Does your eyes do hurt you? Or itches you sometimes? Do you hear strange voices or see someone in your dreams sometimes? And do you feel any pains at your back or waist pains? Yes to all except for back pains. Okay, sir, you don't have to panic, okay? Because I'm here to help you and put an end to whatever you're going through. So to skip ahead a little bit to where he's done educating me on microchips, he says, "Before you can be totally set free, this is the process we need to embark on firstly. I will have to clear out your details from the list of targeted individuals. We'll also help by connecting to the satellite server using an AOI software used to acquire login keys to get access to the server to disconnect the frequency, sir. I will need to purchase the software from Dark Web, which costs about $300, which I will use to access their server and disconnect the frequency from you and also erase your name from the list. Then you will be set free and safe again. And the process takes about 24 to 48 hours. Then I ask, how do I purchase it? Because my daughter handles my finances, so I need to get through to her first. This gives me hope. Okay, here's the following method of payment the do accept: PayPal, Apple gift cards, Zelle, etc. What payment method do you choose, sir? So we can proceed to further in purchasing what's needed to begin with the process. Then I just, put him off saying that I think my daughter's cloned and I need to talk to her to get to the money. But then I just outright didn't really know where to go from here, so I just asked him straight up about scamming and this whole little thing he's got going on here. And then obviously he's just playing off saying, I don't know what you're saying. I've been helping many TI victims set free, not to hurt them because I know what they're going through. Well, I know there's many scammers, but just a few of us are legit. I told him, I Google image searched your profile pictures. Obviously, you're not real. And all he did was send me a thumbs up and never responded back. The next person I messaged, named DJ Skizzy, who was an account that wasn't saying they're gonna personally help people who think they're targeted individuals, but he was sharing a lot of pages that did claim the help. So I just messaged him and asked him outright, like, what's going on with this? He responded intentionally pretending to not know what I'm saying by just explaining, one of these guys are out here to help you. I messaged him again, basically repeating myself, and he just blocked me. I tried a different approach with Lewis Cybercracker, where I just asked, how can I learn how to help other TIs? Lewis Cybercracker said, then you would have to pay for the software, but I don't teach people, I only help people. So I asked, what software do you recommend? Also, is there anyone out there you can recommend I can contact to learn from? Thanks. He said, it's called the Jammer device. It helps TI victims to disconnect them from their gang stalkers and also block any signal or frequency that they are sending to torture an individual. I said, very interesting. You own one of those personally? Can you direct me to where I can purchase one? And he didn't respond for a long time, and I was nagging him, you still there? And he says, yes, I can give you the email address to contact them, make pay, then the will deliver it to you, don't sell it in store online only. I said, okay, I would like their email address, thank you. After contacting the email that they sent me, I was given a list of jammers that I could purchase, lowest price being the frequency jammer at $150, second highest being the signal jammer GPS for $250, and then the highest, the signal jammer blocker for $350. Kindly make your choice and we will deliver it to you. Instead of offering to buy one of the jammers, I just offered to give them money to tell me more about their scam. They really didn't want to blow their cover, and they rejected my offer. The most interesting account that I spoke to, unfortunately the messages are partially lost because this person ended up blocking me, and I don't know if there's a way that they can unsend the messages after they block me or something like that on Facebook, because the other people that have blocked me, I can still view their messages, but for this one, I can only view what I sent. So I really just was nagging this person with the same old calling out their scam and trying to get them to maybe just be honest about it if I point out exactly what's going on. But something a little different happened. Now, this person in the end did tell me to f off and block me, but as I was speaking to this person, I noticed something very interesting. Being on desktop, the name in the address bar was not the same name as the person's displayed name, which was Kevin Pauluni. It says Elijah. So I thought maybe if I Google search this name, maybe I'll figure something out. And already looking at this person's friends list, you can see a lot of accounts from regions of Africa. So after searching Elijah on Google, I immediately found what I'm almost certain is this person's Instagram, Twitter, all of that. I think I solved who's behind it. It's Nigerians. I really want to know how Nigerian scammers caught on to the community that is TIs. In conclusion, what did we learn? That Nigerians can still pull off some pretty clever scams directed towards niche communities on the internet. To outsiders, as I've said, it's pretty obvious to them that it's a scam, but to some of these TIs, it's rather believable. We may not know the exact originator of this whole scheme, but I think we have a good idea of what's going on now. Guys, make sure to follow me on Twitter. If you have any suggestions for future videos, contact me here at iamsirzach@gmail.com, or you can just tweet at me on Twitter, and make sure to check out the Patreon as well. Goodbye for now. One of my earliest memories using the internet has to involve the website funnyjunk.com. I used it regularly in the early 2000s. FunnyJunk is specifically a content aggregator, pulling all types of memes, flash games, videos, webcomics, and essentially rebranding them as their own. This, of course, would lead to many controversies. The grievances its critics have is somewhat similar to what eBaum's World was criticized for. It first was launched in 2001 to an unknown administrator simply known as Admin. Many people have searched for the admin's identity, but there's never really been any solid proof on who exactly he is. The closest thing we have is a post made by a user that goes by the name of Super Irene on Encyclopedia Dramatica had this to say regarding the admin's identity. Keep in mind, this post is almost a decade old. Originally from Baton Rouge in Louisiana, Admin now lives in central New York. Admin used to own a company called Spork U Incorporated, which owned the original FunnyJunk domain. Quite recently, Admin and his internet lawyer decided to register FunnyJunk LLC in the glorious state of Nevada, and conveniently decided to leave the list of financial officers empty until about 2 weeks after the deadline for submission. After submitting the officer list, Admin pretty much doxed himself, not that anyone actually cares. As of now, Admin is 27 years old. Eventually in 2010, the site's administrator, the admin, handed the reins over to a new admin known as the designer. It's kind of funny because a lot of people believe this is the same admin, just with a different name. In my personal opinion, FunnyJunk was a great website for its time. The first jump scares I've ever seen on the internet, any kind of a video, game, whatsoever, the first two I know for a fact I found on FunnyJunk. The first being the Scary Maze game, which really ruined my life for a little while. And then the second one was a Chris Angel levitation revealed video. And it has this horrific jump scare of a black guy with his eyes popping out. Just thought that was worth noting. I have to share some of my trauma with you. In 2011, FunnyJunk would find itself in hot water, encountering the most adversity the website and its owner, the admin, would ever see. Matthew Inman, the founder of a website by the name of The Oatmeal, which is known for its webcomics, called out FunnyJunk and its users, claiming they were reposting his content without permission. He detailed his claims in various blog posts. Matthew then began questioning just what exactly he can do about this issue. A year later, a lawyer by the name of Charles Carrion was hired by FunnyJunk, who delivered Matthew Inman a demand letter with the claim that the posts Matthew made regarding FunnyJunk are enough to be considered defamation. FunnyJunk demanded Matthew remove all mentions of its website. Oh, and 20 grand in damages too. Matthew responded to all of this by starting a fundraiser in order to donate $20,000 to the National Wildlife Federation and the American Cancer Society rather than pay it to FunnyJunk. He ended up raising over 200 grand, completely surpassing his initial goal. To keep a long story short, on June 21st, 2012, Carrion ended up abandoning FunnyJunk and their demands due to misinformation. Today, FunnyJunk remains to stay afloat, nowhere near as popular as it once was, but regardless, they're still around, minus all of the flash games that I loved this place for when I was younger. One thing I would like to note that was such a bummer when I was doing research for this video, I always like to run stuff through the Wayback Machine since it's so helpful when trying to find information. Not for FunnyJunk though. I believe this is due to the previous lawsuits the admin of FunnyJunk went through, so he must have excluded it from the Wayback Machine in order to prevent any evidence that could be used against him in court. Well, that's it. That's the end of this video. I know it was a quick one. I'm still working on the Cyrax one. It's going to be a long one. I know I keep talking about it, but had to crank this one out because it's something I've wanted to do a video on anyways. But yeah, the Cyrax video is going to be long. Like I've said, there's going to be an extended cut that will be on the Patreon, which will be the first piece of content I'm really putting up on there. It kind of got a little delayed again because I had another injury that put me off for like a day or two. I slashed my finger open, my right pinky, exactly right after my left pinky that I broke just finished healing. I think I'm cursed, but yeah, I had to get 3 stitches. There's that. I just need people to know that there's bad things happening to me. I don't know why. So expect that soon. Make sure to follow me on Twitter to keep up with me, because I do post on there quite frequently. Okay, bye. This type of video format is definitely not uncommon. I'm sure you've seen many channels do various types of countdowns of disturbing things that they come across on the internet. However, there's many things that I come across that I would love to do a video about, but not everything is worth talking about for a half an hour, or there's just not enough information about whatever that topic may be. With that being said, I decided to compile a few strange and outright disturbing things relating to the internet. Let's go.
The North Tower of the World Trade Center houses a unique restaurant at the pinnacle of the skyscraper, spanning the 106 and 107 floors. This establishment, known as Windows on the World, met a tragic fate during the 9/11 attacks, resulting in the loss of over 70 employees and the utter destruction of both the restaurant and the entire World Trade Center complex. What adds a haunting layer to the history of Windows on the World is its website. A visit through the Wayback Machine unveils a poignant time capsule, showcasing a series of screenshots captured before and after the catastrophic event of 9/11. Exploring these snapshots provides a profound glimpse into the tragic contrast between the world before and after the fateful day. Definitely worth checking out if you're interested in 9/11 related history.
In September of 2020, a man by the name of Tamir Keitan began to come under attack by the one and only Emma Watson. Tamir claims to have invited a parasitic entity after attempting to befriend Emma Watson.
I want to share with everyone why Emma Watson has been such a big problem for me and why I dislike them so much. I say them because they are a group of women using the same made-up identity. The short story is that they apparently belong to some sort of international crime organization. What I had in mind was building a friendship by doing kind actions like Stephen Covey's principle of making emotional deposits towards the person from which a friendship is built. What I happen to invite into my life by doing those actions is some sort of parasitic entity that attacks my body on behalf of the Watsons.
He used his skills learned by taking advice from Stephen Covey, an American educator and writer. He tried to use kind actions that he describes as emotional deposits, essentially just trying to force his way into her life and befriending her. Tamir isn't the most famous guy out there, but apparently he didn't go unnoticed. It causes him excruciating pain, particularly in his feet and legs. His computer being hacked isn't uncommon either, and it even ruins his erections. His words, not mine. That's just the gist of his story. He has posted over 3,000 plus videos since joining YouTube in September of 2020. He uploads constantly and only continues to worsen. Tamir states that he will kill any woman that this organization involving Emma Watson sends to him, specifying that he will use a dumbbell from his house to execute said woman. Tamir continues to upload to this day, mentally spiraling. Only time can tell what will come of his situation.
Any woman that the organization sends, I will beat up until her death. I will grab a metallic dumbbell from my house and I will use it to beat her up as badly as possible, breaking all the bones in her body until that bitch dies.
This is a channel posting videos to advertise a vast number of exotic animals they have for sale. The channel has yet to upload once again, but it has 5 years worth of videos, with over 8.5 thousand of them. One video that stands out appears to be of a person showing off the compound in which they house these animals. It's eerie to think that these animals might be treated illegally.
BlueBuddies.com has got to be one of the oldest websites dedicated to everything Smurf related. The oldest Wayback Machine archive of the site goes all the way back to 2003. Archives of the webpage state that the website has been around since 1998. What puts this website on the list are some of the forum posts, particularly by the user Smurf in Hand, back in 2008, who wrote a long and dedicated fan fiction of humans physically and sexually abusing Smurfs. There, of course, are much more disturbing fan fictions on the internet that involve an endless amount of degeneracy like this. Due to the obscurity and how long that this website has been around, makes it worthy to be acknowledged.
A website discovered through the Internet Mysteries subreddit details an extremely unnerving incident that occurred in the Bronx. It involves a 23-year-old man decapitating his own mother and posing for a selfie with her severed head. The story unfolded way back in February of 2013. What's disturbing is the article detailing the crime. The website appears to be partially in Vietnamese, but this isn't how you'd expect anyone to cover an event like this rather gleefully. There is a relatively simple explanation for this. It's likely AI written for straight up link farming. Even if that's the case, it's still very weird.
The picture of a son holding his mom head no blur picture is a powerful symbol of love and affection. It captures a tender moment between a mother and her child, showcasing the deep bond they share. This image evokes a strong emotional response and resonates with people from all walks of life. The subject of the photograph, a son holding his mom head no blur picture, establishes intense eye contact with the viewer. This gaze creates a strong sense of connection, making the viewer feel as though they are a part of the moment captured in the picture. It draws us in and evokes a range of emotions, from tenderness and love to vulnerability and trust.
Little is known about this final video, yet it unequivocally stands out as the most troubling segment. Discussing this subject on YouTube is difficult due to its inherently conspiratorial nature. Adrenochrome, a chemical compound stemming from the oxidation of adrenaline. Adrenochrome has gained notoriety through conspiracy theories, suggesting that influential figures clandestinely harvest it from those involved in human trafficking. The claim persists that adrenochrome serves as an elusive elixir of youth, purportedly bestowing significant life-prolonging benefits. From the limited information I managed to uncover, this video, that I found through Twitter, seemingly captures an absolutely horrific scene. An unidentified man is tormenting a restrained, unclothed woman in a grassy setting, using a Bunsen burner and allegedly extracting adrenochrome. It's crudely recorded off of someone's iPhone, featuring text at the top of the screen alluding to Jeffrey Epstein's name. This could easily just be some depraved shock video with a completely different story behind it, or it's just fake altogether. Regardless, the unsettling nature of the video remains. Well, that's the end of the list. I hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure to follow me on Twitter for all my latest updates. You can email me at iamsirzach@gmail.com if you have any future suggestions for videos, or you can just tweet at me. That works too. Make sure to subscribe to the Patreon, and definitely go check out Rob's media. I thank him for joining me on this list. I think that's about it. Goodbye for now.
On the internet, you can find almost anything. You can find ways to teach yourself trigonometry, learn new food recipes, find any music you want, watch autism unfold right before your eyes, and have the ability to find and purchase almost anything. There's also those darker things. One thing in particular is shock sites, but not just any. There's a specific one I want to talk about. There's a specific site I remember where the owner of the site literally ended up doing something truly terrible. That website was called bloodshows.com. Well, what is a shock site? A shock site is a website that is intended to be offensive or disturbing to its viewers. They contain material of high shock value, generally of a pornographic, scatological, racist, sexist, graphically violent, insulting, vulgar, profane, or otherwise provocative nature. Back in around 2010, I came across a series of reaction videos during the early days of reaction videos, reacting to a particular gross out kind of video. That video was called Chomp, which is an absolutely disgusting fucking video. I really wouldn't recommend watching it, but like my initial reaction, it probably makes you very curious of what all the fuss is about. That led me to the site for the first time. The site was your typical gore website with various types of shocking and disgusting videos. It was said that the site was a ripoff of Ogrish and Rotten.com, which are also gore sites. The site started back in 2008 and ran till 2013. I want to read the first thing that you would see, which is this warning posted before you choose to enter the site. Warning: the videos contained within this website will be the most graphic and most barbaric you will ever witness. Sadly, these same videos are also instances that are taking place as we speak in the world we live in. Incidences that I'm hoping, if enough people witness, maybe there will be a stop to all this senseless killing. Ironic. So don't take my warning lightly. All it takes is a split-second glimpse of one of my videos for that image to be burned and embedded into your mind for the rest of your life. So, I ask all of you to just read the descriptions of the video first before you view it. I don't want you to be scarred for life just because you viewed a few seconds of a video from a website long forgotten. Within this website, you shall witness videos of beheadings, executions, dismemberment, hangings, suicides by train, suicides by fire, burned alive, firing squad, torture, extreme war footage, extreme self-abuse, extreme fetishes, videos of the demented, the deranged, the psychotic, and the insane. Very hardcore and epic stuff we're looking at right here. The owner of the website goes by the name Droll Sonatas, which is just Satan is Lord spelled backwards. You probably saw that coming though. His real name is Joe Franklin. He was a guitarist for the metal band Goatlord, which was active in 1985 to 1997. Fast forward to October 2nd, 2015, at around 7 o'clock in the morning, Joe went to a neighbor's house by the name Jennifer Bagley Donoso, whose children were also inside with her. He proceeded to kill her by gunshot. After that happened, her younger daughter ran out of the house to alert police, but then when they came back, they realized her son was missing from their house. It turns out Joe took the young boy to his place, shot him, then shot himself.
Metro police say a neighbor showed up at the family's home, shot the mother of 3 dead while her children were there, took her young son back to his house 2 doors down, barricaded himself inside, killed the child, and then took his own life. The home is boarded up after police investigated.
It said Franklin and Jennifer had disputes in the past, but it's not 100% certain why the hell he would do something like this. He also spray painted on their garage, "I love you, baby," directed to her son Lex, which is incredibly disturbing. Neighbors of Franklin noticed prior to these events that he had been acting quite strange, selling most of his possessions, boarding up his windows with wood and street signs, and just coming off as distant.
The suspected shooter is Joe Franklin. Neighbors say he's pictured here in a band called Goat Lord. He lived alone and did yard work on the block.
I kind of didn't trust him.
John Ermilio says Franklin's behavior became increasingly suspicious, and although he didn't have children, he built skateboards and ramps on his property for neighborhood kids.
I even told my wife that I had some feeling that something's not right about him. And he was kind of, shady. And he kind of gave me that eerie feeling like, hey, I want to stay away.
In my research, I was unable to find any particular motive for killing these people, so we can only really speculate. Maybe it was from all that gore, or those damn video games. Either way, it's strange and something that I felt was interesting enough to bring up.
The video you're about to see contains horrible things that'll make you not succeed in life and at school. You'll do bad forever.
Three years ago, I made a video on the infamous shock site, bloodshows.com. This is the new and improved version of that video. A part 2 for this version, the new one, is a possibility, as there is still much more lost media for the website to be found. Before I get to the new information, I once again will explain the unique but horrible story behind this website and its founder. Bloodshows wasn't as notorious as the other popular shock sites, but it definitely had a good chunk of devoted followers. I personally browsed it a few times between 2009 to 2011. Nearly a decade later, I went looking back at this website to find that it shut down. Nothing too surprising, as websites shutting down isn't uncommon. But then I discovered more about the person who ran it. The site started back in 2008 and ran till around 2013. It was founded by Joe Franklin, otherwise known by his screen name Droll Sonatas, an anagram for Satan is Lord. If you couldn't tell by the name alone, he ended up becoming a pretty disturbed individual. Joe was a guitarist for the metal band Goat Lord, which was active from 1985 to 1997. Music appeared to be a big part of his life. His band did find success and still has a relatively small but active fan base. It's unclear what exactly went on in his life up until 2008, when he launched the now defunct bloodshows.com. This would eventually follow by Franklin's death, where he would then commit a double murder suicide, taking an innocent mother and her young son with him.
Metro police say a neighbor showed up at the family's home, shot the mother of 3 dead while her children were there, took her young son back to his house 2 doors down, barricaded himself inside, killed the child, and then took his own life.
That's most of the information I had back years ago. So what's new? After that video was posted, I received various comments talking about how Joe would actually give out DVDs back in the day, which contain most and if not all the videos that were posted to Bloodshows. I thought this was really interesting since most of the website is lost media. I looked everywhere online for these DVDs with literally no mention of them, so with me assuming that such a small amount of them were ever given out, I really kind of just gave up looking. I figured there would not be really anybody else out there that would be in possession of these. Everything was at a standstill. To be honest, I forgot all about this until I received an email regarding it. I couldn't believe it. This was the real deal. These DVDs were real, and there were people in possession of them. I was contacted by 2 different people regarding these DVDs. I will refer to these 2 as Blood Show's historians, to keep them anonymous. Let me start out with the guy who contacted me just to show that he was in possession of some of these DVDs. The first picture we have here would be of the Blood DVD 3, which has the typical Blood Show's art style on the cover. Evil in its purest form. You were about to witness a collection of the world's bloodiest and most barbaric videos ever assembled. And this is disc 1, and you can see at the bottom it says this was created around 2011. And he also forwarded a picture of the Blood DVD disc 2. The next DVD, the Blood DVD 4, contains a bit of a different art style. You know, some of you sickos probably even recognize the cover. It's a still image from a notorious cartel execution video where 2 narcos are executed by the Sinaloa cartel. What makes it so infamous is due to the fact that a chainsaw is used for the execution process. There's other YouTubers who have went to great lengths about that video. On the cover, it reads the Blood DVD 4, and you can see this one came out a year later in 2012. Now for this one on the back, it has a message that's quite similar to the warnings you would see before entering the website. Warning: the videos you are about to witness on this DVD are among the most barbaric and inhumane the world has ever seen. You will see unimaginable atrocities performed by one human being on another. Atrocities with the absolute absence of empathy whatsoever. You will see blood. Footage of the many ways one can be executed. From the gore and blood-filled beheadings to the morbidly dismembered, from the quick death by a firing squad to the slow and torturous death from being burned alive. You will see blood. Footage of the many ways one can take his or her own life.
Self-destruction.
By train.
Self-destruction.
By hanging.
Self-destruction.
By fire.
Self-destruction.
By falling.
Self-destruction.
By gun. You will see blood. You will experience evil in its purest forms. You will see blood. Now for the second Blood Show's historian that contacted me and provided a ton of new stuff. I was sent pictures of 2 different DVDs, one of which you've already seen that the other historian showcased, the Blood DVD 3. The other DVD pictured is a list of 7 bloody movies. These movies are for anyone. Anyone can find these. They're not snuff films. The 7 movies are Cannibal Holocaust, House of 1,000 Corpses, Men Behind the Sun, Necro, Street Trash Uncut, The Story of Ricky, and 2000 Maniacs. This historian forwarded all of the content from the Blood DVD 3 along with the 7 Bloody Movies DVD. There's very little of the videos I can show on here for obvious reasons. What you will notice is that every video has the Blood Show's watermark stamped all over it. I know personally I've seen some of these videos that are in the archive, since some of them are just old viral shock videos or war footage, but there's no doubt that some of these haven't been seen since the site closed. You'll find a lot of Middle East and Afghanistan and Iraq war videos from the early 2000s in there, and I'll just be completely honest, I haven't viewed every single video. I watched a good chunk of them on stream a while ago. I just don't have the desire to watch all of them. They're pretty sick. You gotta forgive me for that. If you want to watch it though, I made this Google Drive with all of the content public quite a while ago, but it got buried on my Twitter over time, so I'll repost it again one last time as soon as this video drops if you really want to view all of that. Be warned, the videos are extremely graphic. Something I didn't expect to get provided were emails to Joe regarding feedback to his website along with his response. I figured we should read through some of these and maybe gain a better insight into the kind of person he was. Some parts are heavily censored due to extreme vulgarity that would surely doom this entire channel. First email here we have is from someone by the name of Jasper. This site helps me sleep at night, which I am very grateful for. Except from smoking weed and drinking stupid amounts of beer and wine, anything to do with death brings me great peace of mind. I love pain being inflicted on others, and even more so myself. It is a beautiful thing. I understand that others will be confused by this, but a lot of people have no understanding of the dark side of life, which I totally understand because it is a hard thing to understand. But if anyone has a problem with... This is where it gets insane. But if anyone has a problem with this, please visit me at the UK. It is a big house and very noticeable, and I would be pleased to kill you. This one here actually has Joe's response from Ray in Canada. Hey man, that really sucks that GoDaddy is f***ing you over like that. Wish I could help, but I'm an idiot when it comes to computers and like that. But hey, good luck with finding a better site, and thanks for getting back to me so quickly. Can't f***ing wait for the DVD. Oh, and hey, I was thinking there isn't any cannibal here, and if anybody can find some cannibal videos, it'd be you. So if you can get me some of that shit on here, that'd be awesome. Thanks again, man. Have a good one. Hey man, yeah, some cannibal would be cool. I have some other shit I always try to look for too, but it's just hard finding specific because if you thought about it, the odds of finding a cannibal is staggering, but the odds of finding a cannibal with a camcorder filming it, well, that's pretty rare. But I'm sure one of my contacts from around the world will find something like that sooner or later. Well, I'm out of here, bud. I've been awake for days now. I gotta go do some more shit to keep me awake. They got any good drugs out there in Canada? This one is gonna be very censored. This is from MKUSA, and you'll have to figure out what that stands for. Having served in Iraq, it's nice to be back in the good old USA. I'm proud to say I did my job over there. 9 dead getting by himself right now. I think it's time we started videotaping some over here getting beheaded. It's just a matter of time before these radical start banding together in this country. They're just waiting. One day soon, anyone that's will want to kill them and their family. Hey bud, I just wanted to say thanks, and I give you props for serving in the military and being over there in Iraq. Man, that must have been hell over there. You gotta have some balls to have been over there and gone through all that and to still have your senses when you come back without going insane. Thanks once again, bud, for protecting this country. This final email here is actually his response to some hate mail, and it's very extensive, but it's also very funny, I can't lie. So here we go. It's from Elena in Norway. And one more thing, if this were your own brother, son, or father for that matter, I doubt you would find these things so amusing after all. These are people just like you and I. Just think about it. I've thought about it, you piece of shit. Man, I fucking hate people like you, and I'm fed up with it. Acting like you fucking know what you're talking about. What if it were your own brother or son? You said. Well, how about me losing a cousin who seemed like a brother and a best friend since childhood? Is that good enough for you? Losing them too is the reason why I made this fucking website. You... Fuck. Man, I was already in a fucking bad mood. And here comes a fucking pussy like you. Yeah. If it was up to you, we'd all just sit back and there would be absolutely no websites like mine existing. You be thinking that if we all just pretend nothing like this exists, then it'll just go away? If we just look the other way when we see something like this, it'll correct itself on its own? Well, I have news for you, you motherfucking piece of shit. That way doesn't work. Those assholes who behead Americans aren't just going to say, "Hey, Roman! You want to go bowling or something instead of beheading this American? Nobody's watching anymore." I don't that will happen, f***head. And as for the people who actually do come here to watch the videos as entertainment, what the f*** business is it of yours anyway? What the f*** do they do? Personally, I'd rather have them come to my website and enjoy watching the videos instead of actually doing what's in the videos. Like you've never been curious passing by a car accident or a situation where people are hurt? Everybody has some morbid curiosity at some point in their life. That's the way the human race is. But how the f*** dare you preach about hypothetical situations where people are losing their loved ones to try and prove some motherfucking point that you have no experience in to preach about in the first place? Yes, I know you don't have any experience, because if you had lost anybody close to you pertaining to all of this, I know you wouldn't be just sitting back there saying, "Oh well, shit happens. More people have got to at least see 1 or 2 of these videos to know exactly how terrible things are. As for pussies like you're the perfect example showing all of us how we need to just flush away the shit, fucking prick. In conclusion to all of this new media and information, the history of blood shows is definitely unique. I don't recall hearing about someone running a shock website then doing something worthy of ending up on one of them. Not counting any deep web related stories that might exist, you really just can't ignore the irony. I can't imagine surrounding yourself with death 24/7 and likely being an addict would make it any better. What he did was horrible, and I don't really have anything positive to say about him. Music-wise, I don't listen to much black metal personally, so I don't really have much to say about Goat Lord. I think that's really all we have here, folks. I want to thank both historians for all they shared, especially the second one. She really came through. You don't usually hear stories of people on the internet actually providing whatever it might be that they're in possession of. If any of the other DVDs are found, or any media or whatever relating to blood shows, I'll definitely make sure to update you. If you have any other info or suggestions on future videos, you can email me here, iamsirzach@gmail.com. Make sure to follow me on Twitter for any updates and shit posts, and you can subscribe to the Patreon if you want for $1 a month. There you can find some bonus content that's not available to everybody. Thank you for watching. Goodbye for now. A viewer emailed me asking about not blood shows, but another forgotten shock site. I figured since the responses towards my videos regarding blood shows were so interesting, I might as well talk about another obscure shock site, heaven666.org. The website goes all the way back to 2005, where it originally started as a bizarre website. In early 2006, it began to host shock videos as well. Upon inspection, it's just some website with shock videos and mixed into it. But a post on Reddit detailed a unique account that would post to the website. I remember a person whose exact username escapes me at the moment, but the comment sections on the site referred to him as Jay or just Jay, so I began calling him that as well. He posted rare footage you weren't able to see on other sites, and for a while it was a mystery as to how he got said footage. Eventually, he would reveal he worked in the East Coast as some kind of a technician at a TV station, and he was one of the people who had to periodically edit and censor videos people would send in. The implication, of course, being he copied a lot of the stuff he saw while unsupervised. He was only on the site for about 2 years before disappearing sometime in 2008, with a good chunk of his videos being DMCA'd sometime after. Heaven666 was run by the admin known as Catalan. Over the years of running the website, former users have discussed how Catalan began to stray away from the website after starting a family, not really wanting to be affiliated with what Heaven666 was, a shock and bizarre website, now that he was a family man. Catalan even declined to sell the website to others who wanted to take it off his hands rather than see it one day disappear. The community is something I've seen mentioned numerous times, regarding it as one of the better communities among the shock sites. Everything would come crashing down sometime in 2015 when a user uploaded illegal content to the website. This was followed by a major purge of all and eventually rebranding to idleevening.com. Here's what a former user had to say about how fast this killed Heaven 666. The site's rules changed and the community no longer had the freedom that was Heaven 666. It wasn't a slow death, it was nearly instant. That day the site lost more than half of its users, and about 2 weeks later, it was dead. The site used to have one of the best communities I've ever seen. I hope the site is archived somewhere, and my years of comments weren't lost. The website eventually vanished, with little to no archives of the content on the website existing. Catalan was never really heard from again as far as I know. The most I could find is a Twitter account that must have been Catalan's because it links to Heaven 666, but it was used so long ago and barely used in general. There was a Facebook account I found, but I'm not sure if this is even the admin. I found this Facebook account through a Heaven 666 Facebook group that was made when the website was still active. There's barely any posts in the group now, only a few of people reminiscing about their time on Heaven 666. Former users are still actively searching for Catalan. Just recently there was a Reddit thread posted where users are trying to find a lead on how to get a hold of Catalan. They were looking through an old 2014 article on the Luca Magnotta case because the infamous video of that whole murder was also uploaded to Heaven 666, and it mentions how law enforcement was involved and briefly mentions Catalan's name. Besides that, there's no leads and no further info on whether anyone has even spoken to Catalan since the website went down. Only a handful of videos from the website exist online. As you can see in these videos, these are the two kinds of watermarks you would typically find on a Heaven 666 video. While I was researching for this video, I noticed the mention of the infamous LOL Superman footage, which involves jumpers caught on video from September 11th. It's not clear if the footage even exists, but I figured since I had luck finding people with lost media relating to bloodshows.com, it's worth a shot seeing if anyone has any media saved regarding Heaven 666. The Reddit user DVD Ripper, whose post I covered earlier in the video, had also made another post regarding LOL Superman. To sum it up, he got his old computer out of the attic and went through some of the old bookmarks and links that he had saved from Heaven 666. And some of the links are an interesting lead in finding if this video is real. If you do have anything, you can contact me here at iamsirzach@gmail.com, or you can @ me on Twitter. I do want to take a second to thank the viewer who brought this to my attention, Alex. Here's his channel. He doesn't have any content posted currently, but he does plan to upload at some point, so go check him out. Make sure to check out the Patreon. I think that'll do it. Goodbye for now. January 18th, 1997. Accra, the capital of Ghana. People were panicked and rioting. Was it due to political reasons? Just looting? Or was it because of penis-snatching wizards? If you guessed penis-snatching wizards, you were correct. It started when 7 sorcerers who were accused of grabbing penises and using their sorcery to shrink them. Citizens of Accra would not stand for these sickening acts. The hunt and lynchings for the wizards began on a Thursday with 2 of the perpetrators being killed. 2 are not enough to keep the capital of Ghana safe. The bloodlust was stronger than the sorcerer's will to shrink genitals. By Friday, the 7 wizards who started this whole panic had been eliminated. The riots got so bad, they even considered calling in the army to settle things down. The police and military threw out the claims that this panic could have been caused by thieves who tend to spread rumors to the public with hopes of creating a crowd to pickpocket panicked and preoccupied citizens. In an effort to make people calm down about the penis-snatching wizards, medical experts had to appear on state television explaining in great detail why penises increase and decrease in size. I wish there was a recording somewhere of the medical experts explaining this. I would really kill to see that. And this isn't the first time that the citizens have panicked about something like this. A similar event happened back in the 1980s. Eventually, things settled down and they went back to their everyday lives. But the fear of penis-snatching wizards in Africa has not subsided. It will forever roam in Accra's collective consciousness. Thank you all for watching this. I hope you enjoyed this educational but short video. I'm currently in the process of building a new computer, so I'm not going to be posting any long documentary type videos, not counting live streams of course, but I'm not going to be posting any long documentaries until I build my new computer, because using my current one is such a pain in the ass. My previous one, it was incredibly difficult to render it, and that's why some of the quality dips at certain points in the video. But yeah, I'll be back to that once I get that all built and ready, so expect a lot of high quality videos then. I'll be able to really go all out and do so much more. But that's it. Subscribe. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. That's where I update most frequently about what I'm doing. Subscribe to the Patreon if you feel generous. Later. I've covered murders here on this channel before. There's always something very eerie about when you specifically can view the murderer's online history. Claire Miller is one of those people. A 14-year-old girl accused of stabbing her disabled 19-year-old sister to death. Her TikTok account, Spirits and Such Consulting, had a decent following prior to the murder, but really picked up afterwards. She would post quite frequently. Whenever you're viewing these videos, it can almost feel wrong to be doing so. Being able to look at a time before her and her family were completely devastated. At least that's how I see it. The motive is still unknown, but this is what occurred. On February 22nd, 2021, in the late hours of the night after Claire's parents went to sleep, for unknown reasons, she went and stabbed her elder sister, Helen Miller, in the neck. When the police arrived, they found Claire standing out front of her house with blood being seen near the driveway and on her pants. Apparently, she attempted to wash her hands in the snow. Repeatedly, Claire told the police on the scene, "I stabbed my sister. I stabbed my sister." Police found her sister in the bed with a pillow covering her face. The officers removed the pillow to find Helen on her back and the knife still embedded into her neck with her hands up near her head. Life-saving measures were attempted, however, unsuccessful. Claire was arrested and charged as an adult with 1 count of criminal homicide. She's being held at Lancaster County Prison. Her preliminary hearing is scheduled for March 30th, 2021. Days after the incident, Claire's account would be terminated from TikTok. Thankfully, thanks to me, I managed to archive every single one of her videos from her account hours before its deletion. I mean, I did it just in time. This is the last video she ever posted, which was on February 21st, 1 day before the murder.
Dad has to stop opening the conversation with "this is just like the gay bar in Japan."
That's the story as of now. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, subscribe to my Patreon if you really enjoy what I do. Goodbye for now. You know, I was thinking a lot about when I was younger and on the internet. I had a lot of moments that traumatized me. Sure, it sounds dramatic, but there's a lot of videos that scared the shit out of me. And I was reflecting on that, and I thought I should just do a video talking about all the stuff I can remember that really spooked me as a youngster. The most popular ranking here on this list that I'm positive everyone watching this has seen, the Ghost Car. This is actually a commercial made by a German caffeine company to promote their coffee drink back in 2005. This video was shown to me by my parents when it was first making its rounds. I lost my trust in being shown videos by them after that, and it's one of the earliest memories I have being jump scared. Body of a Pig is a supposed paranormal video that was uploaded in 2007 by user Devin Raymond. In the video, a group of investigators capture a mysterious EVP recording of something claiming to have the body of a pig. The EVP is accompanied by an image which looks to be some sort of entity. Now, the video has been debunked as fake, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it was really creepy back then, and still is kind of creepy now. Jingle Bells was a Flash movie I had originally seen on a website called flashgutter.com. I should probably do a video on that ancient Flash site. I used to visit it a lot back in the day. Anyways, the video contains the famous Christmas song Jingle Bells. And the Jingle Bells Flash movie contains something called backmasking, where you play a song in reverse to hear some secret message. So the Jingle Bells audio, after it plays normally, it plays in reversed, only for you to be jump scared by some guy using a negative face filter. It was created in 2004 by Daniel Fowler, and this is the jump scare image that's used minus the filter that you're gonna see. Now, I know somebody's gonna probably think that I'm being overly dramatic listing some of these things, but remember, this is my personal list, and a lot of these things happened when I was younger, so they tend to stick with you. Now, this next thing is extremely niche and not even intended to be necessarily scary in the first place. It's no secret I'm a fan of the original Resident Evil 4, and when I was younger I was watching probably everything Resident Evil 4 related on YouTube. And a video that always stuck out to me was a Mercenaries gameplay uploaded by a YouTuber named Nintendo Central. Now, there's nothing too special about the video, it's just of him dying in the hardest Mercenaries stage of Resident Evil 4, but at around 1 minute and 25 seconds, for no reason, he decides to insert this very well-known image of a guy's face morphed with like a monkey and little pigtails for a girl. I think it was Shy Valley who did a video including this image in one of his "Where did these pictures come from" type videos. Those are really good, by the way, you should go watch them. But for no reason, he just includes this image in the middle of the video, and being younger, it caught me off guard, and it kind of spooked me, There's no scream or anything to really make you jump, it's just the picture itself. It's only there for like a second. But it always stuck with me, and I didn't like that. AOL's notification sound effects used to always scare me. When I first ever started using a computer, what I would do was just use the computer to play Flash games and watch videos. In the background, my parents' AOL Instant Messenger was on all the time, and the notification sound effects always startled me. They weren't just any ordinary sound effect. The one that was very dominant was a door opening and slamming shut sound effect, and it would always scare me and I would never know when it's coming. Since I was younger and my parents had no idea how to probably adjust the notification sound effects, I just would use the computer without any sound for a period of time. I was done waiting in anticipation for that door slam sound effect to happen again. I could have swore there was another sound effect. I might be misremembering what it came from, or I just can't find it. But I was pretty sure it came from AOL as well. It was a lion roar sound effect. Again, I might be misremembering where that one came from. If you know where it came from, feel free to correct me. But that was another one that bothered me. Door slamming and this lion roar sound effect that I can't even find. So I must be misremembering something. But it was there, and it was scary. This video I had originally seen on Funny Junk in either 2007 or 2008, somewhere around that time. During these years, the A&E show Chris Angel Mind Freak was pretty popular, and it was something I watched personally. So seeing this video, claiming to debunk one of his famous levitation stunts, had my attention, and of course, this is how it goes. This is another famous screamer that was making its rounds in the 2010s. A random person on my Facebook friends list that I never really spoke to sent me the hyperlink, me not thinking it was going to be a screamer. I just clicked on it, and the rest is history. Nobody wants to see Jeff the Killer accompanied by a scream from hell. I don't care how many times you've seen this picture, when it catches you off guard, it's no joke. During the months leading to the release of Call of Duty Black Ops 1, Treyarch went about creating a viral marketing campaign to hype the release. What spooked me back in the day was how they went about it. They hid codes on the pre-order posters with phone numbers that you can call, and when you call it, it would play a similar sound to the mystery box in Zombies. They also ran a website called GK Nova 6. There wasn't much on the website aside from an old retro television that you see in the torture room of Black Ops when you're playing the game. These transmissions that would play on the TVs were quite ominous. They really went all out for promoting this game, and it worked pretty well.
They use the Earth's magnetic field
Another thing I first experienced on Funny Junk, this Flash game needs no introduction. Most well known as the Scary Maze game, the actual name being simply The Maze. It consists of 3 levels where you're guiding a dot through the maze, avoiding touching the walls or having to restart if doing so. Once you reach the end of level 3, you're then jump scared by the girl from The Exorcist. There's many copycats of the maze that have been made. This is the OG. It was created by Jeremy Winterroud in 2004. From that time up until I would even say the 2010s, and maybe even now if somehow you haven't heard about it, everybody has tried to get their friends to play it if they haven't heard of it. I'd say it's in the top 5 most notable screamers of all time. Here it is, the final thing that spooked the hell out of me. The Goddess Bunny. Many people have seen this, mainly due to the video Obey the Walrus. For me personally, I did not see Obey the Walrus first, and I saw the video on the one and only bloodshows.com. It disturbed me beyond belief. I had no idea what I was looking at, and I could not get the image out of my head. The Goddess Bunny is a film that came out back in 1994 about a drag queen named Sandy Crisp, and the main reason for Sandy's legs being so skinny is due to suffering from polio as a child. That's it. That really bothered me. That wraps up the list. You know what that means. Make sure to follow me on Twitter to get all the latest updates. If you have a suggestion for a future video, feel free to email me at iamsirzach@gmail.com, or you can just tweet at me on Twitter, whichever you prefer. Check out the Patreon if you feel generous, and goodbye for now.